Far beyond the reach of stars, adrift in the endless void, a battered vessel streaked across the darkness, its hull scorched, systems flickering, a forgotten ember trailing smoke through space. This was the Burning Feather, the last remnant of the once glorious Phoenix chapter. Small, scarred, crippled, it carried not just 7 survivors, but the last breath of a dying legend. The Phoenix chapter had emerged victorious from their century-long redemption crusade. Their honor, once blackened by guilt, had been restored in the eyes of the Empire. The Grand Tribunal of the Eastern Starfield had formally proclaimed their redemption to all corners of the Imperium. But what of it? We won the 100-year crusade, yet we teeter on the edge of extinction. Salus Martins, the 64th chapter master of the Phoenix, brooded in silence. Triumph had never felt so bitter. Before the crusade, the Phoenix chapter had shone brightly. Their fortress monastery stood tall upon their homeworld, and billions of mortals offered prayers to their name. Recruits were chosen from the strongest and brightest, transformed into the Emperor's angels through sacred gene seed. The entire planetary ecosystem served the chapter's war machine. They were venerated as warriors and protectors, crushing heresy, shielding imperial worlds, and carving a path of glory through the void. That flame, however, had been snuffed out a century ago in the wake of the Bauhinia Blight. They had backed the wrong side. Though spared from excommunication, the Phoenix were found guilty by the Grand Inquisition. Their sentence, a redemption crusade, 100 years of war without resupply, reinforcements, or reprieve. Missions were to be executed to the letter. Refusal meant annihilation. Most chapters given such a sentence never returned. But the Phoenix lived up to their name. They endured, one bloody campaign after another, one hopeless siege after the next, always pressing forward, not for glory, but for penance. Chapter master's insignia pressed into his hand, the final, silent gaze of a mentor entrusting him with everything that was left. The ashes of that final campaign clung to their armor. But what remained? Their homeworld reassigned, their fleet shattered, their war gear lost, their gene seed destroyed with the flagship. The Burning Feather, a glorified shuttle, was all they had. They drifted now, nomads among the stars. Offers of help came, but Martin saw through them. Each offer was a leash. No one wanted to restore the Phoenix. They wanted disposable enforcers, a relic to parade. No honor, no future. Still, Martins clung to hope. Not for himself, but for the chapter. He would rebuild it or die trying. Then, weeks ago, they passed through a warp tunnel into the Tianma sector, yet another forgotten region of space. Nothing notable, no resources, no history. And yet, that was when Rizzo, their chaplain and oldest surviving brother, approached Martins with fire in his eyes. He had received a vision during prayer. The rebirth of the Phoenix lies here. Martins wanted to dismiss it as desperation. Emotionally, though, he latched onto it like a drowning man to driftwood. He had seen too much loss. Even if it was folly, he needed to believe. For 2 days, Rizzo remained locked in the ship's chapel. Martins paced, waited, worried. Finally, the heavy echo of ceramite boots stirred him from his thoughts. The doors opened. A black-armored figure emerged, skull helm gleaming beneath the dim lights. Upon his pauldrons burned the crimson emblem of the Phoenix. It was Rizzo, survivor of 4 centuries, and the chaplain of their souls. "You've returned," Martins said, rising. "Did your prayers reveal anything?" Rizzo nodded solemnly. "Yes, chapter master. The Emperor has spoken again. The Phoenix's rebirth lies here." He tapped the star map, pointing to a world, Furial Star. Martins blinked. The name stirred no memory. No battles, no significance. "Are you sure?" he asked. Rizzo nodded with conviction. "Without doubt. The Emperor showed me. Our salvation lies with that world's governor." Martins walked in silence, thoughts churning. Fury Alstar was a backwater. Why there? But this was no time for logic. Faith had carried them this far. And in this bleak existence, even the faintest whisper of hope was a roar. "Set course for Fury Alstar," Martins commanded at last. It was the only chance they had. "Let the stars bear witness. The Phoenix will rise again." After triggering the event, Phoenix will die. Guhang was left with 36 remaining gift points. Not a small sum, but not nearly enough. For a moment, he was tempted. The draw pool beckoned. With a 40% chance of success, could he really score a major pull in just 3 tries? No, absolutely not. Statistically foolish. He shook off the thought. Upgrading was the priority. Once the monthly allocation came in, he'd have enough to push through the next level. If he wasted points now on a gamble, he'd stall out in 2 days, progress lost. So, with a tinge of reluctance, he buried the urge. Having completed the system updates, Guhang took a moment to rest. The pounding in his skull had dulled to a manageable throb, far better than the chaos immediately following battle. Good. It meant the mental strain hadn't done permanent damage. Stepping out of the infantry fighting vehicle, he found a field teams hard at work, cleaning up the aftermath. The battlefield was littered with corpses, twisted, monstrous bodies piled in grim heaps. There were too many to haul back at once, so the rest were stacked and marked for later retrieval. These would be repurposed into material for the synthetic starch line. Elsewhere, the notion of corpse starch was whispered with disgust, used as a slur. Here, it was literal. In the wastelands, hunger dulled the edge of revulsion. So long as the processed product was edible, safe enough, no one asked questions. But Guhang didn't intend to make it public. Some truths were best buried. He could hide it forever, but he could keep it quiet. After all, it wasn't a source of pride. As the soldiers toiled, Captain Yin Fangshu approached. Guhang blinked, surprised by the sight. The man's nose was clearly off-center, a fresh bruise blooming above one eye. "What happened to you? That's not an injury from a mutant beast, is it?" Yin looked awkward. "It's nothing really." Guhang's eyes lit up with recognition, followed by a grin. "Wait, did one of your old subordinates land a hit?" Flustered, Yin snapped. "It wasn't a beating. I just lost a couple exchanges. That's all. Not a big deal." Guhang laughed. "Ah, I see. Not a beating. Just a minor, small-scale violent correction." Yin glared, speechless. He tried to leave it there, but the itch wouldn't leave. He muttered something under his breath, then looked up and said, a bit stiffly, "Governor, about the special intensive training." He trailed off, ashamed. Being outclassed by former subordinates was embarrassing enough. But now he was asking to join their training program, tail between his legs. Guhang clapped him on the shoulder. "Of course I'll allow it. But not yet. You got greater potential than you think. You deserve better training. Harder, harsher, more valuable." Yan's eyes brightened. "Thank you, Governor. Don't thank me just yet. Remember, everything has a price. Gifts come with expectations. If you want power from me, I want loyalty in return. True loyalty." The meaning was clear. Yin said nothing. He understood perfectly. He was Imperial Navy. His future, ideally, lay among the stars, not planet-side under a governor's command. There was a gulf between them. In the Imperial hierarchy, there were 3 military pillars: the Imperial Navy, the Astral Army, and the Planetary Defense Force. Only the first 2 were true arms of the Empire. The PDF was a planetary militia raised and commanded by governors, supplied only as needed. PDFs were often neglected, used as cannon fodder when the Empire's real armies wanted to conserve strength. To many naval officers, PDF troops were little more than glorified militia, certainly not equals. Compared to being a captain in the Navy, who would downgrade to a PDF commander. But what about the general of a PDF, effectively the planet's highest military power? That was a different question. Yin, as a Marine captain, commanded perhaps 100 troops. Now, after losses, only 30 remained. If he accepted the governor's offer, he could become a general, a leader of thousands. But that meant betting on Gu Hang. And Yin wasn't sure he could make that leap. He had too much to lose. He wasn't a native of Fury Owl Star with nowhere else to go. Gu Hang saw the hesitation and didn't push. He smiled gently and said, "No need to decide now. You're still under my command for the moment, and that's enough. The future will give you the clarity you need." Yin let out a breath of relief and nodded. "Thank you, Governor." "Now then," Gu Hang said, clapping his hands. "What did you actually come to report?" "There's a force from Fuxing City approaching. They're not hostile. The man in charge claims to be the grandson of Hodgson, chairman of the Alliance Parliament. He says he's come to protect you." Gu Hang's expression shifted, somewhere between amusement and cynicism. "The Parliament's troops? Whether they mean harm or good. It's a little late, isn't it? What are your orders? Should we disperse them?" "No. Let's see what they want. Bring in the 3rd Battalion. Disarm them, escort them here. We need help cleaning the field anyway. And I wouldn't mind meeting this so-called grandson." "Understood." Yin returned shortly after, leading the newcomers. Roughly 80 soldiers, disarmed, were now helping move corpses alongside Gu Hang's own troops. In front of him stood a neatly dressed young officer. "Lambert Hodgson," Gu Hang read aloud, raising an eyebrow. The young man snapped to attention. "Governor Gu, sir. What brings you here?" "I've come to protect the governor." "Uh-huh. And does her grandfather know?" "I'm acting on the chairman's direct orders." Gu Hang smirked. "Well, your timing could use work. The battle's over. The enemy's dead. If you came to save me, you missed your cue." Lambert bowed his head. "I apologize, Governor. We are late, yes. But please know, we are here in good faith. My men and I are at your disposal, unconditionally. Whatever you ask, we will follow." Gu Hang's eyes narrowed, lips curling slightly in a wry smile. Author's note: this is an original universe, loosely inspired by the Warhammer 40K aesthetic, adapted into a unique setting through the lens of the Star-Lord storyline. While it borrows from 40K thematically, all world building, characters, and plot developments are original or reimagined. If you notice differences from established lore, treat this version as canon for this novel. It's a space opera at heart, with all the grit, glory, and fire that implies.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
He stepped forward and gave Lambert a big hug. "I'm willing to believe in you. Welcome to join, young comrades." Lambert's statement was very sincere, but Gu Hang didn't fully believe it. It's just that this guy brought a group of people, and if he was asked to disarm, he would disarm, and if he was asked to work, he would do the work, so why worry too much? Gu Hang doesn't expect anything from them, and secondly, he doesn't know how to use them to do important work, so he just cleans up the battlefield and acts as a porter. Who can do it? Just use it and you're done. As for trust, it's not expressed in words. With longer time and more experience, he will always show his true self. Moreover, this guy brought an even bigger surprise to Gu Hang. Along with him, in addition to Dash armed soldiers, there were more than Dash refugees. According to Lambert, this was recruited from outside the city when he set off. The reason why he did this was because he heard that a businessman named Dennison Henry had recruited refugees for the governor. Thinking about it, the governor's manpower gap is quite large, so he did this once when he set off. Not only that, but he also arranged manpower to carry out long-term migration propaganda outside Fuxing City, propagating that the governor will have a good job, good treatment, and food, clothing, warmth, and starvation. Yoho, the young man is very good. Gu Hang was overjoyed. For this reason, he was too embarrassed to rant when he called Old Hodgson. But there's really nothing to spray. The attack should really have nothing to do with them. At least there is no evidence to prove this. Those who did it were heretics, and the powerful storm magic made this point clear. Moreover, before the attack, it was Hodgson who gave him a warning in advance. At the moment, Old Hodgson also said that they have made further progress in their investigation of the cult. They captured two middle-level missionaries of the original Rajal sect and learned that this cult organization is indeed secretly increasing its operations in Fushing City, and there may be a plan in progress. Continuing along the line should yield more rewards. In addition to the cult issues that Gu Heng used to manipulate the alliance government, Hodgson's performance in other aspects also made Gu Heng quite satisfied. Sending a grandson over, whether it is to serve him or to be a hostage, is itself an expression of attitude. As for the actual situation, he also made his attitude very clear. 500 soldiers and 2,000 refugees may not be a big deal. Hodgson has already vaguely promised that he will act in accordance with the instructions of the governor in Fushing City and cooperate with the governor. But Hodgson also said he needed the governor to understand his difficulties, that he is the president of the council, but he is not eloquent. Directly providing resources, promoting a certain decree, replacing a certain member of parliament, mobilizing the army on a large scale. All of these ultimately require the entire parliament to discuss and form a resolution. Gu Heng didn't force much on this matter. It's useless to force. At present, Hodgson can be considered to be on his side, at least according to his attitude. It doesn't make much sense to force him. On the contrary, Gu Heng still needs Hodgson to help him force those congressmen. This time, Gu Heng chatted with Hodgson for a long time. From what he needs Hodgson to do, what kind of support he provides, how to advance Gu Heng's will step by step, and what kind of situation the revival city has reached, Gu Heng will consider re-entering the city. It even slightly involves him entering the main alliance, what kind of policies and reforms will be implemented after taking over the power of the governor, how to make the entire planet pay taxes in 2 years, and at the same time ensure that the planet continues to develop. If the conversation is not in depth, most of the places are just tasted. After all, Gu Heng still doesn't fully trust the chairman of the council who said he would side with him. But to be able to talk about these topics and talk so widely, Gu Heng can be regarded as accepting the chairman of the council to a certain extent. As for the moment, Gu Heng does not plan to visit Fushing City in the near future. The problem of the cult has not yet been resolved, and his safety is not guaranteed when he goes to Fushing City. His power is not fully concentrated, and it is not easy to use his hands and feet when he goes there. But that time will not be too far away. Fushing City, the inner city, a certain private club. 3 big figures who are well known in the entire alliance are gathering here. These 3 are all members of the alliance, and each has a large property in Fushing City. However, their faces were all very gloomy. Bradford said, "Everyone has finished listening to the recording. Don't keep talking, let's talk about your thoughts." He is a business tycoon in Fushing City. He doesn't have many businesses under his umbrella, but he has strong business channels in the southeast and northwest. Many things that Fushing City produces can only be sold through his channels. Things that Fushing City does not produce need to be bought through his channels. In Fushing City, a place with a commercial hub as its core, one can imagine his status. After Bradford finished speaking, the old man sitting next to him shook his head and said, "I still can't understand why old Hodgson would do this. Isn't he afraid of repeating the situation of the second governor?" This person's name is Norris, and his family is an industrial tycoon in Fushing City. Its subsidiaries include food factories, chemical factories, textile factories, and other important categories, and also set foot in the medical industry. He and Vaughn were considered important allies. After Vaughn's death, the industry collapsed, which had a great impact on him. When he mentioned the situation of the second governor, the faces of the other 2 became more gloomy. They all recalled that terrible era in unison. 12 years ago, the second-generation governor came to Fury Star on a frigate at that time. The alliance was still very strong. Although the structure was a little loose, it was in line with the reality of Fuxiaoxing. The major forces would at least respond to the requirements of the alliance government, not to mention obeying orders. This is the solid foundation laid down by a generation of governors. However, this foundation almost collapsed in just 6 years. After the governor landed and mastered the authority of the governor, he did not take the path of the previous governor to recuperate and develop first. He believes that the previous generation of governors was due to their kindness and weakness, which led to insufficient taxation. The natives of Star Fury are disloyal, and they need to be punished with the strictest attitude to pay taxes. He sat in this position for 6 years. The first 2 times he paid enough imperial taxes by means of looting and coercion. But his tyranny also sparked turmoil that swept across the world. The flames of rebellion spread everywhere. Some forces broke away from the alliance. Some forces rebelled against others. Some forces violently resisted, and some forces perished. The entire planet suffered a huge population loss in 6 years. This kind of loss includes not only a large amount of manpower being handed over as imperial taxes, but also a large number of people who died due to turmoil, and those who died of starvation and freezing due to lack of supplies. The first governor's 17 years of recuperation on Fury Owl was almost destroyed. The second-generation governor, of course, was unable to support the third taxation and died in the hands of the Imperial Taxation Department. Those 6 years were something that no one from the Star of Fury wanted to live again, whether poor or rich. The last of the 3 stood up. He is a burly man, and he still wears a camouflage uniform when he hangs out with friends. He is Mundok, a Union general in Fushing City. The 20 standing soldiers, the 70 odd planes, and the dash tanks are all theoretically his subordinates. Everything must be back on track. Old Hodgson's mistakes must be corrected. Parliament impeachment? I remember that the next parliament will start in 4 days, but we may not succeed. The old Hodgson has been in business for so many years and has many supporters. It will take a lot of time for us to connect. No, Mondoc vetoed the statement. That's too slow. We need a faster way. The other 2 froze. They saw Mundok's slightly hideous expression. The situation in Fushing City is treacherous. Gu Hang can roughly guess a little bit, but he can't know it too clearly. He didn't care too much about it. He is still squeezing the development progress of the entire territory. The 2nd Battalion and 3rd Battalion are continuing to be recruited, and Gu Hang plans to recruit another infantry battalion. The new arrivals were an important source of soldiers. With options available, Gu Hang has been working hard to avoid 2 consistent sources of soldiers in unit. But now, other groups under his command have been mobilized several times, and it is difficult to spare more people. Therefore, Gu Hang simply spent 3 gift points on the newly recruited 2 soldiers to complete the initial training, and then pulled out some veterans from the 3ND and 4RD battalions and mixed them into the -DH battalion. So far, the total population under Gu Hang's command has reached 8,000 people, and there are soldiers. There is still a huge manpower gap. However, what Hodgson's grandpa and grandson arranged before is gradually taking effect at this moment. Except for the more than 2,000 refugees who came with Lambert in the past few days, there have been refugees one after another every day. Because they heard the propaganda about the governor's camp, they moved here with their families. This allowed Gu Hang's forces to add a few dozen to as many as 100 or 200 people every day. Although it does not quench your thirst, it is a good thing to have continuous drinking water. 1 by 1 smelting furnaces were sent to the waste whole society after being manufactured by the black box mother machine. Truckloads of hot ash stone, metal scrap, and metal minerals were transported from Garbage Town and sent to the smelting factory. Some of the alloy plastic steel produced in the Waste Cave Society were sent to Fushing City and sold through Dennis and Henry's channel. Some remained in the Waste Cave Society or were forged into armor vests, which were given priority to supply the governor's new recruit soldiers, but some of them will also be sent to Junktown for sale. The other part of the alloy plastic steel will enter the newly established G9 gun family workshop, be processed into various parts, and be assembled again. The G9 gun family has gradually started mass production in Gu Hang's territory, and it is no longer like before, which can only be produced by the mother machine. The population of the Waste Cave Club has now even surpassed that of the governor's camp. Heavy industry is simply a black hole of population, as if no matter how many people are filled in, it can be eaten. As for the governor's camp, the development of light industry is relatively slow. Textile mills and synthetic starch factories have already started operations, but the latter machines are not enough, and the technicians who have come down from the starship have not yet overcome the method of how to make synthetic starch machines according to the current industrial base. Now, there are two production lines in operation. The former is logically able to absorb a lot of people, but according to the plan, the priority of recruiting workers from the heavy industry at the Waste Hole Society is higher, and the textile factories here can only recruit female workers. Even many female workers go to the factory. Abandon the Waste Hole Society. At the same time, there's a great demand for construction workers in the two places. Factories need to be expanded, residential buildings need to be expanded, and in addition to these, there are also shops, distribution stations, canteens, school buildings, administrative institutions. These all need to be built. The corresponding facilities also need to be supplemented by population. Population, population, population. The unemployment rate of Guhang's forces has almost reached zero. This also means that every citizen who comes to the governor's camp has received a warm welcome. The heads of all factories, production lines, and departments are all scrambling to rob people. Men go to factories, women go to textile factories, children are raised by collectives, and there are educational institutions. As long as the elderly can walk, there will always be a job for them, even if it is just to liberate another labor force. When the forces under his command were almost running like clockwork, Guhang also ushered in the moment of settlement in the second month after he arrived at Star Fury. Current gift points, 88. Monthly fixed income, 56. Governor Temporary Camp, 17/Terra Month. Waste Cave Society, 39/Terra Moon. A fixed monthly income is paid out. The gift he had left before was 36 points, to replenish the 2nd Battalion and 3rd Battalion, and to establish the 4th Battalion. A total of 4 recruits needed to be trained, and he spent 56 gift points. Plus the 88 points issued this month, the total is dash. The value of monthly income here is a quantitative comparison of the development speed. Almost half a month ago, this number was still in the early 20s, but now it has more than doubled. This is already the limit of the current population size. If there is any further improvement, the population must increase significantly and still be able to maintain an extremely low unemployment rate and high production efficiency. Under this premise, Guhang looked at the hundreds of thousands of impoverished people outside Fuxing City and felt that it was a waste of money. With this population size, if people can make the best use of it, what a terrifying number it would be. It is a huge loss to let them be unemployed, hungry, and cold outside the city. However, talking about the development of his own power, after meeting someone, Guhang felt that his thinking had opened up a bit. That person is named Asuna. It was after the battle in the heterogeneous woodland that he found a person who appeared on the hero interface and could awaken as a hero. At first, Guhang thought that this girl, who didn't look like a warrior at all, might have some kind of psychic talent. After activating it in the hero interface, she could awaken into a psychic. Psychic talents are rare in the human population. But after all, he has 8,000 people under his command, so it's not too much to have such a one, right? But after seeing the real person, Guhang was a little disappointed at first. This girl is not as talented as he thought. As a psionicist himself, he was able to judge it. But after in-depth communication, and even knowing what this girl did when she joined the textile factory and became a manager, Guhang found that he might have picked up a treasure that was no worse than a psychic. To put it bluntly, there is nothing too unusual. Asuna didn't improve any workmanship. She just rearranged the working system of the entire factory according to her own thinking and trained a few left and right hands to implement the system with her. Account records, work plans, incentive policies, results assessment, execution efficiency. When these things are implemented one by one, the management efficiency of the textile factory has been effectively improved. The inevitable chaos and extensiveness in the process of rapid development of the territory have been effectively improved. This made Guhang realize that the limit seems to have not been reached. Even if the population does not increase and the equipment does not increase, the establishment and continuous reform of the administrative management system can still increase productivity. What is the relationship between the economic base and the superstructure? Gu Heng thought about it in his head. To be honest, it would certainly not be bad for Gu Heng to do these tasks, these rules and regulations, and these management policies by himself. But he's the governor, he is the ruler, and he must grasp all the military and government property that it is unrealistic for him to deal with every detail in every detail. Maybe it's okay now, but in the future, when the power under his command grows bigger, it will be less and less likely for him to do so. He needs an efficient administrative system, bureaucrats, civil servants. These roles are essential. And the girl in front of her seemed to be a good choice. Her potential was even recognized by the Chapter 55 excellent political officer. Asana was still a little dizzy when she left the governor's palace, which was just a big house. When she first found out that the governor was going to see her, she was quite nervous. She had a natural and generous personality, but after several months of hardships, she added a wildcat look, willing to fight and desperate. But she was still nervous and overwhelmed. The hardships of the past few months were so unforgettable that after coming to the governor's camp, she once again lived a stable life without worrying about what to eat tomorrow or safety issues, and she cherished it extremely. She worked very hard at work, entered the textile factory, and became a manager because of the most literacy. She tried her best to translate her ideas and experiences according to her own ideas and experiences, as well as the books she had read in the pre-war era. Ideas were proposed and implemented. She herself thinks that she has done a good job, but there are indeed some places, not to mention deviant, at least it is different from other factories and units. Could the governor be angry about this? With a feeling of anxiety, she met the governor. This was the first time she had seen the governor up close. She thought that he should be a majestic man, but she didn't expect that he was quite young, as if he was not much older than herself. He has a handsome face and wears a golden, gorgeous, and straight military uniform, but his smile is quite easygoing. The governor first asked her about her living conditions and past life experiences, and she answered them one by one in the chat. The mood is also slightly relieved. Later, she talked about her work in the textile factory and her thinking. While listening, she also raised some in-depth questions and suggestions from time to time. Asana felt that the communication with the governor was very pleasant. She found that the governor is a good listener, and the occasional questions are just right at the same time. She also felt that the governor's insights were also very profound, which gave her a lot of inspiration. Achieve a lot. And after the conversation was over, something happened that she didn't expect at all. The Governor General mentioned that a new department named Production Department will be established with the purpose of governing all its factories, formulating production plans, and optimizing the system. And she will be nominated as the acting head of the Production Department. System. Then Gu Heng didn't have too many other scruples. She felt flustered and terrified, feeling at a loss what to do. If it were a few months ago when she was really a young lady, she might have chosen to escape because of fear and worry that she would not do well. But now, after several months of suffering, she knows that any opportunity needs to be fought for by herself. The governor gave the opportunity, and she was fully aware of what this position and this job meant. She had no idea at all, but it didn't stop her from trying to convince herself that she had to try and change her destiny. She can't live up to the opportunity given by the governor. She must be worthy of the trust of the governor so that she can hold her destiny in her hands. And it doesn't seem like I'm really incapable of doing it. In the past, she probably couldn't do it. But this time, after chatting with the governor, after she walked out, she always felt that her mind was churning. The governor's words just now seemed to have turned into some strange, huge, and useful knowledge. Many things that I didn't understand and didn't know how to do before, I seem to be able to figure out now, and I can find a suitable way to deal with it. Many things that I thought I had done well before can now think of more suitable solutions, can make the results better. This situation, when she was talking with the governor, she had already vaguely noticed it. He wasn't quite sure what the reason for this was, so he sighed casually. Then he saw the governor showing a strange smile to her. Normal situation. Maybe this is the revelation from the emperor. This is your revelation, she complimented. Gu Heng laughed and waved his hands at that time. Don't say that. I can't afford it. Activated Hero, Asana, Level, LV1, Physical 4, Spirituality 5, Commander 7, Politics 9. Characteristic: excellent government officials, good at statistics, arrangements, and planning of various political and economic affairs. Arranging her in a suitable position can improve administrative efficiency. Politics +1. Looking at that N, Guhang had a weird expression on his face. On top of N, is there still R, SR, SSR? It turns out that this is not a farming system, nor a war system, but a card drawing system, right? There are also elements of character development. So far, 3 functions with randomness have appeared in his system. Guhang complained in his heart, but being able to activate Osina is pretty good. Even more valuable than activating Yen Fengshu. At present, within Guhang's sphere of influence, there is a shortage of people, but there is also a shortage of talents. The military aspect may be better. After all, there is a soldier card system that can provide training bonuses for the entire army, and there's also Yin Fengshu, a serious Imperial Navy captain. Even if he is not activated as a hero, he still has excellent military command skills. To put it bluntly, it can make do with it. On the contrary, on the side of government affairs, Guhang really didn't have any suitable candidates. Before that, he could only use his followers Zhang Chao and Patel to coordinate the situation of the entire camp. This is a lot of pressure for both of them. Zhang Chao's actions were SOSO, not a big mistake. But it was just the case that Guhang didn't have any more expectations from him. If there is a further request, I am afraid that Zhang Chao will not be able to bear it. In addition, the heavy industry group of the Waste Cave Society is currently in charge of Patel, the former leader of the Waste Cave Society. He is also learning while doing it. His past experience is far from enough to deal with the various problems that have emerged in the rapid development of the heavy industry in Wudong. He worked very hard, but it was also very hard. Even if he was so reluctant, it was difficult to really improve his own level to the necessary level. Now that he has an extra Osina under his command, Guhang can feel more at ease when it comes to government affairs. As for raising someone to such an important high position so quickly, will it be a bit of a blow to the seedlings, and there will be no promotion in the future? This is possible, but Guhang can't take care of so much now. Solve the practical problems first, the so-called way of employing people. Let's wait a little later. Regarding the matter of Asana being activated as a hero, Guhang also discovered a hidden mechanism of the system. People who can be activated as heroes don't seem to be fixed. It wasn't the first day that Asana came to his camp, but she was detected by the system after she showed a relatively good ability and was determined to be activated. After that, people like Patel and Zhang Chao, with the increase of work experience and the improvement of their own perception, is it possible that their potential will also increase and become candidates who can be activated? Even Asana, who is set as the lowest rarity of N level, is it possible that the potential will increase in the future? Guhang thinks it is very possible. The real world is not a game. People will change. People with outstanding talents may hurt Zhong Yong. People with poor talents may suddenly realize one day. This is uncertain. After spending 10 gift points on Asana, Guhang still has 78 points in his hand. There is no doubt that he spent 50 points on himself directly. Upgrade. Upgrade successfully. Physical attribute +1. Spiritual attribute +1. Please choose one of the 5 directions of physique, spirituality, commander, leader, and uniqueness to generate new talents. Guhang tried to click unique as usual, but it still didn't come out. In desperation, Guhang could only choose the route ahead. I've already thought about what to choose, and it is still the spiritual route. Mind power control. Now you can use your spirituality to directly control physical objects. Spirituality +1. This spiritual talent is quite unpretentious. In Guhang's memory, many psychic users manifested their psychic talents in this way, which is quite conventional. But conventional does not mean weak. Instead, it's a very powerful talent, especially when the spiritual strength of the psyker itself is large enough. It's a pity not to have a more powerful psionic talent, but the result itself is not bad. Since then, his overall attributes have become like this. Hero, Gu Heng, faction leader, LV3, inexperience cannot upgrade. Physique, 9, spirituality, 17. Characteristics, psychic spellcaster, governor of furious All-Star. Talent, spiritual energy for body protection, mind power control. The attributes need to be specially mentioned. Gu Heng has figured it out now. The average level of a healthy mortal is about 5. Take Asana, as an example. The girl is a bit thin and weak, but her spirituality is no different from that of a normal person. She has good commanding skills and can be a leader. It is a bit difficult to be a military commander, but she's not a big problem in managing logistics. The political attribute is the highest, and it is more suitable to be a high-quality government official. As for Gu Heng himself, the commander and political attribute points will not be displayed. It seems that the system is not willing to quantify his ability in these two aspects. As for the two objective abilities of physique and spirituality, he will increase a little each time he upgrades. And every point, it grows about 1.5 times. Now his physical attributes, from strength to shock resistance to nerve reaction speed, a series of abilities combined, are about 5 times that of ordinary people. And his spiritual attributes reached 129 times that of ordinary people. If the total strength of his spirituality before could only be regarded as an excellent psyker, now he can be regarded as powerful. Who was not a psionic master? Gu Heng was still very satisfied with this. If he was allowed to return to the battle in the alien woodland a few days ago, it would become extremely easy. When the 3 cultists rode the Stormbird and flew out of the woodland, he was able to crush the 3 guys in the air. There was no need to wait for them to reach a certain distance. In order to interfere with the Stormbird and rely on the strengthened Marine Corps elite to help. In fact, he can almost understand now that any psionic talent is just icing on the cake. What is really decisive is the spirituality itself. This thing determines the overall spiritual power strength. As long as it is high enough, no matter how shallow it is to use it, it can be finalized at a critical time. That's what it means to drop 10 meetings with one force. That's what it means to drop 10 meetings with one force. After completing the improvement of his self-level, Gu Heng still has 28 gift points left to spend. After thinking about it for a while, he still couldn't hold back and took it to draw a technology card. And this time, there is a 40% chance of getting into the soul. Gu Heng let out a long sigh of relief, and if he missed 2 consecutive rounds, he would call the police. He couldn't wait to take a look to see what this newly drawn technology was. Basic level technology, whetstone, hybrid engine. The most frequently used engine within the unlimited territory of the Empire, IT can flexibly use various types of biofuels, fossil fuels, and batteries to provide power. IT can be flexibly configured and set size regulations if IT is not advanced and powerful enough, but it is versatile enough, and it can be seen in countless Empire worlds. Gu Heng blossomed. The technology cards drawn are all good things. With the current attitude of the forces under his command, it seems that everything he can draw is quite powerful. But in any case, the whetstone engine still has an irreplaceable role. As mentioned in the system introduction, this thing is not advanced at all. At least compared with those powerful engines that use material reactors, energy crystals, and supercompressed energy, they are far behind. But if you really want to give Gu Heng such a high-level engine, he can't use it. He is nowhere to find enough qualified nuclear fuel, and he can't mass-produce energy crystals, let alone ultra-compressed energy and spiritual energy. And even with these adapted high-level energy sources, it is useless. These more powerful power sources are used in power armor, Titan mechs, mobile fortresses, and various starships. Gu Heng couldn't make anything. The low-end attributes of the whetstone engine are just right. Its most outstanding place is that it is not taboo about driving fuel. Put the whole battery on it, it can move. The whole diesel, gasoline, kerosene, it can move. The whole biofuel, put a piece of firewood or crops on it, and through pyrolysis and gasification to produce liquid or gaseous fuel, it can still move. Moreover, it has a very wide range of applications. You can build a small, earthy, sturdy, and easy-to-use one, and you can make a 3-jumper, and you could build a larger, more powerful one to build a tank, and then build a larger one, arranged in a power pack which can be driven big cargo ship. Make it lighter and higher quality, and use higher quality fuel to make it into an aero engine. Very useful. With it, Gu Hang's construction machinery and vehicle manufacturing industry will be established. He was still thinking before that with the development of the territory, the transportation volume would increase, and the brute force that he had seized incidentally when transporting the materials extorted from Fuxing City before was becoming more and more insufficient. He was still thinking about where to get a few more cows. Now, don't worry about that. Who would use the backward animal power? At most, it can use some waste heat on some rough terrain where the car really can't run. It is not that with engines, there are cars and engineering machines. Chassis, moving parts, suspension system, transmission system, body design, handling system. There's a lot more than the engine that is needed to make a good car. However, the question of good and bad can be resolved later, with a suitable source of motivation. There is a beginning. To put it bluntly, take the entire car frame, the entire transmission rod, and the entire wheels of alloy plastic steel, and build a 3-wheel jumper that can run, and pull a cart behind it, which is much better than using human and animal power. Now that the engine is available, if some design plans for vehicles and engineering machines are drawn out later, the heavy industry in Gu Hang's territory can take another big step forward. Before that, Gu Hang planned to find someone to design a simple car that could move, improve transportation efficiency, and make some exports by the way that if the output is not bad and the performance is sufficient, a small 3-wheeled truck can be assembled to equip our troops, and the high and low will also be a motorized infantry regiment. Gu Hang came to his secret base, where a basement was dug and a wall was built. The loyal and reliable machine servants received strict orders to stay here and not allow anyone to enter. Of course, the governor can come in as he pleases. Here, the 2 technologies and 4 black box manufacturing machines that were drawn out before are all there. In addition, a lot of open space has been reserved out on the one hand. It is reserved for the 4 existing machines to feed and produce. On the other hand, it is also convenient to place more machines in the future. He can figure the new 2 machines. There are also workers in this secret factory. The level of confidentiality is high, and they are not allowed to leak information. They are required to live in the factory. They are not allowed to go out unless there are special circumstances, and they will be monitored when they go out. They poured the raw materials into the finished black box for producing the engine, and soon, under Gu Hang's initial settings, 2 engines, one large and one small, that met his requirements were produced. These 2 engines will be sent to the Research Institute and handed over to the technician who got off the quintet to figure it out. Anyway, there is no prospect of conquering the self-produced synthetic starch production line, and it is a bit difficult to get it out. There is no way. The Industrial Foundation and Scientific Research Foundation under Gu Hang's command are all in shambles. Even if it is a relatively basic technology from the perspective of the civilization of the entire empire, it is difficult to come up with it. This also proves the value of the scientific and technological functions in the Gu Hang system. To put it bluntly, if Gu Hang wants to pay taxes every 2 years in the future, whether the things given by the technology panel can be used well will be the key. If Gu Hang had the ability to turn Fury Star into a small forging world, then there would be no need to worry about the lowest imperial tax. Back to the moment. 2 of the finished products were made out of black boxes first, and more can be made when the Research Institute has a specific application plan. The black box of the production line is not in a hurry to move first. Similarly, when the application plan can be implemented, it will start to produce engines at full capacity. There's no need to worry about these. Gu Hang placed high hopes on the person who wanted to figure out how to overcome the technical difficulties of synthetic starch, and who wanted to come up with an application plan for the whetstone engine, scratching his head with his mechanical hand at the moment, thinking about his secret factory. Wu Jiaron was really curious. She comes from a foundry world, a tech specialist who once had the potential to be promoted to machinist. But the internal fighting situation of the Mechanicus is much more serious than what outsiders imagined. She lost the battle, not only failed to be promoted, but also all her property and knowledge became someone else's. Incidentally, she herself lost her personal freedom. It was paid as an imperial tax. But since then, she can't count on the luck of the times. But at least the situation has not continued to be miserable. Anyway, she is a technical specialist, not a slave laborer. When the Pegasus fleet needed to be replenished, she was thrown into the quintet, and she worked for 10 years. She had already accepted her fate. After leaving the Forge world and the system of Mechanicus, she is unlikely to have any room for improvement. Even on the quintet, she is not the only technical commissioner, and there are even several technical priests, but it is difficult for her to be accepted as a student, and she will strive for opportunities to develop again when she is taken away from the starship in the future. Even after a long time, she still feels that there is nothing wrong with living like this now. It's not too busy, so you don't need to intrigue, do your own thing well, and maintain the part of the starship structure that you're responsible for, especially the logistics system. There is still a group of slave laborers and junior commissioners under her management and deployment. As for herself, she also has some spare time after work, which can be used to study things she is interested in, make some gadgets, and amuse herself quite a bit. It's not a bad day, it seems. And just when she had almost accepted her fate, a transfer order from Brigadier General Elisha brought her, along with a few junior commissioners, to the surface with a synthetic starch production line and spare parts. The good days are over. She thought so. Wu Jiarong found that she seemed unable to accept her fate. As long as you accept your fate, you'll be slapped immediately, and then you'll be slapped one level lower to see if you still recognize it. 10 years ago, she failed to win the fight and gave up. When she planned to consider promotion next time, she was chased and killed and became an imperial tax. It's good to have sex and even plan to find a man to marry and give birth to a baby before the body transformation has changed to the stomach, but was dispatched to the surface of Fu Xiaoxing. Anyway, there will always be a lower limit. But what can be done? She can only bear the burden of hard work. However, after coming to the surface, she found that it seems that the situation is not as bad as she imagined. She knew that Governor Gu almost started to develop this place from a very poor background. The Industrial Foundation and Scientific Research Foundation are almost zero eggs. But other than that, everything else turned out to be full of benefits. She has no worries about food and clothing, and the food is even better than that on the starship. Although she has received the order of the governor and is studying how to realize the synthetic starch technology with limited conditions, she does not need to eat synthetic starch herself. According to the work point calculation made by the governor, her work points are quite high, and the ration quota and quality are good. You can get the sun during the day and the night wind at night, which is not the case on the starship. The more important point is that she has found her long-lost goal again. This thing sounds false, but when it comes to reality, it's just one thing: knowing what's the point of what you're doing. She saw that the refugees from Fuxing City in the camp were not full of food. To be honest, she didn't have much sympathy for this, but through her own research, it was not a bad thing to let them eat at that time. She will be able to see people's smiling faces, she will be praised by the governor, and she will know that her work has really changed something. It's not like being on a starship, day after day, year after year, but no clear work results can be seen. There seems to be no big difference between those artillery and those machines, whether they are maintained every day or at intervals. Besides, the subject of synthetic starch given by the governor is also very interesting. It's challenging, but it seems to be within my ability. She is motivated to do well. In addition to such things as motivation and goals, she also found another thing that had disappeared for a long time: curiosity. She was so curious about what happened to the governor's secret factory. Is the forces under the command of Governor Gu Hang a real technological wasteland? Yes, but not exactly. Most of the places are crude and backward beyond words. However, Wu Jiarong was able to see the best alloy plastic steel material here. This does not refer to the alloy produced by the so-called Waste Whole Society, but the special alloy that the governor specially ordered to be transported to her. Others don't realize it. They just think that the two materials look more beautiful on the outside and should be more usable, but they don't know the specific difference in detail, But she clearly understands that this kind of alloy plastic steel can be regarded as a special material. Not to mention the broken place like New Xiaoxing. Many places with a strong industrial foundation cannot produce this kind of special alloy plastic steel. Even in the foundry world she was in before, the output of this material was very low. When doing some research and production work, it was very difficult to apply for or purchase this stuff. She couldn't believe that it was produced locally by Fu Xiaoxing. There must be some unknown secrets in it. She had inquired about it, but she didn't dare to make a big fuss. At first, she thought that when the governor came to this planet, he had stockpiled a batch of high-performance materials, but they haven't used them up yet. But later, when the G9 rifles started to appear, she knew that things were definitely not as simple as she thought. And now, the governor sent someone to send her 2 whetstone engines with different specifications. The technical content of this thing is not particularly high, and it is not an advanced product at the level of the entire galaxy. However, just like special alloy plastic steel, the most rare thing is the technological value contained in it. Whetstone engines can be made everywhere, but it is the first time Wu Jiarong has seen such a good one. It's as if someone has spent his whole life working on how to make an engine that can only be used as a power source for 3 jumpers. Highlight 1 outrageous. A bold idea came to her mind. I couldn't fall asleep after thinking about it. For a while, I felt that I was really whimsical, but for a while, I felt that it might be true. Otherwise, I couldn't think of any other explanation. How could there be such a thing as a black box manufacturing machine on a mere wasteland planet without a governor with real power? If you want to say that Governor Gu's own family, the wealthy Gu family in the Tianma Star District, has one treasure, then there's still a little possibility, just a little bit. Is it possible that his family brought it to him? It doesn't feel very realistic either. Wu Jiarong still couldn't figure it out, but she didn't dare to think any further. We'll die. Even she has already started to regret. Why did she inquire about the secret factory before? What's next? This tossing and turning mentality lasted until the next day, making her feel a little restless when she was working. Then, she heard a piece of news that shook her even more. What? The governor is coming. Yes. One of her apprentices, a junior commissioner, was a little puzzled as to why the mentor seemed to be in dire straits. What's wrong with this? I can see the apprentice's doubts, but Wu Jiarong has no intention of explaining. Say what? Speaking of your mentor, I seem to have guessed the secret of the governor, and now I am afraid that the governor will silence me. She could only prepare hastily. To be honest, the new task given by the governor, asking her to come up with 2 plans that can use 2 types of whetstone engines, one large and one small, is actually not difficult to do. With her level and the premise of excellent materials, it is very simple to produce 2 kinds of cars that can run and use. However, the time is short, and she has been restless recently, so she hasn't done it properly. Now that the governor is coming, she has no choice but to say that she hasn't done anything recently. Hurry up and hold on to the Buddha's feet temporarily, not to mention that you will be able to come up with the design plan immediately. At least wait until the governor asks. It is good to have some ideas and a few pictures. Facts have proved that her preparation in advance is still valuable. When the governor arrived, she was able to talk eloquently, and she could take out the small parts that had just been rubbed and machined with tools and cooperate with the design drawings to talk about her own ideas. At the beginning, she stumbled a bit because she felt that this temporary thing was a bit rough, and at most she could only be considered able to run. But seeing the governor nodding, she gradually relaxed a little. I'm still of a good standard, and the governor's requirements are not that high. With a relaxed mood, she can more freely express her technical level to the governor. This is the only thing she is proud of after she came to New Xiaoxing in the past, whether it was in the Forge world or on a starship with a technical priest. Her technical level was not worth mentioning. Only on the surface of the Angry Owl Star, she is the only one. Seeing Governor Gu keep nodding and listening seriously, Wu Jiarong's mood is getting better and better. She even began to feel that it was not a bad thing to leave the starship and come to the surface. No one can overwhelm her here. She is the most trusted technician by the governor. Of course, this is because no one can compete with her. But isn't that a good thing? If you can dominate and be the leader, why do you have to get involved with a group of other technical bigwigs? Just when she had such a thought, Gu Hang spoke again. Commissioner Wu, I have another question. Your Excellency Governor, I can help you answer any doubts you have. Wu Jiarong took it all in confidence. Why are you so curious about the secret factory? Wu Jiarong fell into an ice cave. She has one thought now. People really can't have the idea of admitting their fate. In her whole life, as long as she accepts her fate, she will end badly. The last thing I wanted to face happened. At this moment, she couldn't even think of the excuses she had pondered when she tossed and turned before and when she faced the interrogation. Seeing Wu Jiarong's face puffed up, hesitating, not knowing what to say, Gu Heng showed a gentle smile instead. Commissioner Wu, don't be so nervous. You have some guesses, right? Just speak out boldly. Hearing Gu Heng's question, Wu Jiarong seemed discouraged. Yes, in your secret factory, is there a black box manufacturing machine? Yes, Gu Heng admitted with a smile. Wu Jiarong got the answer to her previous curious question and confirmed her guess. But in the current situation, she is not happy at all. Wu Jiarong sighed deeply. I would rather you not tell me this. You just need to tell a simple lie, and I will definitely believe it. But it's not necessary, right? Gu Heng stood up, looking out from the windowsill. Look at this place. 2 months ago, this place was still a wasteland. But now, it already has the appearance of a town. What's more, you have also seen the abandoned cave society in the distance, and it is booming there. Maybe in the eyes of many people, this does not seem like what a governor is doing, but I'm sure I am on the right path. I want to create a seed here, and finally let it take root and germinate in the entire Fury Star. In the future, I envision, Fury Star will have the same powerful productivity as the Foundry world, and the same living environment as the Garden world. Speaking of this, Gu Heng turned his gaze back to Wu Jiarong. Do you believe? Do you believe? Wu Jiarong didn't believe it. Productivity comparable to Forge world? It is possible. Can the standard of living be compared to Garden world? Not without such examples. But have both? Then kidding. The Garden world has a beautiful environment, ample supply of resources, and a superior quality of life for people. It is usually an administrative planet or a business hub planet, .as for the Foundry world. The environment is usually not much better. The whole world will look like a huge factory, and countless people will contribute their sweat and even their flesh and blood. Can these two things be combined casually? Among the countless stars in the entire empire, how many such examples can be found? Can Holy Terra, the capital of the empire, live up to what the governor said it would? Do not know. It can be heard from the propaganda, but she has never been there, has never seen it with her own eyes, and dare not believe it casually. She couldn't even believe that Holy Terra would look like what the governor said, let alone in this remote wasteland planet. Rationally, she felt that the governor was just talking nonsense and drawing big cakes. That pie, it's big and round, but it's ridiculously far away and unreal. But emotionally, she could feel Governor Gu's lofty ambitions. Aspirations, of course, cannot be eaten. Back then, she still had the ambition to be promoted to a mechanic, or even to go up to the level of a technical priest. But in the end, she was paid as an imperial tax. But she felt that she could trust Governor Gu's ambition. Believing that he has an aspiration and believing that this aspiration can be realized are two different things. But just by believing in the governor's ambitions, she can probably imagine in her heart that her governor's future should not be someone who just wants to eat and wait to die, only wants to extort money, only wants to pay the imperial tax every 2 years. The rest of the time is for people who have fun. Then working under such a governor seems probably a good opportunity that I have never had in the past. 10 years ago, she was in the Foundry world, and she thought she was talented, but all she wanted was to be promoted to a mechanic. On the starship, her future was cut off, and all she wanted was to find a better man to marry and have a baby. Then eat and wait to die. One day, I will be too old to retire. But it is also very likely that before that, the quintet will be destroyed in a certain war, and everyone on board will become another part of the space junk. Following a governor and becoming the most important technician under the governor's command, her future achievements may not be mere mechanics or mechanical priests. Perhaps she could have the chance to become a mechanical bishop, or even, she didn't dare to think about it anymore, It was too difficult to be promoted to a sage. That, if you think about it like this, isn't it just as vain as the governors fantasizing that the Fury Star can become a combination of the Foundry world and the Garden world? It's all a long way off, but not that far away either. Indeed, the governor is now poor and white, and the population directly under his control has not even exceeded dash, and even the governor's administrative power cannot be extended to the world. But then again, if the current governor is in power, can he still look up to such a small technical specialist like himself? I'm afraid it's not possible to recruit a bunch of more advanced experts casually. It is just now, when starting a business, that there's an opportunity to send charcoal in a timely manner, and there's an opportunity to grow as the governor continues to take power. What's more, the governor still has a black box manufacturing machine. The value of this thing is extremely precious. According to legend, they come from the distant Golden Age, an era when the Empire was not yet established, and it was almost unverifiable. It is said that the human beings at that time were the masters of the entire universe. Every human being has dignity and can enjoy the best life. It doesn't matter if they can engage in any industry they want according to their own interests, or they don't work at all. The black box manufacturing machine was a product of that era to ensure that human beings can obtain products easily and quickly in any environment. As long as the interstellar colonists have a black box, they can quickly establish a suitable home on a new barren planet. It is also by relying on the black box that human beings can spread their footprints all over the universe in the Golden Age and maintain a level of technology that is not bad in every world. But in today's era, the Empire's technology is completely different from the Golden Age. Scientific research depends on archaeology. This sentence is not a joke. A topic that cannot be solved after 100 years of research in the Foundry world. Maybe one day I discovered an ancient ruin, got a little hint from it, and solved the problem. In fact, many of the various technologies used by the Empire on a large scale are recovered by archaeology, and the level is less than 1% of the Golden Age. Precious Titan armor. In the Golden Age, it may have been just some kind of vehicle driven by a lumberjack. And something like a black box manufacturing machine is even more archaeological. The top priority of scientific research. This thing can directly produce finished products, and it also has extremely high research value. Although the 3 kinds of black boxes suspected to appear in Governor Gu's hands at present, the products produced are all things that have long been rotten in the Empire, and they are of no value in themselves. After all, which normal world cannot produce rifles, alloy plastic steel, and whetstone engines? However, it is the black box itself that is of high value. The output is not that important, but the technology contained in the black box itself from the Golden Age is enough to drive the Church of Mechanics crazy. Gu Heng listened carefully to Wu Jiarong's introduction to him. Some he knew from rummaging through his memory, and some he didn't know. These messages are important, but relatively unimportant. According to Wu Jiarong, he basically gave up the idea of selling black box manufacturing machines that in fact, it's not impossible to sell it at all, and it takes a lot of effort for others to grab it. It might be a more labor-saving way to buy it for a little money. However, Gu Heng won't sell it. Too dangerous. Compared to the Mechanicus, which is extremely powerful in the entire empire, his little governor is nothing. What's more dangerous, if he sold a few units, wouldn't the Church of Mechanics keep an eye on him? Want to get more? Or want to know how on earth he got his precious black box? As for the unimportant point, it is because New Xiaoxing is too remote and inconspicuous that it is difficult for what happened here to reach the ears of mechanics. At present, the interstellar communication of the entire Star Fury is only with the quintet. If you don't leak the news to the sky, this matter will be gone. What's more, it's impossible for Gu Heng to chase after the little things, since he has a black box in his hand and doesn't use it. He was considered careful before, but it was inevitable that some would be exposed. As long as he used it, there was nothing he could do. In the future, he will be more careful. At the same time, he also needs someone to help. Gu Heng looked at Wu Jiarong with expectation. In the communication with Wu Jiarong today, what made him happy was the attitude of this female technician. Although she didn't answer her previous question of believe it or not, she expressed her attitude in the subsequent explanation. And at the end, the meaning is even more obvious. If the governor trusts me, I can work in the secret factory. There will be your research and development center, and all your technological output in the future will have a plausible explanation. Wu Jiarong's attitude appeared humble. Gu Heng looked at her with a smile on his face. Very good. I am very satisfied with your suggestion. I hope you can do everything you promised, and I also guarantee that you will get what you want. Wu Jiarong's heart skipped a beat, but she soon regained her composure. She was sure that Governor Gu understood what she meant. Entering and working in the governor's secret factory, of course, will be able to push all the special output on her in the future that in addition to the normal secrecy mechanism, another layer of illusion is created. That is, there is a talented technical master working for the governor, so as to explain the output of the secret factory or the future Wu Jiarong Research Institute. In this way, if outsiders want to find out the secret, they must first break through the secrecy mechanism and means, and then see her, and then solve her, and then they can get the secret of the black box. The degree of insurance has increased significantly. But again, she gets more. She will become the governor's most important technical advisor. Even if better technical experts come later, she doesn't have to worry about her position being replaced. The output of technical knowledge, various technical achievements will be placed on her head, especially with the development of the governor's territory. More and better new technologies will appear in the future. She may really be able to become a sage lying down. What's more, being able to study the black box, a technological creation of the Golden Age, at close range was something she could never have imagined in the past. With her previous status, it was impossible for her to have access to this top-level research material. She knew that she was not capable of dismantling the black box and studying the contents inside. There are so many things that the top sages in the entire mechanicism have not figured out, and it is even more impossible for her, a small technical specialist, to understand. But even a little gain, a little inspiration, as long as there is a little bit of fur, it may be able to match the results of her long-term study of technology in the past. It's done. The arrangement came very quickly. Immediately after Gu Heng left, Wu Jiarong brought people to settle in the secret factory under the leadership of the governor's loyal servants. It was renamed as a research institute, but unfortunately, it was not changed to Wu Jiarong Research Institute as she wished, but there was no name at all. But she didn't mind either. She has already seen a bright future, so her work motivation is directly full. The application plan of the whetstone engine that Gu Heng asked for, she quickly came up with it. It wasn't a shoddy thing that was made to deal with the governor that day, but a serious one, constructed with painstaking efforts. It's still not advanced, and if it's too advanced, it will embarrass her ability. However, what the governor requires is not advanced, but sufficient reliability and relatively low difficulty in mass production. In these respects, she has achieved the ultimate. She believes that as long as they are at the same level as technical specialists, no one can do better than her. After all, she was almost promoted to a mechanic back then, but she failed in the promotion only because she failed in the struggle. She has always felt that her true level has reached the level of a mechanic. And what she took out was not just as simple as a piece of design drawing, but also contained 2 samples. A small tricycle with a body that can carry 3 people, and there's room for a machine gun on the small body on the side. A military 3 bungee came out just like that. The larger engine was used to build a large front. It is also compatible with various types of vehicle body, carriage, and flat panel, and can be hung behind the front of the vehicle. It can be used for cargo delivery or as a true carrier truck. After seeing the finished product and even trying to drive it himself, Gu Heng was very satisfied with Wu Jiarong's work. He set the model names for these 2 cars. 3 bungee stereotypes, Patroller, XL100. The front of the truck is named Tainyo RN100. These 2 types of cars will definitely continue to iterate in the future. Wu Jiarong has already figured out their large-scale mass production plan, and the follow-up related work will also be handed over to the Waste Whole Society. The alloy plastic steel processing factory will undertake the production of some spare parts. A new car factory will be built, and the process and production line will be built under the guidance of Wu Jiarong, and mass production will begin. The engine yard is not in a hurry. The black box of the mother machine can directly pull out the production line of two different specifications of Whetstone engines. There is no need to rush to do it now. It will not be needed for the time being. The speed of building cars is not enough, and the engine is built too much, and it will be left to eat ashes. Afterwards, Wu Jiarong babbled and told Gu Heng a lot of things she planned to do in the future. Thinking about the black box, improving the technical level as much as possible without dismantling it, perfecting the theory, researching various products of the black box. These are her own cultivation, so I won't say much. In addition, she will also carry out the work of Research Institute to be worthy of the name. In the future, she plans to engage in research and development of propellants and shells. This aspect should be easy to handle. On the production line of the G9 gun family, of course, there's a production process with bullets. And the propellant is also a key part. It's just that the production line produced by the black box is purely for the G9 gun family, and it is not suitable for guns. But since the production process is ready-made with Wu Jiarong's ability, it is appropriate to take out the production part of the propellant separately and specialize in production. In conjunction with the production of upper warheads and warheads, follow-up shells can also be self-produced. Gu Heng doesn't have to worry too much about running out of mortar shells in the future, and his mortar will become empty. It's not just mortar shells, it's also possible to make rockets. With the production capacity of shells, artillery must also be put on the agenda. Unlike mortars, according to Wu Jiarong's design, she is going to produce serious, large-caliber artillery. Artillery is the god of war. She conceived a 155mm howitzer, and the craftsmanship is still adapted to local conditions, with a core of solid leather, durability, high reliability, simple craftsmanship, and easy realization. Of course, this also leads to a possible loss of accuracy, but it is harmless. This is adhering to the governor's idea of first solve the problem, and then solve the good or bad. In addition, rocket launchers that can be used by individual soldiers and rocket pods that can be fired in succession will also be put on the agenda. At that time, with the Iron Bull truck, at most some improved models will be available, such as heavy firepower equipment such as rocket pod launch vehicles, towed artillery, and even self-propelled artillery. Wu Jiarong is a treasure. She can make Gu Heng's black box technology source explainable. In fact, the black box technology he has drawn out are all low-end stuff. Incredible. In addition, it is able to bring more technological products to Gu Heng's subordinates in addition to the black box technology. Climbing the technology tree, relying solely on the black technology of the system, is not enough. Of course, the so-called technology tree is not just military technology. Further development of non-military factory technology is also needed. As for the production line of alloy plastic steel, Wu Jiarong has no ability to transform the already mature production line produced by the black box technology. However, such as hot graystone generator sets, textile machines in textile factories, cement factories, brick factories. These are mostly production technologies imported from other places in Fu-Xiaoxing, and in her eyes there is still many improvement space. However, Wu Jiarong is not supercilious either. If all these research and development tasks are scheduled, her follow-up workload for a long time will already be fully scheduled. The female technician was quite regrettable, as if she wished to help the governor complete the technological upgrade of the entire camp in a short period of time. This made Gu Heng couldn't help sighing in his heart. As expected, human beings, if they want to display their value, subjective initiative is the most important thing. Relying only on duties and slavery, the production efficiency and production capacity are extremely weak. Once people really want to do something and regard it as realizing their own value and their own goals, they can often release huge energy. This energy is the core that changes the world. But after Wu Jiarong returned to her heart and showed a very positive attitude, there was a new movement in Gu Heng's system panel. When he checked the hero's interface, he found that Wu Jiarong's name appeared among the activatable heroes. This is what he expected. After judging that the hero function will have new activation options as people grow, after talking with Wu Jiarong this time, and looking at her follow-up performance, Gu Hang can roughly judge that this guy should there is still potential. In fact, she herself is a talented person. 10 years ago, when she was still young, she was already able to hit the rank of a mechanic at 8T that time. She was only in her early 20s, a female technician with no background, and it was impossible for her to be able to get to this point without hard work and poor talent. If it goes well, it is a bit wishful thinking for this guy to be promoted to a bishop in his lifetime, but it is not a problem to become a technical priest or even a machine soul priest. It's just that her life was not going well, and she couldn't develop to such a limit that she wasted 10 years on the quintet. But now, with Gu Hang here, she found a new way and had a further opportunity. Although it was very unconventional, it was enough to cheer her up and strive to make progress. It is normal for such a person to be recognized by the system as a potential person. Gu Hang casually gave the remaining 10 gifts to Wu Jiarong. Activated Hero, Wu Jiarong. Level, LV2. Constitution 6, Spirituality 8, Commander 5, Politics 3, Skill 11. Characteristic. Once a technical genius. She used to be a technical genius, but the passage of time has smoothed her talent. She may sink forever, but she may also rise up again and regain her former spirituality. Technology +1. Wu Jiarong, who had just been activated, was LV2. Presumably, this is because of his self-accumulation as a technical specialist in the past, which made him recognized as a level 2 hero by the system at AS for the activation fee. It is still fixed at 10 points that I don't know if activating a higher level person to become a hero will consume higher gift points. Another difference is that compared to Asana, Wu Jiarong has one more attribute point, technology. As the name suggests, it should represent her technical level. This guy's political points are only 3, which is far worse than normal people. No wonder he can't get along in a place like the Mechanicus. I only know that I'm terrified. But it doesn't matter. Gu Hang made her a hero, not to make her engage in political work, as long as there are enough technical points to develop and improve more technologies for him, that's fine. After activating Wu Jiarong, Gu Hang only has 8 gift points left. Looking at Yin Fangxiu and Prabhav were still waiting to be activated in the hero interface. Definitely next time. After letting go of the work on the scientific research side, Gu Hang turned his attention back to the productivity building of the camp. As it turned out, Asana had done a pretty good job. With the population of the camp approaching the population increasing by dozens or even hundreds every day, the lack of manpower in various places, and the need to deal with various affairs, she can still arrange things in an orderly manner. That's great. Calling this girl a hero and letting her take on a bigger burden is really the right choice. Zhang Chao didn't seem to be very self-motivated. After Asana helped, Gu Hang observed the kid specially and found that not only was he not unhappy because of Asana's separation of powers, but he was a little happier because of the reduced workload. Gu Hang didn't know whether to be thankful that there were no signs of internal fighting among his subordinates, or to complain about his little followers' inability to support the wall. But in general, Gu Hang is still very satisfied. With Asana's help, he was able to relax a lot and spare some energy to do other things instead of spending a lot of time on various government affairs every day as before. With the saved energy, he can further focus on his next strategy, which is to revive the city. With the help of Hodgson, the chairman of the alliance, Gu Hang felt that the plan he had planned before to control the entire Fuxing city could speed up the process a bit. But just as he was revising his plans, he received a communication request from Yalisha Fofana. The female captain sent him a piece of news that surprised him. Gu Hang, do you know the Phoenix Squad? Hearing this question, Gu Hang's first reaction was that the event he activated before has already kicked off. How long has it been? That warband came so fast. As for the question Yalisha asked, Gu Hang felt that he should answer it more cautiously. It doesn't seem very good to say that you know or don't know. So he asked back, Brigadier General Yalisha, do you know what's going on with the Phoenix Squad? Yalisha didn't think so much. She pondered for a moment, showing hesitation, but still gave Gu Hang a warning. Their situation is very complicated. Yalisha still spoke very vaguely, but she probably meant that 100 years ago, they were sentenced to a redemption expedition. They should perish and should not survive. Now they hold on. Some people will have a headache. I don't give you any advice. Just treat it with caution. After a pause, she continued. They asked to land on the surface and see you. I can't stop it, but if you need it, I can try it. After thinking for a while, Gu Heng still said, no, let them come. Every Space Marine chapter is a mighty force that if they're fully staffed, they will not only have 1,000 top fighters, but also a fleet and hundreds of thousands or even millions of well-equipped mortal auxiliary troops. The Empire will set up such battle groups one after another to garrison some important worlds, and when necessary, send them to a key battlefield in the Star Sea to play a decisive role. The Phoenix chapter has cleared itself of its sins. It stands to reason that the Empire should support them in rebuilding. Adding such another chapter may be able to keep one or even several star regions safe. But the Empire didn't do that. Gu Heng can't control the higher-level game now. But just as Yalisha warned, there must be trouble with the Phoenix group. Yalisha's so-called, if Gu Heng needs it, she can stop. It means that she is not willing to directly intercept a space fighter group, even if it is a remnant group, because it will cause a lot of trouble. But if Gu Heng is willing to take this blame on his back, and he, the planetary governor, initiates the request, then she can take the risk to help. It's pretty good to be able to do this. That Gu Heng knew that she was kind, including her help, including her warning. It seems that the female captain, unknowingly, has begun to treat Gu Heng as an ally. That's a good sign. However, Gu Heng still rejected Yalisha's kindness. What is the purpose of intercepting these space fighters? For the time being, Gu Heng has no intention of giving up this activated event chain. He's really hungry for that remnant group. No matter how weak the Phoenix battle group is now, it is still a battle group that, if he could gain their effectiveness, then he would be able to sweep the entire Fury Star without hindrance. The starship is awesome, but no matter how awesome the starship is, it can only be bombarded from the sky. It is impossible for Yalisha to send troops down to fight on land. Even if it's a real land battle, her little Marines are useless. Orbital bombing is a strategic deterrent nuclear weapon, and it will not be used unless it is a last resort. As for threats, hasn't Gu Heng been using it for the past month? Otherwise, the Fuxing city government couldn't be so obedient. It said it would give supplies if it wanted, and it would be exhausting to do it if they asked them to self-examine the cult and give them an explanation. Hodgson, the chairman of the Alliance Council, even voted for it. How can the governor's name alone be enough? The past governors who had no titles, shouldn't they just be finished? Disobedience is a low-level way of playing, bullying others, obediently obeying others, not following through on orders, concealing actual information. Without your own strength, you will be coaxed around, and you may even feel that everything is under control. Joyfully, I feel that the indigenous leaders are quite obedient, doing their best, and the progress of collecting the imperial tax is also going well. Before the tax official came, he still felt that the warehouse was full of things, and he ordered several waves of people to check. No problem, but it turned out that on the eve of tax payment, the amount was not enough. Gu Heng doesn't want this kind of thing to happen, so deterrence alone is not enough. He needs to be on the ground, have real strength, have subordinates who are sure to obey his orders, and have reliable military force. He can be guaranteed that others will not deceive him, and those who disobey orders will be suppressed forcefully, and the suppression method cannot be as destructive as orbital bombing. New Xiaoxing is already very bad. If he really wants to bombard Fuxing City again, then he will really not be able to pay taxes. Phoenix is such a conventional power. With the help of the interstellar warriors, Gu Heng can ensure that that person dies when making a verdict, instead of having to bombard a city with orbital bombing in order to kill some people. However, when he saw the Phoenix battle group, he was still taken aback. A few hours later, he stood on the landing field, watching the sky fall. That was the Fun Yu, a ship. Well, it can't be called a starship. It can only be called a spaceship. It's too small. We just learned that the battle group planned to drop their spaceship directly on the surface. Gu Heng was still taken aback, afraid that there would be no place to put in his impression. Even if it was a frigate, there were thousands of crew members on it, and it would be a huge monster when it landed on the ground. As a result, look at it now, that's it. It's probably a circle or two bigger than the transport ship on the quintet responsible for communicating with the ground. No, it is said to be a remnant group, but can it be so remnant that there's not even a starship left? Space Marine chapter? That's it? Could it be the Vanguard? The hatch opened, and Gu Hang first saw a much stronger and taller figure than normal people, wearing bright red main body power armor with white trim, and holding a bolter, walking out of the spaceship hatch. With his heavy steps, each foot can take an extremely majestic posture. His power armor is not glamorous, and there are subtle signs of damage in many places. But this symbolizes that he is a veteran who has survived many battles, and countless people, monsters, aliens, and traitors have died in his hands. Under his bright red helmet, his cold eyes stared at Gu Hang. Gu Hang felt a biting chill. This is called murderous? Afraid, but not so. Gu Hang felt a little excited instead. It was the first time to see an interstellar warrior with his own eyes. Gu Hang only felt that his reputation was well-deserved. He was indeed a powerful warrior whose reputation spread widely throughout the universe. He watched one space fighter after another coming out of the hatch, and his expression became more and more satisfied. Then, the satisfaction in his heart stopped abruptly. 7 people came out, and the back was empty. Only 7? No, what kind of battle group are 7 people? There is no way to form a tactical team. He knew that this was a battle group on the verge of death, but mixed up like this, it was a bit too near death, right? Gu Hang was a little disappointed. Martins was a little disappointed. He came out at the end of the line and saw Mr. Governor, who came to greet him. He knew that it was Gu Hang, the person he was going to meet on this trip, and the light that Pastor Rizzo foresaw and could possibly save the battle group. On the way here, he originally envisioned that Star Fury would be a rich planet or a well-developed forge world. The governor here has a strong influence and will be friendly to the war group, willing to help the war group rebuild. But things don't seem to be what he thought. The governor in front of me is a little too ordinary, right? He was neither tall nor strong, and apart from being pretty good-looking, he looked like an ordinary mortal. Of course, Martins could feel the psychic reaction from the governor, which was not weak, but that was only relative to ordinary mortals. That level of psychic power couldn't pose a threat to him or any of his combat brothers at all. The power armor on them has a certain anti-psychic effect, and their bodies modified by gene seeds, as well as their powerful spiritual will, are not something ordinary psychers can shake. It might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that Gu Hang can be killed like a chicken. It should be appropriate for a strong man to kill a wolfhound. Of course, it is too harsh to compare a mortal with the angel of death. The strength of a planetary governor does not lie in him personally. But look at this planet. Look at this in front of me. Martins doesn't know whether to describe it as a small town or a camp. Is this the core of the governor's rule? The first meeting between Gu Hang and Martins was hard to say whether it was good or bad. Well, both of them were disappointed in their hearts. But to say something bad, they all put away the disappointment in their hearts by coincidence, and the communication with each other was quite smooth. The governor's expression is always smiling, which makes people feel like a spring breeze. Martins and his fellow Space Marines kept a grim, stern look throughout, but that was their style, and they had always been. Gu Hang is like this because he has cleaned up his mood. The Phoenix group was much more crippled than he had imagined, which certainly disappointed him. But even if there were only 7 of them, they were still 7 extremely strong men that he was even thinking, now that he has more than 1,000 soldiers under his command, plus his own psychic, can they beat the 7 of them head-on? Very slim. What else? These 7 Space Marines are still a decisive force. What's more, if this battle group is really not very crippled, with 100 people, 1 or 2 large starships, and a large group of mortal auxiliary troops, what's the matter with me? At that time, I'm afraid that he, the governor, will be framed by other regiment leaders, and it would be good if he could be the logistics chief. On the contrary, the chances are even greater. In contrast, Gu Hang was more curious about the attitude of this Phoenix leader who called himself Martins. The content of the chat between the two of them, at best, is understanding each other. At worst, they're talking nonsense. In short, what they're talking about at the moment are all unnutritious topics. Then why, although the battle group leader has been sullen, he's been patiently chatting with him about these things? Even when he asked some of their past experiences, Gu Heng could feel that the Matin's chapter commander was resisting in his heart, as if he didn't want to answer such questions. However, just when Gu Heng felt that his question was a bit reckless, he heard the Martin's chapter commander, following Gu Heng's words, talk about their situation and battle situation in recent years. This is a little strange. These Emperor's Angels of Death are generally not talkative. It's not that they can't chat, but they usually separate themselves from the so-called mortals. They always think that they are the heirs of the Emperor, inherited the genes of the Emperor, and are the angels of the Emperor. Although they come from human beings, they are detached from human beings. Among them, some are friendly to mortals, some are cruel to mortals, and some are ignorant of mortals. But no matter what the attitude is, even if it is kind, it is also kindness from above. It is the charity of angels to mortals. If it was a normal situation, if he talked about some unpleasant topics of this chapter leader, not to mention that he would be furious, at least frown, refuse to answer or change the subject, that is also normal. He pinched his nose and answered, which seemed to show a certain attitude of the chapter leader. Why? I have a request for you. Don't tell me. You also have a request for me? What are you asking for? Gu Heng recalled the text in the event description. A war group of interstellar warriors that is about to be destroyed has ended the 100 Years Redemption Expedition and is approaching Furial Star. It seems that they are looking for salvation and hope here. About to be destroyed, looking for redemption and hope. Oh, you need my help to rebuild the war band, don't you? But why me? I look so poor and empty here. It doesn't look like I can help you rebuild the battle group, right? Is it a function of the system again? The system convinced you that I can help you? The key system didn't tell me how to help? While Gu Heng kept communicating with Martins with a smile on his face and a sincere and dignified attitude, he panicked a lot at the same time. However, while chatting, Gu Heng slowly let go of these thoughts and gradually became fascinated by what Martins said. According to Martins, it is not systematic that he just talked about fragments of the missions they performed in the Redemption Crusade, but carry out the task of jumping gangs on the Star Sea battlefield full of gunfire and slash the generals to seize the ship. The lone army goes deep into the enemy's position and destroys the heavy fire positions. Head down. Those achievements all sound too legendary. Gu Heng sighed for a long time and said, Martin's chapter commander, your experience is so emotional. No matter what others think, at least I think that no matter what you have done or how big a crime you have committed, now you have all been redeemed, and the Emperor will never blame you again. You are great heroes, and you should not wander aimlessly in the sea of stars. After a pause, Gu Heng continued, although the conditions here are not very good, if you don't mind, I am willing to provide a shelter for the Phoenix Squad. You can rest and get supplies here at any time. I know it might be a bit arrogant to say this, but if you want, Fury Star is also willing to become your second home. My door is open to you at any time. Having said that, Gu Heng has already turned around, facing the battle group leader who is much taller than himself. Looking at each other, he looked calm, sincere, and enthusiastic. But Martins hesitated. As the God Emperor's angel, he avoided the eyes of a mortal. Thank you for your kindness, Governor General, but I need to think about it again. In the camp, Gu Heng had already sent people to temporarily clear out a house for the Phoenix battle group to live in. They are so tall that they look like 7 little giants. Houses built with normal human needs are a bit low and cramped for them. But there is no way on this condition. Fortunately, they did not make too many demands on the living conditions. Although, theoretically, in a safe environment, none of the 7 fighters took off their armor. At most, they just took off their helmets. They were sitting together at the moment, and a soldier with a bald head and a square face and 3 golden service nails on his forehead said in a muffled voice, Commander Martins, I don't understand. Why did you treat that mortal just now? So polite. Brother Schneider, we are all fighting for the God Emperor, and we are all the people of the God Emperor. We should not be too proud. We should maintain the most basic respect for a planetary governor. But I don't think so. Captain, do you still think this mortal is the hope of saving the warband? A mortal, a governor of a ruined world. who can't even control his planet? What ability can help us rebuild the entire warband? We're wasting our time here. Schneider's attitude was hardly deferential. He touched the service nail on his forehead, which was his pride. A golden service spike, representing a Space Marine's 100 years of service to the Chapter Point 3, representing that he is a 300-year veteran. He has always believed that he is more qualified for the position of chapter leader than the younger Martins. However, the previous chapter leader handed over the heavy responsibility to Martins. He wished he could go to the death battle with the leader of the chapter, and it was better than being led by Martins now, of course. He was actually more unwilling to suffer the confusion of not knowing what to do now. He knew that the current Phoenix battle group had no room to fight for power, and they needed to be united. Although he does not recognize Martins as the chapter master, he will obey orders unconditionally, which is his duty as a soldier. However, before the order was issued, when the matter was still in the discussion stage, he would not be polite that he will frankly and unscrupulously ask what is in his heart. And he also believes that this doubt is not only in his heart, but also in the hearts of other fighting brothers. Faced with the doubts of his combat brothers, Martins heaved a long sigh. On the face of this battle group leader, who should have been resolute all the time, there was fatigue and bewilderment. We have no choice. This sentence even brought others down. The bald Schneider still opened his mouth and said, "We have come here and seen the situation here. Now we should know that we have come to the wrong place. We should not waste precious time here. We should return to the Star Sea and return to the Star Sea to find new hope." Another soldier said, "How to find it? Should we continue to wander? We wandered until the burning feather ran out of fuel. We can't even find a planet that is willing to resupply us normally. Do we want to be like those pirates and traders?" "Same. Do you want to grab it?" Schneider choked for a moment, and he also recalled the embarrassment of the past few months, but he quickly retorted, "Then what's the use of being here? That mortal would be willing to resupply us, but he doesn't even have a bolt or bullet." The Phoenixes seldom quarrel like this. They all understand that they're the last brothers and family to each other. But the bleak future still prevents them from maintaining a good attitude forever. Now is not the time to fight, although the current situation is more life and death than a fierce battle. But at this time, they need a correct direction. Martins didn't stop the brothers from bickering, either. He knew that this happened partly because of his lack of prestige, but even he himself was at a loss now, wondering whether he should agree to Governor Gu Hang's invitation. So how could he stop the quarrel? And the one who stood up in the end was the one with the oldest qualifications in the battle group and the one with the most special status. Pastor Rizzo. The power armor of the priest is different from the other 6 battle brothers in terms of painting. It is no longer red all over, but the main body of the armor is black. Only the bright red flame phoenix pattern is on his shoulder. The priest who took off his helmet looked a little old, and half of his beard and hair were already gray. Space warriors have an extremely long lifespan, and it is not even heard of an angel of death who died of old age. But that doesn't mean Space Marines don't age. Time is the sharpest knife, which can always cut traces on the face and body. The pastor said, "Stop pointless arguments." After he spoke, the battle brothers literally shut up. A priest. And as the oldest person in the chapter, his words are even more important than the chapter leader. But after Rizzo stopped the quarrel, he didn't say anything more. He just turned his attention to Martins and said, "Chapter Commander, you need to shoulder the responsibility of the entire battle group. This matter should be decided by you." Martins hesitated. He understood that Rizzo spoke in support of himself. In the state of the debate just now, he was unable to make a decision for a long time, and he was even unable to stop the continuation of the debate, which was a drain on his prestige as the chapter leader. But knowing all of this doesn't mean he really knows what to do next. He looked back at Pastor Rizzo and asked, "You said that you have received a revelation. This Governor Gu contains the hope of rebuilding the battle group. But how can he help us rebuild the battle group?" Rizzo shook his head and said, "You shouldn't ask me this question. The revelation didn't give me an answer. But the person who received the revelation is in this small town. Why don't you ask him?" Martin sighed deeply and said, "Okay, then I'll go now. Watching the chapter leader walk out of the house, the bald Schneider said, "Our chapter leader is too indecisive. Maybe it's because the responsibility he shoulders is too great, so he has to be careful. That shouldn't be like this." Schneider still seemed a little dissatisfied. "I don't have to leave here, but at least we need a firm goal, and then we need to act firmly, and we can't hesitate here. The one floating in the sea of stars months too. Everything sucks. I hate the uncertainty. Warriors shouldn't be like that." Faced with the question raised by the Matin chapter leader who had gone back and forth, Gu Hang was a little bit stumped. "How to help you rebuild the battle group? You ask me, how the hell do I know? I won't say that I can't help it. You won't suddenly get angry and pull out your bolt gun and shoot me?" There was a lot of panic in my heart, but my face was calm. He said, "Martin's chapter commander, you suddenly asked me this question, and I don't know where to start to answer." Hearing what Gu Hang said, Martins also felt a little disappointed. "It's no wonder, even I don't know how to rebuild the battle group. So if I ask a mortal, what answer can I get?" But at this moment, Gu Xing continued to speak. "But, Commander Martins, please forgive me for speaking out. You are confused now, and you really shouldn't. Rebuilding the battle group is a grand, difficult plans. When you think about how to get it in place in one step and want to get a definite answer, of course you will feel that you have no way to start, no clue, and hope is slim. And these things will turn into thousands of difficulties and stand in front of you. Why don't we break down this huge plan into achievable small goals one after another, and then do it step by step?" Martins would not sigh in front of Gu Hang. He just said, "I understand these principles, but..." Gu Hang shook his head and waved his hands to stop Martins from continuing. He was trying to grasp the initiative of the topic. "Since you came to ask me, why don't you listen to my thoughts more? Commander Martins, in your opinion, the battle group needs to rebuild. What exactly does it need?" Martins was diverted from thinking, followed Gu Hang's thinking for a while, and said, "I need enough manpower and material resources to build the basic strength of the battle group. This includes logistical supplies and a large number of mortal auxiliary troops." "Very good," Gu Hang said with a smile. "This seems to be a more specific question, so let me try to answer it. The manpower and material resources you need can be provided by Fu Xiaoxing in the future. Our planetary defense army can be used as a war group auxiliary army operations. The entire planet can also use a lot of manpower and material resources to provide logistical support for the battle group. From the maintenance of power armor to the replenishment of war materials, it can be done." Martins was a little puzzled. "Even if I believe you, as far as I know, although you're the planetary governor, you have not yet controlled this planet, and the manpower and material resources you can mobilize are limited. The production capacity of the entire planet is also very doubtful. Not even a bomb can be made." "Ha ha!" Gu Hang, who was questioned, not only did not feel embarrassed, but laughed. "Yes, what you said, Commander Martins, is right. But I have a plan. In the future, I will put Anger Xiaoxing has built a forged world, and I can provide everything the war group needs. I don't ask if you believe my plan. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. I just ask you, are you and your battle group willing to fight for the new life of the battle group? Is the chapter willing to fight for the newborn of the chapter?" Martins didn't even have to think about this question. This is as it should be. But how could it be so easy for him to be fooled by Gu Hang's few words? "Of course we will fight for the chapter's revival, even at the cost of our lives. However, I must confirm that our battle is really for the chapter's rebirth, not for the power of some people. The two are the same," Gu Hang said. "On this issue, I will be frank with you. Of course, what I do is not all for the sake of the Phoenix Squad. I was ordered to come to the waste Earth planet is to be developed and strengthened. However, isn't our goal the same? I think there are three major elements for Phoenix to rebuild. One is manpower and material resources, which requires a large number of auxiliary troops and sufficient logistical support. Second, you need a battle group fleet. Third, 7 Angels far from being a battle group. You need to recover and replenish enough battle brothers. The third point, I can't help you. But the first and second points, as long as Fu Xiaoxing grows up according to my plan, then it will become your solid backing at the same time, solving the problems of the mortal auxiliary army issues with the fleet and logistical supplies. I want to develop and grow my world, and you need a world that grows and grows to rebuild the warband for you. The Phoenix fights for the future of the Fury Star, and the Fury Star fights for the revival of the Phoenix. We was born to fit together. Chapter Masters are certainly not political stuff, but Space Marines often don't have to think that much, and many of them have always said straightforwardly, "Then why don't I choose a world that has already developed?" Gu Hang smiled. "If you had a choice, you wouldn't come to Fu Xiaoxing." Martins had to admit that the mortal governor was right. The Phoenix squad wandered for several months and experienced many worlds, big and small. If they had a choice, they would have settled down long ago. Their goal had always been to rebuild the chapter, and no one really wanted to help them rebuild. It is, of course, very good to accept a few space fighters as allies and thugs. Rebuild the warband? Forget it. Maintaining a serious warband requires almost the entire planet's efforts that a large number of troops, a large number of logistical manpower, and starships are ridiculously expensive things. Not to mention, the particularity of the interstellar warriors destined them to be a group of superhuman warriors with high independence and a special status in the Empire. The Emperor's Angels of Death are not just a description of them, but a title for their special status. It really took a lot of effort to rebuild the regiment. At that time, you thought you had gained a warband to work for you. But in fact, when the time comes, will the warband or the governor be in charge? In the eyes of most Space Marines, the planetary governor is nothing more than a mortal who supplies them, manages the planet, and is a steward at the end of his life, still thinking about commanding space fighters to go east and west. That is a dream, whether it's most of the governors or the foundry generals of the foundry world. No one wants to spend half a day's effort and end up with an overlord on his head. Most of the people Martins met along the way were like this. He doesn't think too much himself, but he can see the thoughts of others. Those hypocritical smiles, those chest-padded promises are all vain to him. Use Reconstruction as a radish to hang them. Let them work hard, and finally kick them away when they are worthless. But it is difficult for the dying battle group to resist a powerful governor. And when it came to Fu Xiaoxing, although he was disappointed by the backwardness of the whole world, to some extent, it might not be a bad thing. His war band was shattered, down to 7 warriors, but the Angry Owlstar is also a broken world. Governor Gu really needs them very much. With their help, the Governor General will be able to better control the entire planet. And as the governor's power grows, they will also benefit from being nearby and grow accordingly. He didn't have to worry about Gu Hang cheating them or being unfavorable to them, as long as Governor Gu is so virtuous now. No matter how crippled they are, only 7 of them are capable of fighting back and then retreat completely. They don't have to worry about the governors reneging at that time, because the battle group will absorb nutrients and become stronger under the stage performance of the duty of supporting the battle group. And as long as the war group can become stronger as the governor's power becomes stronger, then in the future, even if the governor's power grows and the two sides turn against each other, the war group may already have enough strength at that time. They will have enough strength to return to the Star Sea after parting ways. What's the big deal about becoming a ship-based battle group? Even in the worst case, they can guarantee to die. Oh no, we're the loyal war band. We will not do such things. Seeing Martin's stern face that seemed like he wouldn't show any thoughts, Gu Hang smiled kindly and sincerely, as if he didn't care what Martins thought at all. Martins said, "Maybe we should indeed grow together. You revive your world, and I revive my battle group. But how do you ensure that you can do it, so that your world can really be as you planned? Has it developed? You see, my situation may be similar to yours. You are dying, and I will die if I don't achieve something in 2 years. But the difference between us is that I have confidence in my future, and you're lost. You don't know how to succeed, and I do. In this case, you who are confused, why not bind your fate to me? It won't be too long. As long as 2 years, we will see the outcome." Martins has been moved by Gu Hang's words. A phoenix who doesn't know where to go, why not take a train that knows how to go? It's nothing more than 2 years, and for the long-lived interstellar warriors, this is not too long. Having survived the 100 Years Redemption Expedition, it is no big deal to spend 2 years squatting on the Fury Star and just sit and watch the time go by. If this Governor Gu really fails, when he and the officials of the Imperial Administration Department decide to execute the governor 2 years later, he can personally send the governor a ride. Martins has been inclined to agree to cooperate with Governor Gu. He originally planned to go back and discuss with his fighting brothers before giving the final answer. But at this moment, he thought of Rizzo's words again. You are the chapter master, and you must shoulder the heavy responsibility of the chapter. So Martins changed his mind. He stood up and looked down at Governor Gu, who was much smaller than himself. He found that even though his body completely covered the governor, he had to look up to see his face, which was extremely oppressive. But the governor's expression did not change at all. In the end, Martin stretched out his huge palm to Gu Hang. I hope that our cooperation will be blessed by the Emperor. The smile on Gu Hang's face became even brighter. He stretched out his hand and held it with the disproportionately big Martins. For the Emperor, Martins, not much, just a little bit. Painting cakes can't be regarded as a lie. If the space fighters are willing to help him, and the future of Fu Xiaoxing really develops as he planned, then he doesn't mind supporting a battle group. He never thought of letting the Phoenix serve him completely and thoroughly. The difference is too big. In the Imperial system, the planetary governor and the Space Marine chapter commander are not a system at all, and there is no subordination at all. But in terms of status, the latter is much higher than the former. If it was the Phoenix chapter's heyday, then they would dominate their home planet, and the planet's governor is really a mortal steward, doing chores that Space Marines are too lazy to do. His influence will be in a sector it is extremely powerful within the scope of the entire starfield. Every governor in the entire starfield will respectfully welcome the arrival of the chapter leader and pray that when his world is threatened, he can get the help of the nearest neighbor. With the distance of countless light years, the reputation of the Phoenix will spread widely. Once a large-scale war starts and only one chapter participates in the battle, the chapter leader will become the highest military commander in most cases. Although the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Astral Army do not belong to the chapter in name, they will fully respect the opinion of the chapter leader and even obey the command of the chapter leader, of course. If there's a famous general with a grand reputation, that might be different too. Although the Phoenix is not the Phoenix it was 100 years ago, the organization of the war group is still there, and the identity of the group leader is still there. It is impossible for Gu Hang to make a war group completely obey him. Don't talk about him. Even the head of the star area can't do it. But forming an ally and mutual benefit, that's enough. You live in my house, drive my car, eat the meals I provide, use the supplies I brought you, and I promise to rebuild the battle group for you in the future. In this case, I have difficulties. You have nothing to do to help me shoot twice. Isn't it too much? As long as this covenant is maintained, Gu Heng doesn't mind fulfilling his promise and rebuilding the battle group for them after a long time. Whether it is the supply of manpower and material resources, or finding ways to build or buy starships for them. As for where Gu Heng lied to them, that's the third point he said before: replenish enough space fighters. Gu Heng actually has a solution. How to become a space warrior. This is a very difficult thing. Requires gene seed. After being implanted with gene seeds, the chosen ones will undergo drastic body modification. After a year or two, let the gene seeds completely and meticulously change the entire body. In this way, he became a recruit. Then, after a lengthy training period, the chapter deems the recruit to be qualified enough to be given the power armor to truly become a space marine. It is easy to say, but in fact this process is extremely difficult. After the gene seeds are implanted in the body, the drastic transformation is extremely difficult to survive. The candidates who want to become space warriors are all physically fit and determined people, selected from hundreds of millions of people. But even so, most of them cannot resist or the collapse of the body or the collapse of the will. As long as one of them is not supported, it will cause the gene to collapse and die. After carrying it through, there's still the recruit training stage. Fortunately, this part is only strict and generally does not have too high a death rate. During this whole process, the most important things are two things: high-quality soldiers, and gene seeds. The source of soldiers is relatively easy to say. Generally, a battle group has an entire planet as a recruiting world, which is the so-called home planet. People from one planet can be used to select soldiers, choose the best among the best, and generally there's no need to worry. Even if it is a ship-based battle group, you can go to certain planets to try to recruit soldiers that it is not realistic to carry out large-scale selection on a global scale. But it seems that hundreds of people want to be taken away for training. Is there any governor who will object? Even if the Phoenix is like a bear now, just go to any world and take a few good seedlings away. Ordinary planets don't have the heart to hunt down a group of interstellar warriors for a few people. But even if the problem of the source of soldiers is solved, the Phoenix cannot solve the latter, which is the problem of gene seeds. How the Emperor once created the gene seed of the space warriors is no longer testable, and there is no technology left over from tens of thousands of years ago. In the current era, Space Marines are born mainly by the Space Marines themselves. Every space soldier can give birth to 2 gene seeds in a lifetime. The first, 5 years after they become a Space Marine, matures in their bodies and can be harvested to develop new recruits. The second, matures after 10 years, but cannot be harvested. Only after death can be extracted. Theoretically, one space warrior can change into 2, 2 into 4 into 8. Exponential growth, but in fact impossible. Space warriors are always fighting in the most dangerous battles. It is very common that the corpses are broken and cannot be retrieved, and there's no time to collect the corpses. The second seed may not be recovered. Only the first seed, the source, is relative stabilized. Then, each warband has to hand over 10% of the gene seeds to the Empire within a certain number of years as a gene tax, which is used to test whether the warband's gene seeds are pure, polluted, and mutated. Will also serve as a seed bank for the creation of new chapters of the Empire. In addition, the implantation of gene seeds has a high failure rate. Once it fails, people will die. Under the superposition of multiple factors, it is almost impossible for Phoenix to change from 7 to 14 or 28. To make matters worse, the 7 surviving Phoenixes are all veterans of more than 100 years, and the 5-year-old seeds have been picked long ago that if you want to pick them again, you have to wait for them to die. In addition, it seems that there is no pharmacist in charge of gene seed implantation among them, so they can only let Rizzo do the job that he would, but certainly not as reliably as a professional warband apothecary. If the craftsmanship is not good enough, it may mean that the probability of the subject's successful awakening will be further reduced. When Gu Hang said that there was no way to help Phoenix in this regard, Martins would not doubt it at all. It was just a topic that was skipped. No space warrior would expect a mortal to provide Phoenix with any help in this regard. But the reality is that Gu Hang has this ability. In the event panel, the event line of Phoenix will die has undergone new changes. Phoenix will die, gene seed, repeated event can be continuously selected. Phoenix Squad came to Fury Alstar and reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with Udetta Governor, who is seeking to control and develop the world, and a war band that is dying but determined to revive are a good match. The most important thing for the revival of the battle group, the gene seed, is nowhere to be found out. If you had this ability, how would you choose? Pay 100 gift points and get a gene seed, Phoenix Battle Group. Looking at the function of this system, the joy was second to none, and Gu Hang felt more like a cold sweat on his back. 100 gift points, exchanged for a seed, is really expensive, and the seed exchanged for 100 points of gift cannot be equated with a space soldier. How much is a young, strong, determined, talented young man worth? How much is it worth to have the implants survive the modification and undergo the long and brutal training of a space marine? How much is the power armor specially designed and manufactured for interstellar warriors that can connect with interstellar warriors worth? Gu Hang still likes to use the system's gift point system to calculate the value. He has now upgraded twice to LV3. The total value is about 70 points of gift point, 10 points for activation, 2 points for level 10, 3 points for level 50. And when you upgrade to level 4, you will get 200 gift points. He is not an opponent of any space warrior now, and it is estimated that he will have to wait until level 4 before he can tie with an ordinary space warrior that a group of veterans like the Phoenix would probably only be able to fight at level 5. And those like Martins, Rizzo, and a bald soldier observed by Gu Hang are stronger than the other 4 veterans. In this way, it can be considered that a space warrior is worth about 300 gift points, and a veteran is worth about 800 points. If Gu Hang wanted to use the system to build a space warrior from scratch, he would have to exchange 100 points for a seed first, and then do the implantation. If he failed, the 100 points would be in vain, and he could go to the next step if he survived. The recruits who have survived have no hardware conditions, no experience, and no skills. Gu Hang has to spend at least 111 points to train him to the level of T1 level troops, and then find a way to get a set of power armor. In this way, he will be able to get about a standard can. After this process is completed, gift points will cost at least 200 points, and the set of power armor is assumed to be worth 300, which is indeed similar to the price of Dash, Kanzi estimated based on his own combat power. That's why Gu Hang sighed. How expensive it is. I've been playing around for a few months now, and I don't know if the gift points I earned are enough to add up to 300 points. But what stopped Gu Hang and made Gu Hang feel cold after watching the repeatable branch event of Phoenix is dying that can be exchanged for gene seeds was his ability to quickly realize the major hidden dangers contained in this matter. If he changed his seed and met Martins and said that this is my support for you, then Martins would definitely not feel half grateful, but would definitely pull out his bolter and force him to ask him what the hell is going on. The one who gets the gene seed will then be sent to the trial court. Sophistry is useless. This seed is also specially marked. It belongs to the Phoenix War Group. Each chapter's gene seed will be somewhat different. It may be difficult for outsiders to distinguish, but for themselves, they can tell at a glance. How will Gu Hang explain it then? He couldn't explain it at all. This is a function that I dare not take out. But soon, another bold thought rose in Gu Hang's heart. Then can I, the dove, occupy the magpie's nest? When you turn back and become rich, you can exchange a bunch of gene seeds, find people secretly, ensure loyalty, brainwash with psychic powers, implant seeds secretly, cultivate them secretly, and war armor can also be purchased secretly from certain foundry worlds. When the strength in hand is almost enough, the whole Hongmen banquet, the 7 real phoenixes are surrounded by 70 fake phoenixes cultivated by Gu Hang, and after they are killed, the real phoenix will be me in the future. I'm so old. Population replacement plan? It's too bad to do this. Gu Hang shook his head and put this thought aside. To entrap allies, is I, Governor Gu, that kind of person? What's more, this matter is easy to say now, but it is still very troublesome to do it. I don't know how many details need to be dealt with. More on that later. Anyway, now, I can't afford such a high-end unit. The Furious Owl, Star Governor's government, and the Phoenix Battle Group have since become informal allies. They said it was informal because they didn't sign any specific agreement, and it didn't come down to words. It's just that the Phoenix squad agreed that if Governor Gu was in any trouble, he could send them a mission invitation. And they will also, depending on the situation, accept or not, and perform tasks as required. Except for the governor's mission invitation, all their activities are free in principle, but it's better to say hello to the governor, so as to respect the governor's right to rule the entire planet. And the governor is also obliged to provide them with a resident on the planet, provide supplies, and continue to pay for the necessary help for the reconstruction of the war group, within the range that the governor can afford. In fact, this rebuilding assistance has already begun. The first is the ammunition supply. Wu Jiarong received the governor's request that she had to engage in the production of bullets for bolt guns. This is very difficult. The current industrial base of New Xiaoxing can't produce it at all. Diamond warhead, secondary fire propulsion, mass response fuse, secondary explosive characteristics. 100 gift points, exchange for a seed, is really expensive. And the seed exchange for 100 points of gift cannot be equated with a space soldier. How much is a young, strong, determined, talented young man worth? How much is it worth to have the implants survive the modification, and undergo the long and brutal training of Space Marine? How much is the power armor specially designed and manufactured for interstellar warriors that can connect with interstellar warriors worth? Guhang still likes to use the system's gift point system to calculate the value. It can not only penetrate armor, but also explode. This stuff requires high craftsmanship. If you really want to do it, it's not impossible. You have to rely on Wu Jiarong's hands to rub one by one. The mechanical arm modified on her body can complete this job. The few junior technicians under her, maybe the whole workbench, can do it. The output is impressive. Moreover, it is obviously a waste of talent to let her, the technical leader in the governor's camp, spend a lot of time doing the work of rubbing bullets with hands, and it will also affect the development of Guhang's territory. But after all, it is a replenishment method. Afterwards, Wu Jiarong also moved some equipment from the Phoenix Fleet spaceship, Finyu, to study how to do mass production, so that at least her junior technicians could take over the job. In addition, there is power armor maintenance, which only Wu Jiarong can do at present. Don't make it too bad. Just make small repairs. As a technical specialist, she can barely do it. In fact, the maintenance of the chapter's equipment is generally carried out by technical sergeants. Phoenix used to be a technical sergeant, and he went to Mars, the base camp of Mechanicus, to study. The level is even higher than that of ordinary technical priests. But what can be done? On this condition, bear with it. Reconstruction is not an easy task. It takes hard work. However, on the other hand, Governor Gu's effort in rebuilding the war group has been recognized. An engineering team was specially formed. They will build a monastery quite far from the camp. The Space Warriors claim to be the sons of the Emperor, the angels of death of the Emperor, and they have always been regarded as the most steadfast believers in the Emperor and the Empire. They're a military organization, yes, but they are also a religious organization. Many Space Marine chapters refer to their headquarters as the Fortress Monastery. The construction site that has already started has also attracted soldiers from Phoenix to visit. They all couldn't help but think of the headquarters of the battle group on the home planet. Now, this is so different from what it was then, but at least it's off to a good start, and the war band is on the right track. On the second day, the 7 fighters of Phoenix left the house that the governor had arranged for them and lived directly next to the monastery construction site. They're going to watch the monastery and build it from scratch. The arrival of the Space Warriors did not have a great impact on the governor's camp. Even the people in the wasteland have heard of the name of the Emperor's angel in the past. Before the planet was smashed, these stories were enduring popular themes, appearing in text and visual images in today's post-war era. Of course, these things are gone, but the story itself will still exist. The previous generation tells the story to the next generation, and then it is passed on to the next generation. This makes the people under the governor's command feel curious when they see the space fighters, and they can't help but always look around. What is also the characteristic of wastelanders, they are sensitive and timid to danger. They only dared to watch from a distance, and they didn't even dare to look too presumptuously or too directly, so as not to annoy these giants who could slap themselves to death with a casual slap. And the space fighters, to be honest, they are very used to this kind of gaze. As for the impact on the development of the camp, to be honest, there is still a little bit. Here at Guhang, there's always been a huge manpower gap in the development of productivity. Now, aside from other supply needs, an engineering team has to be dispatched to build houses for the Space Warriors. The key point is that these Space Warriors attach great importance to this, and they simply live next to them, directly supervise them, and dare not even cut corners. The alloy plastic steel, cement, and bricks that are produced in large quantities need to be sent to them for their use. The materials were all the best, and those Space Warriors were still not very satisfied, and they didn't let go until they were convinced that this was indeed the best quality thing that could be produced in the governor's camp. However, generally speaking, this impact is still within the range that Guhang can accept. Just treat it as hiring 7 hunks and pay the employment fee. Aside from attracting attention, slowing down the development speed of the governor's camp a little bit, and occupying part of manpower and resources, the rest of their presence is very LOW. In addition to watching the construction site every day, I pray and train, and my life is like an ascetic. Later, I seem to feel that it was a bit embarrassing to be doing nothing like this all day long. At any rate, there was a saying of assisting in combat. They began to enter the heterogeneous jungle in batches to fight those mutated monsters. This is definitely in defense of the Governor General's cause, not because it's been a while since I've seen blood. It's just that the monsters in the woodland can't satisfy the space fighters. Before, although there were no high-level monsters in the heterogeneous woodland, at least there were quite a few of them. However, after the ambush plan of Gu Hang by the primordial owl cult last time, a certain catalytic method was activated so that a large number of hatching nests were spawned in advance, and after a large number of monsters gushed out and were eliminated, the number of monsters in the heterogeneous woodland became smaller. Very few, not even many hatching nests. This makes the space warriors want to practice their hands and find some sense of killing again, which is not enjoyable enough. But soon they come in handy. When the phoenixes were doing nothing, Gu Hang returned to his job of worrying about the development of the camp. The total population of the camp has officially exceeded Dash these days. Asana's arrangements for various production plans and population distribution were not to say perfect, but at least well organized. Gu Hang didn't have much room to intervene directly. There is a political officer with a political score of 9, and the camp with a scale of Dash people has been handled quite well. Just pay attention to it a little bit, and there's not much to worry about. He saw that the monthly income of his subordinates has been rising steadily, and it has reached 61 points at present. Try to break through Dash when the salary is issued next month. At the same time, it was also during this period that he selected and recruited more than 100 soldiers from among the newly arrived refugees, including the Dash soldiers that Lambert had brought before. The troops completely handed over to the governor together constituted 2 battalions of infantry. That is, the 5th Battalion and the 6th Battalion. These 6 soldiers have also experienced Gu Hang's use of system functions to strengthen the training. This means that Gu Hang spent 1,700 gift points, but it also means that the troops under his command have reached more than Dash people. To be cautious, Gu Hang replaced and deployed most of the officers of the 2 battalions. That a considerable part of the soldiers has also been reorganized from the previous 3 battalions 2, 3, and 4. The mixed troops have tried their best to get rid of the influence of the original command system. After the reorganization of the troops, even if Lambert's kid has evil intentions, it is of no use. It is unlikely to call on the troops to defect or something. Of course, judging from the current release of time, Gu Hang preliminarily believes that the Hodgson family, the old and the young, should cooperate sincerely. But even so, the heart of defense is indispensable, and Gu Hang's first-hand precautions are also justified. Lambert had no objection to this. He even had no objection to losing his military power and being thrown by Gu Hang to work under the young Asana. He worked diligently and was praised by Asana. He understands that his identity will indeed make the governor misunderstand and guard against him. But he is determined to use his attitude and everything he does to prove his loyalty for a long time to come. Gu Hang is satisfied with this. The lad is very good. His grandfather is also on the road. The population growth in the camp would be difficult to achieve without the cooperation of Fushing City. In addition, most of the commodities in the governor's camp, apart from those that are digested internally, are sold abroad in Fushing City. The purchase of food, minerals, and other consumer goods is also relatively smooth. During this period of time, Dennis and Henry felt that the business was too easy. But today, Lambert came to see Gu Hang in a panic and told Gu Hang some bad news. "I can't get in touch with my grandpa." Gu Hang frowned. "Be more specific." "This morning, I made a routine contact with Fushing City, but I couldn't get in touch. It's not that no one answered, but it was completely disconnected. I realized that something was wrong and tried to connect with other wireless communication lines of the family. But the situation is similar. I contacted some people who have a good relationship with our family. None of them knew what happened, but they told me that Fushing City is under martial law, and the poor from the outer city are forbidden to enter the city." Gu Hang narrowed his eyes. "This is really bad news. It sounds, old Mr. Hodgson, that something may be wrong. I beg you to save him." Gu Hang patted Lambert's shoulder and said, "I know you are anxious, but being anxious at this moment will only make things worse. Calm down. You need to mobilize all your contacts and hidden power in Fuxing City as much as possible and make things worse. Find out what happened. After a pause, Gu Heng continued. Also, I will make preparations. When necessary, I will enter the city. You want to enter Fuxing City? The governor will always return to his position. Gu Heng said, What's more, the Hodgson counselor is working for me now. If he is in disaster because of this, if he is alive, I will try my best to rescue him. If the worst happens, I will avenge him. Thank you, Your Excellency Governor. Go ahead and get busy with your business. Watching Lambert leave, Gu Heng sat back in his seat. Revenge. Of course, Gu Heng meant it seriously. Old Hodgson has been sitting on Daitai for many years, and he has no foundation and can't be the chairman of the parliament. After going through so many ups and downs, nothing happened, but after he made it clear that he wanted to support himself, he suddenly encountered a disaster. If Gu Heng, the governor, doesn't do something, then it won't work. In addition to this reason, there is another stronger and more urgent reason for Gu Heng to make a decision. Someone has waged war on him. Although the situation is still unclear, after Hodgson made it clear that he supported him, if he dared to attack him in Fuxing City, it would undoubtedly be a war. Regardless of whether the war against him is the cult heresy that believes in the original Angry Owl or the conservative faction in the alliance government, Gu Heng must respond. In fact, his current preparations are not sufficient. In his past plan, he entered the Fuxing City in person, and that should be 2 to 3 months later at that time. The economy and production capacity of his territory will be able to support him to fully support an army that is at least 3 times larger than it is now for short-term military operations. And at that time, with the railgun of the quintet as the greatest deterrent and the systematically trained troops in his hands as a routine means, he will return to Fuxing City and completely control that city. In this way, he will have a population of nearly 1 million that the production potential provided by the technology panel will be greatly realized. Politically, he can truly exercise the power of the governor as the governor, and with the guarantee of military power, quickly sweep through all the surrounding gathering places and include them in his own in the production system built. Now, it seems that this plan was forced to advance. Since it is a war, there is no such thing as ready. He couldn't ask others to wait until he was ready to fight. But it's not without good news. Gu Heng's strength has not been accumulated in place, but he now has the help of space fighters, which is an unplanned strengthening. The support provided by the 7 Phoenix veterans is probably more valuable than the military power that Gu Heng will develop and expand in the next 2 months. Let's go to war. Let's go to war. It's not a bad thing to plan ahead. It's a pity old Hodgson. Hope he's all right. The troops directly under Gu Heng quickly assembled, and as usual, the servant battalion would be the guardian of the house, and the remaining 5 battalions formed an infantry regiment, waiting for the next order. The mission request was sent to the Phoenix Warband and received a positive response. Gu Heng personally communicated with Yalisha, and the two communicated for about half an hour. Yalisha said that the entire starship will enter a state of combat readiness from now on. As long as the governor needs it, the orbital gun strike will hit any location designated by him within 10 minutes. Starting tomorrow, the combat readiness mission of the starship will be completed, entering the wartime state, which means that the time for railgun strikes can be shortened to less than 10 minutes. At the same time, when it is clear that the combat target is likely to include heresy, Gu Heng's combat mission here will be supported by the state religion team on the starship. A squad of battle nuns will reach the surface in 6 hours. Here's another extra surprise. Until now, Gu Heng didn't know that there was actually a small team of combat nuns on the quintet. On the way to Fu Xiaoxing, he didn't know this all the time. The Battle Sisters are also a legendary group. They're the only armed force on the surface of the Empire's state religion. After the Theocratic Wars, the state religion was not allowed to have any man in arms, but they grabbed this word, supported the nuns, and founded the Sisters of Battle. These Battle Sisters, who have been blessed by the state religion and have extremely firm beliefs, are called the Emperor's Daughters. They may not be as powerful as the gene seed implanted Space Marines, but they can, under the blessing of the Emperor, acquire extraordinary powers. They also wear special power armor. Unlike the Space Marines, they cannot have a direct neural connection between the modified spinal cord and the armor, but they can drive the armor through the power of divine magic. And the armor they were blessed with, though not as heavy as the Space Marines, was still a formidable weapon. At first, he thought it strange that there was a squad of battle nuns stationed on the quintet, but after searching in his memory, he suddenly realized. The Order of Nuns has many branches in addition to the most important ones. There will also be some subordinate second-class and third-class religious orders. They also, of course, needed places to stay, usually with important institutions of the state religion in the Tiamat sector, on Kaloga 3, the Hive Planet. There is a cathedral of the state religion, which is not only the most important branch of the state religion of the Empire in this sector, but also the belief hub of many surrounding star sectors. And there is the Holy Mercy Lily Sisters. On a large starship like the Quintet, the church is a must-have place in normal times, priests and nuns need to comfort the minds of the crew on the battleship. In wartime, they will resist the corruption from evil. In this case, if there is a relatively close military cooperation between the Star Region government and the state church, it is not impossible to equip an additional squad of combat nuns in addition to the regular Starship Church. And somewhat similar to the Star Warriors, the Battle Sisters are not counted as the subordinates directly commanded by the Captain Yalisha. But after all, they are on the same boat, and if there is a request, it is normal for them to agree. What's more, this time it wasn't Yalisha's request. It was the news of the cult on Furial Star. After reaching these Emperor's daughters, they took the initiative to ask for a fight. A fanatical battle sister who will not tolerate heresy. And with the help of these battle sisters who are not too weak, even if they are weaker than the space fighters, Gu Heng's actions are even more powerful. What's more, in comparison, these battle sisters are more professional anti-cult experts than Space Marines, that if there are traces of the original Raging Owl sect in this matter, the Emperor's daughter will give them a huge surprise. While Gu Heng gathered all the help he could get, the news from Fuxing City was also constantly being collected. Lambert became an intelligence officer. He has mobilized himself and his family's contacts as much as possible, trying his best to obtain information from Fuxing City. At the same time, after Dennis and Henry received the news, although he is currently in Garbage Town, he also has many partners in Fuxing City. He is also actively mobilizing his contacts to help collect information. The situation in Fuxing City is becoming more and more worrying. The person who initiated martial law was General Mondoc. This person is the supreme commander of Fuxing City's military forces, which means that the Fuxing City's military may have stood on the opposite side of the governor. There is still no news of the old Hodgson until now, and his life and death are unknown. But what is worrying is that various clues indicate that many important members of the Hodgson family are also missing, including Lambert's father. Rumor has it that the bodies of servants of the Hodgson family have been found. The home of the Hodgson family was sealed off by the authorities. Soldiers with live ammunition are guarding the surroundings, and no one can approach. This is all bad information. And in the name of Gu Heng, the governor, the inquiry sent to Fuxing City was answered, but the reply was insincere. Its authorities claim they have also discovered the disappearance of Lord Hodgson, suspecting a cult. Martial law and the blockade of the mansion are all necessary measures to find out about this matter. They promise that if there is anything to gain, they will notify the governor as soon as possible. Gu Heng didn't believe it at all. If this is the case, why didn't the authorities of Fuxing City report Hodgson's disappearance to him immediately? This matter was only discovered when Lambert contacted his grandfather, as usual. What's even more ridiculous is that the second news from the Fuxing City official is to invite the governor to return to Fuxing City to sit in charge. However, on the grounds that it was difficult to provide supplies and garrisons, the governor was required not to bring an entourage of more than 100 people. So far, Gu Heng has confirmed that the situation in Fuxing City has completely gotten out of control. Regarding the second message, Gu Heng only replied 4 words. "I'll be there." "He will come." Industrial tycoon Norris asked cautiously, "Are you sure?" "He said he would come, so it must be true." Bradford said, But our Lord Governor, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like he will be caught without a fight. He will come, and it is impossible to really bring only 100 personnel. Norris continued to ask. The staff placer said that 7 people suspected of being space fighters came to his camp recently. If this is true, what should we do? This, Bradford was asked. His eyes could not help looking at Mondoc next to him with some complaints. Norris was already very dissatisfied. As I said earlier, we can't be too hasty. That Governor Goo is so powerful that he can really get help from the space fighters. How do we end up now? Mondoc sneered. It's only now that I know I'm afraid. What's the use? Old Norris, have you lost your former vigor? Norris argued. Does this have anything to do with your spirit? No matter how vigorous you are, will you go head-to-head with the Space Marines? Don't worry too much. Bradford came out to smooth things over. This matter may not be true. How could a legendary figure like a space warrior be called by him? This may be the governor's. We can't just mess up our positions. Even though he said so, there was an unconcealable panic on his expression. There is a high probability that it is false, but what if it is true? Mondoc looked at the two ends of the mouse's head, and the contempt on his face became more and more obvious. But he understands that he still needs the support of these 2 people now, and he has to give them a little confidence. First of all, Bradford is right. It is very likely that this incident is not true. It is an illusion fabricated by our governor. Secondly, even if it is true, what is there to be afraid of? Multiple lines of information say that there are only 7 space fighters in total. 7 people. We have a legion of 1 people. We have 70 challenge tanks. We have 100 cannons of various types. We have to be afraid of the 7 space fighters? Do you read too many stories about the pre-war era and really think that those space fighters are descended from the gods? I never believe those false rumors and exaggerated propaganda. They have 1 head and 2 hands. Can they still tear the tank with their hands? It's just a big laugh. After a pause, Mondoc continued. There are only 1,000 people under the governor's command, and there are no heavy weapons. Don't worry about coming and going every day. If you have this time, why don't you help me do more things? Hearing Mundoc's confident words, Norris and Bradford felt a little more at ease. If you think about it carefully, it does make sense. Even if they're interstellar warriors, 7 people, what kind of weapon can they become? Could it be possible to kill 1,000 at a time and slaughter the Fushing City Legion? But at this moment, Norris, a cautious person, asked another question. Have you considered the issue of orbital strike? Compared with the question of the unidentified space fighters, the quintet flying in the sky is the most troublesome threat. This thing is definitely not fake. Such a big starship is floating in the sky. In some clear night skies, the light emitted from it can even be observed with the naked eye. The main gun of the quintet may not be able to blow up the entire Fushing City with 1 shot. It should be no problem with a few more shots. Spending half a day and 1 day carefully bombing a city-sized place can ensure that every inch of land is taken care of. There are underground air defense positions left over from the war years in Fushing City. Hiding inside may have a chance of surviving orbital strikes. But firstly, there are not many people who can hide there, and secondly, even if people are alive, what's the use if the city is blown up? Can the General Mondoc conjure food and ammunition supplies out of thin air to maintain his army? Norris, an industrial tycoon, can still develop his physical industry underground and engage in large-scale production. Bradford, a business tycoon, where can he buy and sell to make a lot of money? They are reluctant. They usually look down on the hundreds of thousands of refugees outside the city, and even ordinary residents in the inner city are not looked down upon by them. But these people are their real source of wealth. That it doesn't matter if you die. If the city is completely destroyed and people die, then they are also finished. However, the problem of starships cannot be solved. In the end, Mondoc could only say, Guheng won't do that. Fushing City is destroyed, and he will die in 2 years. If Guheng knew what Mondoc was thinking, he would definitely laugh. I'm going to kill a few people. Why should I bombard city? Will he really order Yalisha to bomb Fushing City? Yes and no. Yes, it refers to small-scale and relatively precise military strikes. No, it means that Fuxing City will not be destroyed until the last moment. Fuxing City's inner city and outer city impoverished people have a total population of nearly 1 million. And what is the population of the entire Fury Star? 6 years ago, in the last years of the second governor, when the imperial tax was paid for the last time, the number was 4,000 million and more than 2 million. A planet with a population of 4,000 and 0.5 million, which is -% of the heyday of the pre-war era of Star Fury. 99.5% of the population was lost in that war and the darkness and chaos of the century after the war. And after the reign of the second-generation governor ended, the governor will be replaced every 2 years. Has the situation of Fu Xiaoxing improved in the past 6 years? Obviously not. As far as the situation here is concerned, the population is likely to continue to decline. Compared with the population, the loss of productivity may be more serious. This has also led to the fact that the population is very small compared to a planet, but people are still worthless, because even with such a small number of people, New Xiaoxing's current output is still very reluctant to support. So, now the answer to this question is very clear. Why is Gu Heng absolutely unwilling to order the starship to bomb Fuxing City easily? Because this is one of the few densely populated places on Star Fury. Based on a population of 100 million, it is already 2.3% of the total population of the entire planet 6 years AG. In reality, the proportion will only be higher than this figure. According to Gu Heng's estimation, the current total population of Star Fury may be less than 4,000 million, or even less. Moreover, regardless of the poor people outside Fuxing City, the poverty is clanging, but this city is still a bright pearl in the star of Fuxingji, in this city, which gathers a total of 1 million people in the inner and outer cities. The increase in productivity brought about by the scale effect is incomparable to the sum of small gathering places with a size of 1 million people. Bombing Fuxing City, losing 2.3% or even more of the world's population, and losing more than 5% of global productivity, these are things that Gu Heng is unwilling to accept. Not to mention, without the original population gathering place of Fuxing City, the huge development potential would be lost. If the city can be captured and controlled peacefully, with a population of 1 million combined with Gu Heng's technological system, it will be able to explode a huge production capacity. Without Fuxing City, Gu Heng would have to fill up the wasteland with thousands and hundreds of people and find hidden and guarded small places like countless waste cave clubs to gather the population. Peaceful control of Fuxing City is equivalent to Gu Heng recovering 1,000 abandoned cave clubs. This is the biggest reason why Gu Heng will not order the destruction of Fuxing City unless it is absolutely necessary. Life is the emperor's coin. This sentence is appropriate, but there is a half sentence behind. Use it well. Even if the emperor is like this, Gu Heng, a governor whose entire family property may theoretically be less than 4,000 million, has no reason to be so extravagant that he can waste 100 million coins at will. Say 6 hours, that's 6 hours. A transport ship disembarked from the quintet, bringing with it a squad of battle sisters. 11 nuns, led by the elder sister Garrett, came to the surface. The crowd is 1.8 meters tall, and wearing armor makes them look taller and thicker. The milky white battle armor is dotted with green patterns, which looks holy and elegant, making them really like a living lily lady. When they came out of the hatch, Gu Heng thought he saw another battle group coming out. Of course, it's just a sense of sight. The difference between the two is still quite large. The red armor of the Phoenix looks like a veteran of hundreds of battles who has killed a river of blood. The green and milky white armor of the Holy Lily looks like an elegant lady who spreads the gospel. The biggest difference is their size. The 1.8-meter-high battle nuns are already tall and strong among women, let alone wearing power armor, which is much larger than the body of ordinary troops. However, it is still incomparable to the interstellar warriors who are dash meters tall and have a huge body when they are horizontal. Gu Heng collected his thoughts and went up to meet him. Ms. Garrett, welcome to your arrival. With your help, The traitors and cult heretics of Star Fury will be unable to hide. Unlike the interstellar warriors who always put on a dead face, the attitude of the leader of the Battle Sisters is gentle and kind. At least Gritter is like this. With short white hair, she stretched out her hand with a smile on her face and shook hands with Gu Hang. Her voice was deep, gentle, and very healing. I am also very glad to meet you, Mr. Governor. I hope we can have good cooperation in the future. After saying that, she turned her gaze to Martins, the leader of the Space Marine chapter, who was standing not far behind Gu Hang, smiling and nodding. Martins also nodded in response. Gu Hang observed this. These two have a story. He asked curiously, "You two know each other?" Garrett smiled and said, "If you want to know, Mr. Governor, you might as well ask Martin's chapter commander. If he doesn't want to tell you, I can't say much." Gu Hang turned his gaze to Martins again. Martins didn't speak for a while. He thought he would not get an answer, but in the end, this serious space warrior still spoke. "We fought side by side in the Organ sector." Garrett said, "I want to thank you. Without you, the Holy Mercy Lily might not exist anymore. No, I want to thank you. You could have evacuated, but you insisted on fighting with us." Garrett smiled brightly. "That's not what you said at the time." Martins was rarely ashamed. Ha ha. Garrett laughed and walked forward. Although she was much shorter than Martins, and both of them were wearing power armor, this did not prevent the head nun from giving the chapter leader a big embrace. "Anyway, it's a pleasure to see you again, my comrades in arms. Congratulations on atoning for your sins, and may the God Emperor bless your future. It's quite miraculous that two long-lost comrades-in-arms can meet again in such a small place as New Shaoxing and have the opportunity to fight side by side again. The so-called Organ Star area that the two of them mentioned is far away from the Tianma Star area, but they don't have much time to catch up. It's time to go. The reason why it has been delayed until now is because Gu Hang is waiting for the arrival of the Battle Sisters. Although there are only 11 of them, they're still an excellent 11 fighters. As long as 2 or 3 nuns cooperate, there's a considerable chance of defeating an ordinary space soldier. What's more, there is also Garrett, the head in Yu Yu Hang could vaguely perceive through spiritual energy that the strength of this head, nun, might not be much weaker than Martin's. Of course, there is no more news from Fuxing City. Old Hodgson seems to have disappeared from the world, and his life and death are unknown. But Gu Hang didn't intend to wait any longer. The servant battalion is the housekeeper. The 2nd to 6th Battalion has a total of more than 500 fighters. The Marine Corps, the Phoenix Space Warrior, the Holy Lily Battle Sister. A whole team escorted the governor from the camp to Fuxing City. As for Fuxing City, it has long been aware of Gu Hang's approach. Gu Hang didn't intend to hide it at first, and it was a big fanfare along the way, so it was a bit difficult not to be discovered at AS for Fuxing City. There are too many ways to know in advance. If Fuxing City is only counted as the inner city, the scale is not large. But if the outer city is counted, the haphazardly built houses of the poor occupy an area that is not small. When Gu Hang and his team arrived in Fuxing City, they just stopped in the outer city. An army stood in front of him. That was the defender of Fuxing City. A large number of soldiers occupied the slums in front of the main entrance. They guarded the house, staring at the outside. There were tanks hidden in the houses, most of which were blocked by the small houses, but stretched out the black barrels. They blocked the governor's team from advancing. An officer, with a few attendants, approached the governor's procession and asked to see the governor. Gu Hang saw him. The Fuxing City officer saluted Gu Hang. "Good day, Your Excellency Governor. I am Fuxing. You don't need to announce your name. I'm not interested in knowing. Tell me, why is my city blocking my entry? Why are you soldiers who should be loyal to me standing against me?" The officer who was interrupted to introduce himself swallowed a bit. He feels extremely tense now. He looked to the left, and there was a giant in a red armor, which he knew was a space warrior. He looked to the right, and there was a lady in a white and green armor, which was a battle nun. He looked in the middle again. That was his governor, the supreme ruler of this planet. He thought to himself, how could he have the guts to speak in front of these legendary figures? But he still spoke. "I am ordered by the Alliance Council and Lieutenant General Mondak the garrison general of Fushing City, to ask you to stop advancing. It is no problem for the governor to enter the city, but he is only allowed to bring no more than 100 guards and no space marines or battle sisters. Gu Hang seemed to have heard a super joke. Mondok? Lieutenant General? He asked me. The officer seemed to realize how absurd what he just said was, so he could only bow his head slightly and remain silent. Then, Gu Hang said, I will now tell you in my capacity as the governor of the Fury Star, no matter what position or power the Mondok you mentioned before, he has no more. He is no longer a member of the Alliance, and is no longer the commander-in-chief of the army. Now, bring this news back to your comrades in arms. Gu Hang had already given this officer a chance, but he didn't catch it. It can be seen that he is under tremendous psychological pressure at the moment, but he still resisted, and he said, I'm sorry, Your Excellency Governor, but please obey General Mondok's. If you haven't finished speaking, you can't continue. He felt a magical force strangling his throat. Soon, he fainted due to cerebral ischemia. Letting go of the power controlled by his thoughts, he let his body fall to the ground. Gu Hang waved his hand, and soldiers came up to drag him away. This officer is very courageous, but his courage was used in the wrong place. Martin said at this time, Governor, the situation is now very clear. The behavior of that self-proclaimed General Mondok has already amounted to a rebellion. Now all those standing in front of us are rebels. So, what do you suggest, Commander Martins? Do you want to kill all the rebels? Can the 7 Phoenix fighters do it? Martins really calculated it carefully, and then said, It is difficult to completely defeat this one strong army with heavy firepower and armor with only 7 of us. I need the Holy Mercy Lilies. The cooperation of the Sisters also requires the cooperation of the naval gunfire of the Quintet. At night, we can enter the target area, mark the orbital strike, and then the starship will strike first, and then we can enter the sweep. In this way, we should be able to complete the task at a cost. Battle Nun Garrett raised objections. I'm sorry, Commander Martins. I really hope to have the opportunity to fight side by side with the Phoenix again. However, our mission to land on the surface this time is not to counter the rebellion, but to deal with heresy. I will not participate in the task of fighting against mortal rebels. Mr. Governor, please understand. Gu Hang was not disappointed, but showed a conciliatory smile. I understand, of course I understand. The plan of the Matins battle group leader is very suitable. When I think that these enemies in front of me need to be eliminated, I will take yours. Plan. But right now, we don't need to complicate things that much. Then what are you going to do? Let's rest first. Marching all day, you are fine. My soldiers need to rest to recover their combat effectiveness. As for the specific plan, I will tell you later. Please also cooperate with you and Sister Garrett tomorrow. Aye. Martin stared at Gu Hang for a moment and finally nodded. Garrett also made a statement. We will not slaughter mortal soldiers, but we will provide the necessary protection for you, Mr. Governor. I am very grateful for this step. In Fushing City, Norris and Bradford nervously waited for the news from the outer city. When they learned that Gu Hang had already set off, and that there were indeed space fighters and even battle nuns beside him, the businessmen among the 2 members of the Alliance were already very flustered. Regret filled their hearts, and they even raised objections when General Mondok decided to lead the troops to deploy defenses in the outer city. But their opposition was weak, as always. They could only watch as Mondok stood in front of the governor and prayed that no conflict would break out. As a result, it really didn't explode. Governor Gu actually stopped outside the outer city obediently. This is great news, Bradford said. It seems that we overestimated Gu Hang's tough attitude. Perhaps his previous toughness was also fake. Norris said cheerfully, At least, I can sleep soundly tonight. We really need a hardliner like Mondok, and he has done a good job. Yes, Bradford said. The crisis of war has been greatly reduced. Now, the remaining thing is how to get that wayward governor to stop playing camp-building games outside and go back to his place as soon as possible, where it should be. Yes, as soon as he comes back, everything will be back to normal, just like the previous 3. Yes, we have countless ways to deal with him. What is the spring and autumn dream of saving the world? Fu Xiaoxing doesn't need him to save him. He just needs to be a governor honestly, live a comfortable life for 2 years, and then 2 years later, just die in peace. On the second day, early in the morning, the sun was about to rise, and the sky was just getting brighter. In the outer city of Fuxing City, many soldiers were on duty all night. At the forefront, the person in charge of setting up the card is 2 major officers. One of them said, "Last night, Randolph didn't come back. I don't know if he died or was detained by the governor." Another asked, "Is the general angry?" "No," the major replied at the beginning. "The general is quite happy to see that the governor's team has really stopped outside." Very happy? Randolph is his own nephew. The previous person just shrugged and said that was the way it was. Cold-blooded, poor Randolph. While chatting, suddenly one of them stretched out his hand and pointed to the dim morning mist outside. "What is that?" The other person followed his fingers and looked over. It's not yet fully dawn. The light is not enough. And there is still morning fog this morning. The visibility is not good. But he could still see, vaguely, a few giant-like figures slowly approaching. The two looked at each other. One stepped back and blew the whistle to alert the soldiers guarding Luca, while the other raised his gun and asked into the dense fog, "Who is it?" However, Mist gave no response. The figure walking in the thick fog did not say a word. Just after getting a little closer, there was the sound of heavy footsteps. The footsteps came a bit abruptly. There was no sound at all before, like ghosts. Now that they saw them, the footsteps were so obvious and heavy, as if a drum of war was beating in their hearts. He has realized who is coming, but he doesn't know what to do. Open fire, don't dare. First of all, he did not dare to take responsibility for the first shot. Secondly, and more importantly, as he is standing in front of Luca blocking the way, without even a bunker, if he dares to fire the first shot, he will die immediately in the next second. But no matter, during the struggle, he found that the soldiers stationed behind were all ready after being reminded by the fellow officer who had just talked with him. There were dozens of guns aimed at this place, which made him feel relieved. He looked forward again and asked again, "Who is it? Please call back." This time, there was still no response. However, as the footsteps approached, he could already faintly see the person coming. The fiery red power armor and the iconic huge body undoubtedly represent their identities. The man surrounded by them, although he had never seen him before, should be the governor. As they got closer and closer, the blocking officer became more and more nervous, and his hands were sweating on his weapons. He couldn't help but issued a third warning. "Please stop. You are not allowed to pass." There was still no response, as if what was approaching was not a living person, but a group of ghosts. After the third warning, the Comer was very close. He couldn't help turning his head back and looking at his companion, as if he wanted to know from his companion what to do next. In the end, he found that his companion was also looking at him with the same question in his eyes. According to the rules of the wasteland, if you encounter such a situation, you must not say anything, just take a shuttle first. When a person is dead, there is no threat. But here right now, regardless of political rules, would it be useful for the soldiers to shoot at this group of steel bodies with their rifles? How to do? Nobody knew what to do. Under the hesitation, entanglement, overwhelm, and great pressure and tension, the soldiers and officers who set up the card just let the space fighters and battle nuns escort the governor to them. It's time for the final decision. The officer who could call the shots still did not dare to give the order to fire, but he couldn't just let people go. In the end, he gritted his teeth, bravely stood in front of the crowd who were advancing step by step, stretched out his palm to the leading space soldier, made a gesture of refusal, and said in his mouth at the same time, "Stop advancing. Forbidden ahead." There was a muffled sound of dong. His head was deflated. The red-armored warrior walking at the forefront didn't mean to stop at all. Facing the obstruction, he just stretched out his hand, as if fending off a fly, and slapped the officer's face with the back of his hand. The movement was so fast that the officer didn't react at all, let alone dodge. His head collapsed as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. The splashed blood stained the bright red armor, which was not eye-catching at all. His body fell sideways crookedly. His legs and feet were still twitching, Blood flowed out of the shapeless head and soon formed a big puddle. No one cares, no one bothers. The angel of death didn't even have a slight change in pace, and the people who followed behind didn't even look to the side. Even the battle nun of Holy Lily didn't respond to this. The lead officer was dead, but the soldiers still dared not shoot, not even when the Space Marine kicked Luca over. No one dared to stand in front of them, and so they let the governor's team pass. As for the road behind, Gu Hang and his party walked unimpeded. Although people died at the first road card, there was actually not much movement. There was no gunfire, let alone cannon fire. Many soldiers in the back had no idea what happened, and even quite a few of them were still asleep. Under such circumstances, Gu Hang and his party consisted of 19 people, walking swaggeringly on the street from the outer city to the gate of the inner city. The environment in the outer city is not good, with disorderly construction and no planning, and many alleys are very narrowly spaced, which looks like a typical high-density slum. However, the avenues extending outside the several gates leading to the inner city remain spacious. The heaviness deliberately stepped on when the power leg armor hits the ground can float very far. Many soldiers who were on duty and woke up, and those who probed their heads, all saw them. The majestic and mighty interstellar warriors and the heroic battle nuns are dazzling, and they also bring out the dignity of the governor under their protection. Such a person, is it that these little soldiers can deal with them? No one dared to think. But at the same time, they felt relieved a lot. Before that, General Mundok was determined not to allow the governor to enter the city and even put on a strong confrontation. Now, thank goodness General Mundok has changed his mind. Most of the soldiers in the rear didn't know what happened to Luca. Seeing the governor and his party walking on the road swaggeringly, they thought it was normal and the general allowed them to pass. Why didn't anyone stop them? Mundok, who was in the outer city, guarding the gate and sitting in the army, had just been woken up, and when he heard the news, he was already terrified. After the governor's army arrived yesterday, although the nephew sent out failed to come back, the governor's army actually stopped outside, obediently, without moving. This made him quite satisfied. His tough attitude has achieved results. The next thing to do is to consider how to talk to the governor. But who would have thought that early this morning, he heard the shocking news. Under the escort of 7 space warriors and 11 battle nuns, the governor swaggered through his army and was walking on a main road towards the inner city. And during the whole process, the relationship between his army and the governor's guard seemed very peaceful. It is said that an officer who stood in the way died, having his head crushed with a blow. But otherwise, not a single shot was fired. Not a single shot was fired. His soldiers, leaving the enemy just like that, came over. Why is that? Have all my troops rebelled? This was the source of Mundok's trepidation. Because it is not impossible. He is a general and a commander, but nominally he is a subordinate of the governor, who is the supreme commander. Ordinary soldiers don't know that much about the twists and turns above, and they won't easily position the governor as an enemy. To some extent, if the soldiers really wanted to rebel, what could he do? Mundok didn't even hold back, looking around, afraid that before the governor's men arrived, his own soldiers would tie him up the next moment, yelling something like borrow the general's head for use and so on. But luckily, that didn't happen. His personal guard battalion is still loyally guarding outside. The adjutant who came to report the letter answered his previous question. It is true that there is no one blocking it. I inquired and said that you may have allowed the governor's team to pass, so the soldiers did not dare to block or open fire. Not to mention others, even he himself thought so. Fart! Mundok was furious. You never gave such an order. Faced with this question, Mundok calmed down instead. He calmed down and quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. The situation should not be as bad as he imagined just now. The soldiers are just confused, and at a loss, but they don't mean to rebel. The prestige that Mundok established among the troops still exists, and the soldiers will still regard him as the supreme commander of the troops. And more importantly, the propaganda they have done for a long time among the troops of the Alliance authorities, and even in the entire city, is still effective. Only 6 years have passed since the brutal reign of the second governor, and people still remember it vividly, and no one wants to go back to that time. And it is precisely with the help of this public opinion that in the past 6 years, on the one hand, they have puppetized the governor, preventing his decree from leaving the office, let alone affecting the wider land outside Fushing City. They also secretly blamed the governor for many of the bad things they did. In Star Fury and Time City, after the baptism of the past 12 years, although there are still people who remember the revival of a generation of governors, people nowadays don't have much favor for the governor sent by the Empire. Hatred is not counted. After all, he is a newcomer, and he hasn't had time to do bad things yet. But the remaining fears and resentments are not lacking at all. After Gu Hang arrived, he actually jumped out of Fushing City and ran outside to mess around. This was unexpected by the high-level executives of the Alliance, but they were happy to see it. If you want to play any construction games, go for it yourself. And one believes that within 2 years, he can survive the imperial tax 2 years later just by building from scratch outside. 2 years later, the governor was executed, and the top management of the Alliance launched some scapegoats, saying that they were members of the governor's government, and they were finished together, and then just waited for the next governor to come, and survived another 2 years. It is precisely because of this that they have recently relaxed their smear campaign against the new governor. Not to mention, among them, there was such a traitor as old Hodgson. Consciously or unintentionally, the news that the new governor is doing well outside has spread among the poor outside Fushing City. Until recently, they realized that the problem was serious. Not only did they kill Hodgson, but they also made it clear to the governor that they would fight. Under such circumstances, they restarted a round of urgent propaganda work, trying to make Gu Hang a new second-generation governor, saying that he will come back to seize power and arrest half of the people in Fushing City to become the empire, pay the tax. How miserable it would be to be paid as an adult tax. But in fact, if the poor are really taxed as people, it might not be a good thing. It might be better to be a slave laborer on a starship than a pauper on Raging Owl. Of course, there is also the possibility of being sent to the Star Militia Army as slave labor, cannon fodder, or a frontline logistics transport team. That may be a little bit bad, although the same food is full, but the average life expectancy is a bit low, measured in hours. But when they advertise, they don't talk about eating enough, honor, they only advertise how long they will live. Their propaganda still has some effect. Previously, Gu Hang was very impressive in construction outside, and he also attracted a lot of refugees. Henry and Hodgson also did a lot of publicity, which made his reputation very good. And now, if they try to speak ill of Gu Hang, the effect will be relatively limited. But at least it has diluted a lot of the previous good reputation, reminding people of the fear of being ruled by the governor, and the already tendentious attitude has become hesitant again. Thinking back to this point, Mundok had to rejoice that it was a good move. Otherwise, he might really face the situation where the governor raises arms and the soldiers turn against him. After analyzing these situations clearly, Mundok knew roughly what he should do. He needs to come forward in person, with his own prestige, to strengthen the will of the soldiers, so that they can clearly distinguish the situation, who is the enemy and who is the commander. Even at the critical moment, he needs to further insist on his tough stance, so that under his encouragement, the Guard Battalion will clearly stop Gu Hang from moving forward, so as to drive the entire army. But thinking of this, he hesitated again. Intellectually, this is no problem, but is it really necessary to show up in person, to face the Space Marines? If the governor really ignored it and ordered an assault, just the hundreds of people in his personal Guard Battalion, would he be able to stop it? I'm afraid that his head will be taken off before the army has time to react, and the heavy artillery has not had time to mobilize. Mondok was caught in a dilemma. Mondok knew what the right thing to do was. He just didn't dare to do it. Without him, I am afraid of death. He hesitated and wavered, but when he was at a loss, Gu Hang's footsteps were so firm and getting closer. He knew this, and as time passed, he began to realize that he couldn't wait any longer. At this time, making a choice, even if it is wrong, is no more wrong than doing nothing. He really didn't dare to go out in person, face the majesty of the governor and the threat of the space fighters. But it was impossible for him to surrender to the governor. There was no such option. Prestige discredited. The general who left the army will never be able to gain the support of the army again. At that time, the governor may really be able to take away the command of the army by virtue of righteousness. He finally came up with a compromise plan. Gu Hang was finally blocked. To be honest, he was disappointed by this. The reaction is too slow. Although, the current scene is one of the many possibilities he envisioned. The soldiers may be at a loss because of the status of the governor, because of the sudden arrival, and because they have not fired. This is also the reason why Gu Hang chose to set off when the sun was about to rise and many people were still asleep, and it was also the reason why no one shot when they crossed the road ahead. But when it happened, he still lamented his opponent's indecisiveness. Gu Hang changed his position on the opposite side, and he had already ordered decisively. The heavy artillery was pulled up, the tank was pulled up, whether he was accidentally injured or not. And what would happen after he finished fighting? Let's talk about the fuck first. That Mundak, can't you imagine that he won't survive? He was still scruples about it, and he didn't know what to be scruples about. Of course, if the other party really wants to do this, Gu Hang is actually not afraid. Since he dared to come, of course he has the means to break the situation. The heavy artillery can't kill the space fighters, the battle nun can't kill him, and it can't kill him either. To be more precise, it can't be hit. But that didn't happen, so I won't say much about it. But at the moment, Gu Hang doesn't care about this obstacle. About one company of soldiers, led by several officers, blocked the front of the road tightly. They came in a hurry, and they didn't even have time to set up Luca, who intercepted them. They just blocked the way with human flesh and didn't even shoot. It's just that an officer shouted with a loudspeaker in front of the battle. "Stop! After 3 warnings, we will open fire. The governor must come alone." Hearing the warning, Gu Hang also saw the soldiers blocking the way on the opposite side. The muzzles of their guns had been raised, their hands were on the triggers, and they were ready to fire at any time. 3 warnings? There was a sneer on the corner of Gu Hang's mouth. The above ones are indeed rebels. Gu Hang said softly. The officer on the opposite side was about to issue a second warning, but at this moment, an explosive bomb exploded his body. The large-caliber warhead, made of diamond, completely destroyed most of the officer's body. The extremely penetrating explosive bomb continued unabated, and later pierced a soldier to death, and then exploded among the crowd. The characteristics of the standard explosive bomb, in addition to the large-caliber warhead with strong penetrability, it is also equipped with an explosive fuse and a miniature-shaped energy bomb inside. When it exploded, the impact force and the combined power of shrapnel were even stronger than ordinary grenades and gun-mounted grenades. The bolter in the hands of the Space Warriors is simply a crushing weapon for ordinary troops that IT can be used as a burst of small-caliber howitzers against light infantry, or as an armor-piercing projectile against armored units. When the armor is pierced, the bomb will explode inside the vehicle, killing the target inside the vehicle. 7 space fighters opened fire at the same time, and the firepower of the bolt gun covered the white soldiers who were forming a human wall on the road, destroying them completely almost in an instant. Even if there are 2 tanks among those soldiers, it is also meaningless. If it is the main battle tank in the Star Militia, such as the Lion King tank, the bolter is really tickling. But these 2 tanks right now are just local products produced by some military enterprises in Fu-Xiaoxing, and they're not the main land battle tanks in the Star Border Army. The armor looks thick, but whether it is design, technological content, or the material itself, it is not enough to pass the test, and it cannot stop the explosive bomb with a warhead made of diamond. The bomb pierced the armor and blasted into the car, causing an explosion inside. It might not be a big problem for the tank to be punched with a hole, but there must be no one in it who survived. During this process, among the 100 or so soldiers, someone occasionally reacted and pulled the trigger, firing at the space fighters. But until they were almost dead, the number of bullets hit might not exceed 20, and most of them went flying, and the few that hit didn't even leave a scratch on the power armor of the Space Warriors. An interstellar soldier, standing at the forefront, said, "What gave these mortals the courage to dare to stay in a dense formation on an open road to stop our attack without cover, without a bunker, and with poor equipment?" Gu Hang knew that the person who spoke was called Schneider. This warrior with a bare head without a helmet is a more elite fighter than a veteran. Moreover, Gu Heng could tell that that guy was a bit at odds with the chapter leader Martins. But these things, as well as what he just said, Gu Heng has no time to pay attention to them for the time being. He has more important things to do now. The psychic energy surged, and the power of thought magnified the degree to which his voice vibrated the air from his opening, sending his words to the ears of many surrounding soldiers who watched the devastating and one-sided massacre just now. I'm the governor of the Empire, and I'm the ruler of the Alliance. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be regarded as a traitor. I order all soldiers to obey orders, stay put, and wait for the result. I'm the governor of the Empire. All soldiers, follow the instructions, stand by, and wait for the result. These words seemed to form waves in the air, echoing constantly. At the same time, the speed of Gu Heng and his party suddenly accelerated. When the space fighters and battle sisters were advancing at full speed, their speed was comparable to that of a chariot. The explosive power is stronger than the sprint champion, and the endurance is stronger than the long-distance running champion. And Gu Heng, of course, would not use his own 2 legs to chase. The control of mind power took effect again, and the invisible force lifted his body, making him half-floating, closely following the advancing extraordinary soldiers, and keeping himself under their protection all the time. Although using the power of psionic energy, Gu Heng conveyed the warning and order to every Alliance soldier around. However, he will not place his fate in an uncontrollable place. It is entirely possible that those soldiers did not obey the warnings and orders, or because of their loyalty to Mundok and the Alliance, or because of stress, they directly opened fire on Gu Heng. Therefore, Gu Heng must be prepared for the blow. If the surrounding soldiers make a move, the armor on the soldiers and nuns moving outside will become Gu Heng's best cover, which cannot be pierced by ordinary firepower. If heavy artillery shells are really going to fly over, not to mention whether those shells could be easily hit in the fast-moving state. Even if they can hit, Gu Heng has the ability to identify them in advance, and then use the power of spiritual energy to let the shells fly in the air. When it was in the air, there was a slight deviation causing it to hit the air. At the same time, they will also turn into sharp knives, pierce through the entire army, and go straight to the headquarters of the Fuxing City military to capture Mundok alive. He believed that under the high-speed charge, nothing could stop 19 top fighters, plus the assistance of himself, a psyker. At least the Fuxing City military must not have this ability. However, even though Gu Heng had prepared for the worst, this bad situation never happened. The surrounding soldiers still did not fire. Perhaps it was Gu Heng's use of psionic energy to send the words to their ears, which really had an effect. The soldiers were hesitant to act as the governor and the pressure to become traitors to the Empire. Or maybe it was just a few seconds ago that the Space Marines wiped out an entire mixed company of tanks and infantry, which was really terrifying, of course. It was because the Mundok Guard Battalion who blocked the way did not understand the combat methods of the space fighters at all and chose extremely wrong arrangements, which led to a wave of wipeouts. But ordinary onlookers may be emotionally trapped in shock and unbelievable, and it will take a while to understand. What's more, if you think about it, isn't it scary? More than 100 corpses and the wreckage of 2 tanks, the effect achieved by 7 people in 2 seconds is simply frightening to death. None of the battle sisters did anything. Of course, these 2 points may work together. Those soldiers were indeed frightened, and then the governor's words gave them a reason to convince themselves. In short, the soldiers did not do anything. Gu Heng and the others, who were running wildly, went inward all the way. Their speed is even faster than Mondok's getting the news. Those who could directly contact Mundok were killed just now. And some little clever ghosts wanted to report back, but they had to outrun the space warriors and battle nuns. This also led to the fact that when Mundok learned that the guard battalion he had sent out to intercept had been wiped out, Gu Heng, who was leading the men, almost reached his face. And his face was already pale. The unit under him that can guarantee loyalty the most is the personal guard battalion around him. This part of the team was split into 3 parts in his previous decision, Except for those who went to stop Governor Gu and those who still stay by his side, the rest was to mobilize troops. Of course, he also considered what would happen if a conflict really broke out and the governor chose to do it. In other words, do you want to be ready to do it yourself? Originally, he thought he was ready, but when he found that Gu Hang was able to pass through Luka without being blocked, he became suspicious and sent a team to try to directly command the large troops below. But it seems too late. How to do? He felt that he was just thinking about it for a moment, and he hadn't decided whether to leave or stay or fight when the sound of guns and guns rang in his ears. Those who were most loyal to his personal guard fought back bravely in the face of the 19 people who rushed straight. However, this obstruction is meaningless at all. The command headquarters of Mundok essentially selected a relatively large house in the outer city, which looked relatively good in appearance, and requisitioned that a part of the buildings around the house were demolished, and the waste materials were used to build fortifications on the spot. The personal guards were stationed around, together with 4 challenge tanks and a combat command vehicle. In the face of blows, he can stand firm here. If necessary, when the surrounding messy buildings have been cleared, he can also easily slip away in the command vehicle. His personal guards had a suitable place to garrison, and they had deployed a defensive stance ahead of time, not huddled together, protected by bunkers and foxholes, so they wouldn't be wiped out by a bolter round. There's still many soldiers who were accurately targeted and killed by small-scale explosions, but at least they can still fight. At the same time, after the soldiers of these pro-guard battalions went into battle, a considerable part of the nearby Alliance soldiers were also mobilized. After all, General Mondok was there, and quite a few of these Union soldiers stopped watching and tried to attack. But even though the space fighters were not able to wipe out the defenders in one wave, they were not blocked either and no need for cover. They just went straight ahead. The shooting of bullets is not very effective on the ceramic steel armor. The grenades thrown over cannot be blown up at all. The number of rocket launchers flying from the sky is small, and the hit rate is still low. Those who can really hit will be killed by Gu Hang Yu's psionic deflection. In fact, it is not deflected, and it may not be a big problem. Even if his face was smeared, it was nothing more than a stagger, a little discomfort from the shock, and a little gray smoke on the armor, so there was no major problem. Of course, the Battle Sisters might be a little bit more affected. Mercy Lily's white-green armor is beautiful, but certainly not as strong as the Space Marines. Therefore, Gu Hang will take care of the firepower that hits the fighting nun. The head nun, Garrett, also noticed this. She nodded slightly to Gu Hang, and then put more effort into the battle. She took the lead, accelerated forward, rushed out of the front line, and quickly approached a tank that was turning its muzzle and trying to fire. In her hand, she held a long-handled war halberd, and when she swung it, the golden blade cut off the barrel of the tank with just one click. Then, she jumped high again, and the halberd penetrated the tank from the top. The soldiers in the car only felt a golden light shining from their heads, and then they saw the captain and driver being strung together in a candied hawse. Everyone was terrified, and this is just a microcosm on the battlefield. The firepower of ordinary soldiers is completely unable to stop the progress of superhuman fighters. However, the bolt guns in the hands of the space warriors and the battle nuns can easily destroy the enemies who stand in the way. They didn't kill all the soldiers quickly, but it wasn't necessary that in just a moment. They had already penetrated the defense lines of those soldiers. Gu Hang has even been able to see Mondok. The general of Fuxing City, right in front of his eyes, had just boarded a command vehicle in a hurry and seemed to be planning to run away. But now I just want to run. How can I get away? At this time, Mundok was destined to be unable to escape. It was still Sister Garrett who made the move. She knew that for Gu Hang, if he could capture the rebel leader alive, it would be more valuable, even if this guy still couldn't escape his death in the end. After cutting a tank, the head nun did not stop, but continued to accelerate. She jumped up high, and the combat backpack behind her suddenly spewed out dark green flames, pushing her body and accelerating in midair. The command car that started up just now was rushed to close by the head nun before it even got up to speed. She opened fire with a single-handed gun in midair, and the infantry accompanying the command vehicle were all accurately sniped one by one. When she landed, there were no enemies around. With a swing of the halberd, half of the pair of rear wheels of the command car were cut off. With another slash, the door of the car was cut open, revealing Mundok's terrified face. The rebel leader had shown some bravery up to this time. Trembling, he raised the pistol he had prepared and pulled the trigger at the head nun. However, how can the bullets fired by ordinary self-defense pistols shake the feedback power armor of the head nun? He only fired one shot, and the bullet bounced off the armor. Immediately afterwards, he was grabbed by the collar with one hand by the head nun, and he was directly dragged off the car. The general, who was like a dead dog, fell to the ground and was dragged by Garrett with one hand towards Gu Heng. He kept struggling, but it was meaningless. The head nun's hand was like steel, and he didn't let go at all. The surrounding guard soldiers who were still alive could only watch helplessly. The general, who was usually high above the ground, is now being dragged on the ground. They have someone who wants to be saved, but has absolutely no idea what to do. It's really useless if the bullet hits it. Use heavy firepower to bombard it. What if the general was killed by the incident? What's even more frightening is the dozen or so male and female fighters themselves. They have also confronted the most elite, extraordinary fighters of the Empire head-on, and they have only one feeling. How can such an enemy be considered human? Invulnerable, cannon motionless. However, the other party shot casually. As long as there were more people on his side, then a large number of people would be taken away. Those angels of death, like strolling in the garden, captured their general under their protection. It's not that they didn't fight to the death, but all they could do was die. This kind of battle that must be lost and impossible to win, they can no longer fight. Seeing that the general was captured, they even felt a sense of relief. I lost all the losses, can I stop fighting? Such thoughts filled their hearts, and the soldiers' trigger fingers became less resolute. As for the space fighters, they also reduced their firepower. They didn't shoot anymore and just hit the soldiers. They didn't bother to care about them. They would only shoot the bombs at the enemies who were still struggling. The Phoenix is an extremely poor warband. In their eyes, bombs are worth more than the lives of these local Aboriginal rebels. At this moment, Garrett has brought Mundok to Gu Heng. At this moment, General Mundok, who has always been tough and dressed in combat uniform, has completely lost his usual image and demeanor, being dragged all the way to the ground because the head nun was too rough. Half of the time, he was on the ground with half his face on the ground. When he came in front of Gu Heng, half of the face mopping the floor was bloody, and the blood and dust on his body, as well as the half-torn clothes, made him look very embarrassed. He was thrown in front of Gu Heng, struggling to get up, but the pain in his whole body was so painful that it was difficult to get up. But there is no need for him to get up by himself. An invisible force lifted his body and lifted him up. He was able to face Gu Heng directly. He opened his mouth with difficulty, trying to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. There was also an invisible force that blocked his throat, making it difficult to even breathe, let alone speak. Of course, it was Gu Heng who did it. Whether the guy in front of him wanted to be tough one last time or beg for mercy, Gu Heng didn't intend to listen. Now, it doesn't matter what attitude Mundok has as far as Gu Heng is concerned. If this guy is captured alive, then there's only one use left for him. Safety, I'll leave it to you. Gu Heng's voice rang in the ears of the space warriors and battle nuns. Garrett smiled and nodded. In fact, these words were mainly addressed to her. Next, Gu Heng will be exposed to the guns of all enemies. He didn't worry about those ordinary soldiers. Not even the bombardment of artillery fired, he can handle those. Only, he was worried that there would be cultists from the original Raging Owl sect lurking in the army. It is possible. Their hands, coupled with the bullets and artillery fire of some controlled soldiers, would indeed pose a threat to him. It's not enough to die. The worst is to sneak into the protection of space fighters and battle nuns when the situation is not good. Is there anyone on the Fury Star who can break through the protection of these 19 people and kill himself? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, that would be a bit embarrassing, and it would not be conducive to Gu Heng's establishment of his own prestige. And what he needs from Garrett, the head nun, is to try to keep him from falling into that embarrassing situation. This was discussed beforehand, and the head nun agreed very simply. Or in other words, if they only help the governor to suppress the rebellion, the nuns of the Holy Mercy Lily are actually not interested. The core purpose of their coming to the surface is to fight against heresy. And the job of watching out for cultists who may appear later is exactly what they want. Gu Hang withdrew his gaze and looked at Mundok again. It's time to use the Alliance General. Under the power controlled by the power of thought, Gu Hang's body began to lift into the air, together with Mundok. Gu Hang's golden governor's uniform moved without wind. He looked stern and solemn, overlooking the entire battlefield. Mundok's figure was slightly lower than him. His limbs and throat were bound by psionic energy, and he couldn't move, let alone speak. Only Gu Hang's voice could resound through the scene through the power of psionic energy. All soldiers, put down your weapons. I am Gu Hang. I am the representative of the empire that you swore to serve, and I am the representative of the emperor to rule this land. I'm a master of Star Fury, and I am your governor. And this, the man you call the general, betrayed the empire, betrayed the emperor, betrayed me. Hearing this, there were some subtle changes in the expressions of the space warriors and the battle nuns. To betray the governor is indeed to betray the empire. To betray the empire, isn't that to betray the emperor? There is nothing wrong with saying it. But Your Excellency, the governor puts himself on an equal footing with the empire and the God Emperor. Doesn't it feel right? But they didn't say anything either. Gu Hang didn't care what these pious God Emperor believers were thinking. He continued, I hereby announce that, in the name of the Emperor, I will strip General Mundok of his status and judge him as a traitor to the empire. Soldiers, no matter what order you have received before, it has now been completely terminated. In the name of the governor, I order everyone to put down their weapons. Your past actions will not be held accountable. But from this moment from the beginning, those who still do not obey orders will also be regarded as traitors. Between words, Gu Hang raised a pistol, pointed it at Mundok's forehead, and executed him with one shot. If the gun was the sense of form. Gu Hang wanted to use this very symbolic method of shooting to tell all the soldiers that their past commander was a guilty person and a traitor to the empire, and they should completely draw a line with the traitors at the moment and accept the leadership of the governor. He didn't plan to use all the 10,000 soldiers in Fuxing City immediately. But at least, these people must not be an obstacle to his next actions. If the Great Purge is a certainty, it will begin with the military. Almost all the surrounding soldiers saw what happened in midair and all heard the governor's declaration. The general is a traitor? This news made people feel a little unacceptable for a while. It wasn't just Gu Hang talking about it. The soldiers would really regard Mundok as a traitor and Gu Hang as the commander. After all, before this, they were not familiar with Gu Hang, but Mundok was their leader for several years. Many of them were officers promoted by General Mundok. However, now Mundok is dead. Died right in front of them, or died by being convicted and shot. The object of allegiance has been lost. Many people fell into a daze. What to do next? To avenge the general? This. In the minds of some who are deeply in favor of Mundok, this may not be an option that in fact, some people did try to do this. Their officers try to continue to encourage the soldiers under their command to launch an attack. But that doesn't work very well. The core point is that they have no way to deny Gu Hang's status as a ruler. He was the real governor, and he executed the general, leaving little reason for the remaining soldiers to continue fighting. Just relying on the agitation of the officers is not that useful. Only a small number of people with unclear brains will draw out their weapons and try to attack. In the face of these attacks, Gu Hang remained motionless in midair. This time is definitely not the time to back down. He just wanted to stand here, spread the declaration he just made to the soldiers over and over again, and deeply engrave his identity into the soldiers' minds. As for those obsessed with obsession, their attacks are within the reach of Gu Hang. His mind control is enough to allow him to catch the bullets fired at him within a certain distance and deflect them away, making them unable to hit. And even if it was a rare bullet, he didn't have time to catch it, but he still had the body protection aura on him as a last resort to protect it. If it was set on fire by tens of thousands of people, there is nothing to say Gu Hang would have to run away immediately. But this situation did not happen. After all, there were only a small number of people who attacked him. This small number of diehards was immediately and forcefully suppressed. Space Marines will strike. The bolt gun in Phoenix's hand can always kill those rebels with precision. However, the cult members that Gu Hang was worried about were not able to pose a threat to him at all. His previous guess was correct. Among the troops in Fuxing City, there must be magicians from the original Raging Owl sect lurking in. After he was lifted into the air, those magicians quietly popped up and aimed at him. Within the scope of Gu Hang's psychic perception, he has already discovered the traces of those heresies. While planning to attack Gu Hang with spiritual energy, they were still trying to encourage the surrounding soldiers to continue attacking Gu Hang. However, with his trust in the Battle Sisters, Gu Hang did not move. And the sisters led by Sister Garrett did not disappoint Gu Hang's trust. In the previous actions, the Sacred Lilies, who were actually a little bit paddling, became active at this moment. The 11 people did not need to communicate, and they were divided into two groups in a very tacit understanding. Garrett acted alone, and a total of 6 groups rushed into the group of soldiers. They shouted the name of the Emperor, and found out those guys who had taken off their disguise and were about to try to use the power of magic to attack Gu Hang. They are real experts in anti-cultists and natural enemies of all heresies, cults, and psychers. There was a faint light on the bodies of the holy lilies, indicating that the blessing of the god Emperor had arrived. Within a certain range, all hostile psychic and evil means will be directly hindered. There is, of course, a limit to this hindrance, that if the target's strength is too strong, the magic that should be cast will still be cast. After all, their anti-psychic powers are derived from the magic they mastered, from the blessing of the Emperor. In essence, when a hostile spell takes effect, their magical power will immediately counter it. But at least none of the warlocks appearing now can break through the anti-psychic suppression of the fighting nuns. If the sorcery and psionic powers were ineffective, those cultists mixed and would be powerless to fight back and be wiped out easily. Seeing the Battle Sisters kill their comrades around them, some soldiers revolted, and no matter whether they fought back instinctively or were really bewitched by the cultists, the Sacred Mercy Lilies would not be merciful, and they would all be wiped out. These lurking heretics are not much different from ordinary soldiers in appearance. The soldiers didn't know that these were cult members, and some thought they were being massacred. In order to avoid the spread of this kind of misunderstanding and cause the already very tense situation to slip into a completely uncontrollable situation, Gu Hang used the sound of psionic drumming to ring next to the ears of all the soldiers again. Drop your arms. Stop resisting. The cultists who intend to destroy Fuxing City are conspiring, and the battle nuns are clearing out heresies. Put down your weapons. You will not be implicated. Anyone who continues to hold weapons will be regarded as a traitor. Drop your arms. Don't be a traitor. In a daze, quite a few soldiers finally stopped resisting. At this moment, the infantry regiment led by Yin Fengshu also entered the arena. They cautiously approached the line of defense of the Alliance Legion and shouted along with the governor, putting down their weapons and stopping resistance. Soldiers who were disarmed remained where they were. The few who remained armed, whether they resisted or not, were executed. The governor acts as a humanoid broadcasting station in midair and also casts a persuading surrender halo to the entire army of the Alliance Legion. The space fighters and combat nuns wipe out the stubborn traitors from within and disarm ordinary soldiers. The infantry regiment led by Yin Fengshu disarms from the outside. The main battle ended here, and most of the Alliance soldiers chose to surrender after witnessing the general being tortured and shot. The governor personally ordered to persuade him to surrender, and facing the irresistible space fighters and battle nuns. They don't want to fight anymore. If you can't win the fight, and you don't know the meaning of continuing to fight, then why keep fighting? Gu Hang also heaved a sigh of relief. He had reason to be happy. The final means he prepared was not used. His actions today have elements of risk, but not much. Under the double protection of the interstellar warrior and the battle nun, he himself is considered a very powerful psyker, so it is not easy to get into trouble. In addition, he still has the bodyguard of the governor's status, so that those alliance soldiers are a loss, throwing their hands at the mouse, and unable to devote themselves to the battle with all their strength. This is an even more layer of protection. It was because of these bonuses that he dared to come and behead Mundok, and then subdue the entire army. And the biggest risk is just failure in action. At this moment, his established goal has been achieved. Of course, he also thought about what would happen if this adventure slipped out of control. Then what he may have to face is to be trapped in an army of 19 people with a scale of - people. But on the one hand, he is sure that he can still break through with all his strength in this situation. On the other hand, he also has the ultimate means to completely solve the problem. In space orbit, the quintet is fully ready for combat, and the naval guns are ready to fire at any time for orbital strikes on ground. Once the situation is completely out of control, Gu Hang will leave a mark and try his best to break through. The team led by Yin Fangxu will also respond from the outside and build a defense line to block the Alliance army in the outer city. After he breaks out, the naval guns will start orbital bombing, bombarding the Alliance Legion stationed in the outer city area in a relatively precise and small-scale manner. Orbital strikes are not completely invincible. If the party being shelled has deep air raid shelters, tunnels, and a very strong bunker specially designed to resist orbital strikes, it may greatly reduce the power of orbital bombing and reduce damage. But obviously, the Alliance Legion did not make such preparations, and temporary digging is impossible. After the orbital bombing is over, Gu Hang will bring his troops up to clean up the battlefield, which will also achieve the goal of destroying the Alliance Legion. But that was the last resort, Orbital bombing cannot be completely accurate, and there must be shells that may fall into the inner city or the outer city that is not a combat zone, causing serious accidental injuries. The fear of orbital bombing will permeate Fuxing City. This kind of panic may help Gu Hang's next actions, but it may also fuel the resistance of city residents. If you fall into that situation, there will be no less troubles in the future. But if it really got to that level, Gu Hang would not soften his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a plan. But if he cannot use it, of course it is better not to use it. The current result is much better than using railguns to open the way. The Alliance Legion has become his. It is definitely not enough to completely control these 10,000 fully armed legionnaires and turn them into reliable subordinates. It even took a lot of effort just to disarm them all and put them under surveillance. After the execution of Mundok, it took almost a whole day to disarm and resettle these soldiers. The main reason is that although most of these soldiers have accepted their fate, there is still a small number of them who refuse to surrender their weapons, so that they clashed with the infantry regiment led by Yin Fangxu, and bloody incidents occurred. At the same time, there are quite a few people, even though they dare not resist openly, they will run away quietly with weapons. The directly subordinate troops that Gu Hang brought in consisted of 5 battalions of 500 people, which was a bit stretched. Although they've tried their best to prevent this situation, there is still a large number of Union soldiers who fled with weapons. These guys may become trouble in the future, that if they hide in the slums of the outer city, they may become a hidden danger to the security of the outer city in the future. If they escape outside the city, they may become bandits. Trouble is trouble, but it's just mange, not a big deal. Excluding those who died and those who ran away, the soldiers who were finally concentrated and guarded were about - people. Next, Gu Hang did not rush into the city. The current situation, the city's problems, and Hodgson's problems are no longer important. After the army was disarmed, the city had become a prey for anyone who wanted it, and it would not move yet. It just depended on when Gu Hang went to harvest it. In fact, what Gu Hang is facing right now is far from the full war potential of Fuxing City. This action is not even a war. If Gu Hang had to name it himself, it should be called a special military operation. Gu Hang keenly judged that although the disappearance of Old Hodgson meant that the Alliance authorities had launched a war against him, but the enemy he had to deal with in this war was not the entire Fuxing City. On the contrary, that city should be his, and the people in the city and the army defending the city should not be his enemies, but his subjects. Clearly recognizing who the real enemy is and who should be won over to his side is the core reason why Gu Hang was able to achieve such great results at a relatively small cost. Only by understanding this problem can we achieve twice the result with half the effort, instead of foolishly treating the entire city as an enemy, and ultimately end up losing both sides. The route problem is solved, the rest is how to do it. There are space fighters, there are battle nuns, there are starship macro guns, and there is the status of governor. The means to solve the problem is not a big problem. After solving the Alliance army, Gu Hang sent people to divide the army into 5 places. The 4 infantry battalions each defended and closed the 4 gates of the inner city. These inner city people who protected themselves with high walls are now shocked to find that the walls have become their prisons, and they can no longer get out through the 4 exits. So far, the dignitaries of the inner city and the 10 people living in the inner city have been locked inside, isolated from the 90 million people outside the city. The other battalion guarded, disarmed, and captured Union soldiers. Gu Hang is also here. These 7,000 people are critical. Gu Hang didn't imagine that he could subdue them into his subordinates immediately. But in the future, they will be a very important part of Gu Hang's military force. It is impossible for him to leave these 7,000 people unused. Even if he has a systematic training function, a good source of soldiers is still important. But before this army can be incorporated, Gu Hang still has a lot of work to do. Are there any heretics among them? Could there be cultists who were not exposed in the action against Gu Hang just now? It's quite possible. The Battle Sisters are in charge of this work. Unlike the Phoenix who had been idle after the battle, the nuns of the Holy Mercy Lily became even busier. They began to look for any hidden cult members within the entire army. Under the eyes of Sacred Mercy Lily, heresy and heretics could not hide. They were quickly identified, their identities were revealed, and they were executed in public. Their actions not only did not cause the soldiers to backlash, but instead provided Gu Hang with further help. The reputation of the original Nuo Shao sect was not good. When the soldiers found out that there were many heretics around them, they were actually angry. From this, they will think, is this the former commander's intentional connivance? Do I want to continue to fight against the governor together with those cult traitors? That definitely won't work. In other words, this gave the soldiers another reason to convince themselves to accept the decision to surrender. At the same time, the Sacred Lilies are also preaching, by the way, instilling the teachings of the state religion, belief in the emperor, and loyalty to the empire into the hearts of the soldiers. Their strength has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the previous bloody battles. But now, they're showing kindness. There will be gentle smiles on their faces, and the light of divinity will bloom on their bodies. And the belief in the emperor who ascended to God is the most common belief in the entire human empire, even in Fury All-Star, taking advantage of fighting against cults, carrying the power of the victors, and the confusion of the soldiers after the defeat. Their missionary effect is quite good. The Holy Mercy Lilies didn't do this to help Gu Hang. Is there any other reason for nuns to preach? As for objectively helping Gu Hang, the planetary governor who is the spokesperson of the empire's rule, to strengthen the loyalty of the soldiers, that is a surprise. And when the fighting nuns were busy, Gu Hang was not idle either. In the prisoner of war camp, he met with all the surviving military officers above the battalion and regiment level, and chatted with each of them for a period of time. After completing the private meeting, he also called all the military chiefs above the company level and held a closed-door meeting. During the conversation, Gu Hang listened to a lot and said a lot. He understood the confusion, demands, and confusion of the soldiers, and he gave many firm answers. Gu Hang did not come to destroy Fushing City. On the contrary, he came to build this city. Loyalty to the empire is the obligation of every soldier. They will be able to gain more meritorious service on the battlefield, and they will rebuild the world. Fight for yourself, your family, and a better tomorrow for your hometown. Of course, these things are nonsense, but Gu Hang also said a lot of real things. In Fushing City, the treatment of these Alliance regular troops is not bad, and Gu Hang can ensure that their material ratio will only be higher than in the past, and the officers are the same. In the future, the army will expand, and officers who perform well will likely have more opportunities for promotion. The Army will receive more attention, and better equipment will be allocated to the Army. All family members of soldiers and officers will receive corresponding subsidies according to their military ranks. If there are casualties, the compensation ratio will be higher than before. Spiritual and material. On both levels, Guheng has provided protection for these mid-level and low-level military officers. The officers, one by one, patted their chest to assure the governor that they were deceived in the past, and now they understand that loyalty to the governor is the only right way. After the overall chat, it seems that the guest of honor had a good time. Of course, Guheng is not naive. Can people believe everything they say with their chests clapped? Can you use it as your own immediately? That's obviously not realistic. For example, it is impossible for Guheng to let these alliance soldiers take on the task of blocking the city. If this is the case, there will be a bunch of dignitaries in the city who are familiar with the officers soliciting friendship and offering bribes. I am afraid that many people will run away by then. Under the current situation, those veterans, those officers who are mixed in the political situation of Fuxing City, would be too stupid not to say some beautiful words. But Guheng didn't care. If you show your attitude, that's fine. In the future, Guheng has a way to improve the combat effectiveness of the army and improve the control over the army. In terms of material conditions, he will really follow the promise and not fool people. Serving as a soldier eats food and promises to give everything that should be given, so that there could be a foundation of loyalty. The construction of spiritual civilization must be further strengthened. In this regard, Guheng intends to adopt some special measures. He will draw a large number of manpower from the 6 infantry battalions he built by himself for special training, that he would invite the Battle Sisters, the Space Marines, and give them lessons. After they finish the class, Guheng will go to the class in person. It is not any special military training, but the cultivation of ideological consciousness. Loyalty to the empire, belief in the emperor, these need to be further emphasized. Guheng, on the other hand, needs to bind loyalty, honor, and belief to himself. There's nothing wrong with that. It's logically true. You believe in the God Emperor and are loyal to the empire. The governor is the governor appointed by the empire, and he is the person who will rule on the Fury Star on behalf of the God Emperor. Allegiance to the emperor is allegiance to the governor. There's nothing wrong with that. However, the Phoenix and Mercy Lily won't be bothered with the work of stuffing private goods. Guheng will work harder and will do it himself. All of these people who have been trained will be placed among the officers at all levels of the Alliance Legion. Are there any heretics among them? Could there be cultists who are not exposed in the action against Guheng just now? It's quite possible. The Battle Sisters are in charge of this work. Unlike the Phoenix who had been idle after the battle, the nuns of the Holy Mercy Lily became even busier. They began to look for any hidden cult members within the entire army. Under the eyes of Sacred Mercy Lily, heresy and heretics could not hide. They were quickly identified. Their identities were revealed, and they were executed in public. Their actions not only did not cause the soldiers to backlash, but instead provided Guheng with further help. The reputation of the original Nuo Shao sect was not good. When the soldiers found out that there were many heretics around them, they were actually angry. From this, they will think, is this the former commander's intentional connivance? Do I want to continue to fight against the governor together with those cult traitors? That definitely won't work. In other words, this gave the soldiers another reason to convince themselves to accept the decision to surrender. At the same time, the Sacred Lilies are also preaching, by the way, instilling the teachings of the state religion, belief in the emperor, and loyalty to the empire into the hearts of the soldiers. Their strength has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the previous bloody battles, but now they're showing kindness. There will be gentle smiles on their faces, and the light of divinity will bloom on their bodies. And the belief in the emperor who ascended to God is the most common belief in the entire human empire, even in Fury Owlstar. Taking advantage of fighting against cults, carrying the power of the victors, and the confusion of the soldiers after the defeat, their missionary effect is quite good. The Holy Mercy Lilies didn't do this to help Guheng. Is there any other reason for nuns to preach? As for objectively helping Gu Hang, the planetary governor who is the spokesperson of the empire's rule, to strengthen the loyalty of the soldiers, that is a surprise. And when the fighting nuns were busy, Gu Hang was not idle either. In the prisoner of war camp, he met with all the surviving military officers above the battalion and regiment level, and chatted with each of them for a period of time. After completing the private meeting, he also called all the military chiefs above the company level and held a closed-door meeting. During the conversation, Gu Hang listened to a lot and said a lot. He understood the confusion, demands, and confusion of the soldiers, and he gave many firm answers. Gu Hang did not come to destroy Fuxing City. On the contrary, he came to build this city. Loyalty to the empire is the obligation of every soldier. They will be able to gain more meritorious service on the battlefield, and they will rebuild the world, fight for yourself, your family, and a better tomorrow for your hometown. Hateful Mundok, we must deal with it toughly. It's a pity to lose your life. What can we do now? The army is gone, and the city has been blocked. Now we are all fish on the chopping board. Bradford, with disheveled hair, looked crazy and terrified. But between the words, he couldn't help but secretly glanced at Norris on the opposite side. Bradford's words were heard, but he was silent, and old Norris was silent. Under his thick white hair and beard, the expression formed by his eyebrows and lips is full of gloom. Bradford gritted his teeth and continued to complain. What should we do now? It's useless. Have you seen the photo? Have you seen the video? That Gu Hang, he just flew in the sky. He just executed Mundok in public like that. Hell, why do we never know that Gu Hang is still a powerful psyker? After speaking, he looked at Norris again. The old man still didn't speak. Bradford continued to speak. Those space fighters, battle nuns, didn't they say it was fake? They killed fully armed soldiers like chickens and destroyed our tanks as easily as opening cans. How dare we fight with such an enemy is going to war? Damn it, that reckless Mundok bewitched us and made us miserable. And those soldiers, how dare they? Every month, every year, the Treasury spends so much money on those soldiers, allowing them to live a life that they couldn't live before when they were cattle, and giving them a higher status. But how did they repay us? When they needed them most, they did not dare to fight to the death, but surrendered. That Gu Hang said that he is the ruler, he is the commander-in-chief of the army. What a fart. Why did those soldiers don't want to use your brain to think about it? Did Gu Hang send them a penny? Bradford, a business tycoon, didn't talk about demeanor at all. He scolded left and right in an incoherent manner. He first scolded Mundok, then Gu Hang, and then went back to Mundok to scold those ordinary soldiers. He finally managed to bore Norris. Okay, put away your crazy look and stop putting on airs in front of me. Norris said, do you want to ask me? Want to know what I should do next? I can tell you. No problem. Now Fuxing City has already become our prison, so what's wrong with all the prisoners who are dying? But even if I tell you, do you really dare to follow me? Bradford immediately abandoned the previous collapsed appearance and said with a different face, why not? The Legion is finished, Mundok is dead, and now you're the only one left in the whole city. Mr. Norris, it's a real power faction. If you have someone in your hand, you will have guns and cannons when you open the arsenal, and those in the whole city who don't want to return to the governor's rule will unite by your side. Oomph. Norris snorted coldly. After Mundok's death and the surrender of the Union legions, the political nature of the Restoration changed. Anyone with a discerning "I can't see that the alliance has changed?" If in the past it was possible to rely on the Alliance Legion and rely on the military potential of the numerous population representatives in the inner and outer cities of the city to fight against the governor, now it has become absolutely impossible. There are 4 doors, and if the army turns against them, they can't even get out of the city, and it is absolutely impossible to turn things around. And the rest is how to live. Their life and death are already only in the governor's mind. According to their thinking, although the governor has not yet entered the city, it may be too late to make a decision when the governor enters the city. At this moment, there are really not many decisions they can make. Nothing more than fleeing and kneeling. It is not easy to escape from Fuxing City right now. As for kneeling to the governor, if the kneeling posture is not good, I am afraid that I will not survive. Friends who used to cooperate with each other are now indispensable to each other. For example, at the moment, Norris can see that Bradford pretends to be broken in front of him and praises him, and he has no good intentions. That guy looked like he was motivating himself to arm the industrial workers and resist to the end, but if he really did that, the guy in front of him would be the first to sell him. Of course, what he said that he has a way and knows what to do is also false. He will arm the workers, he will turn the factories into military positions. But this is definitely not for resistance, but to concentrate the actual power in the city in the hands as much as possible, increase the bargaining chips held, and finally kneel down to the governor with more weight. The population that can be organized, the weapons and equipment, and the means of production in the factory are all my Norris's. The governor keeps me. It will be of great use in the future. As for this Bradford in front of him, a person who used to rely on contacts and channels to do reselling business, please ask for more blessings. After the short conversation with the old Norris, Bradford's face was quite gloomy. He felt that old Norris saw what he meant and was not fooled. Damn it! How can I run away without a conspicuous guy in the city to catch the governor's attention? Yes, Bradford wanted to run. Bradford didn't want to stay and be a dog, nor did he, like Norris, have the money to be a dog. On the contrary, the extensive contacts he has accumulated over the years as a distributor have given him many other places to go after leaving Fushing City. Even if life is not as good as before, it is better than staying, as long as you can escape. For Norris, there is no hope. He didn't believe Norris' words, and he didn't believe that this guy would really fight against the governor. On the contrary, he felt that that fellow Norris was looking for a way to make himself kneel with more weight in order to obtain better surrender conditions in front of Gu Hang. Maybe he would be regarded as an increase in weight by that guy condition. But this kind of thinking is not worth mentioning, in his opinion. If you can't survive, the governor is already attacked with thunder. No matter how beautiful your kneeling posture is, it can't compare with being a dead person. Make room and sweep the upper floor so that the governor can better draw on a piece of white paper. Moreover, even if it survives in the future, the city will become the governor who counts its words, and the Alliance Council will no longer have the same power as in the past, and it will not even matter whether it exists or not. Old Norris must be finished. But the hateful thing is, since you're going to be finished, why don't you finish it more vigorously and give me more opportunities when I escape? After thinking about it, Bradford gritted his teeth and felt that he couldn't wait any longer. If you wait any longer, the governor will enter the city at any time, and the purge will start any time, and if you wait any longer, you'll have no chance to run away. He made up his mind. Bradford decided to run away. Don't procrastinate, just run tonight. He didn't dare to bring too many things. Although he had a lot of wealth in Fushing City, these physical belongings would obviously slow down his actions. With it, it is inconvenient to escape. His greatest wealth lies in his own life and the connections he has accumulated over the years of doing business. As long as you get out alive, you'll come back after all your money is gone. Instead, he gave a lot of money to his bodyguards and the mercenaries he recruited and promised that as long as he could leave the city and go outside, there would be more money to give to these bodyguards. When operating at night, Bradford came to the northwest edge of the city. This is not the gate of the city, but it is not impossible to leave the city. With his years of experience in business, of course he has mastered some special channels. In the past, this passage dug from under the city wall to the outside through the sewer was used for smuggling, for some special commodities that need to be imported or exported secretly, and for tax exemption. This method can save a lot of effort and money for these not-so-visible businesses, and now, that passage would save Bradford's life. After walking for half an hour through the dark sewer pipes and the secret passage dug out later, they arrived at the place. A group of bodyguards took the lead, and someone climbed up the ladder and pushed open the wellhead on top. It was not easy. The mouth of the well was sealed with mud for camouflage. If you can't push it open, you have to insert a knife along the edge of the cover to loosen the soil. Tough, but doable. After working for a long time, the cover was pushed open and the 3 bodyguards went up. They held guns professionally guarded in 3 directions, and waited for the follow-up people to come up. Soon, under the protection of 2 groups of bodyguards, Bradford came to the ground. The sky was dark. He had seen the surrounding environment many times, and he was very familiar with it, but it was a little too quiet. In the past, after getting out from here, you could hear the noise of the outer city. Those poor people sometimes make a lot of noise at night to reflect the nightlife. But this is also normal. The war was fought just now, and it is normal not to dare to stand up at night under the panic. What's more, maybe the governor has set up military control outside the city. While thinking wildly, the bodyguards at the back also came up. "Let's go," Bradford urged. "It is not difficult to go through the tunnel. The next step is the most dangerous path that it would take them at least half an hour to leave the outer city completely. Only then can it be considered safe." Before setting off again, they restored the cover of the wellhead of the secret passage to its original state. Otherwise, if someone saw it, wouldn't they know that someone had escaped? When they're done with that, they're off. Swish! 2 white searchlights shone extremely bright light on them. At the same time, there was a voice of yelling. "Drop your weapon, kneel down, and surrender." Bradford, who was stabbed blindly and in pain, felt miserable. He knew it was over. He resigned to his fate, dropped his gun, knelt on the ground, and dared not move. But his bodyguards had mixed reactions. Some people wanted to run away, and some tried to counterattack towards the source of the light against the glare of the light. But the next moment, the characteristic beep-beep of the G9 rifle sounded. Those who tried to run and those who resisted all died. On the way back to the camp, Prabhav, the battalion commander of the Chindi battalion of the governor's infantry regiment, laughed. I didn't expect it to be really rewarding. This secret channel news is really good." His adjutant was also beaming. Yes, it is really useful for the governor to send someone to be that political commissar. I was a little bit reluctant when Cody was elected, but I didn't expect to get this one the next day. The news of the smuggling cave, let's block here, originally thought to try it casually, but it turned out to be really rewarding. The man who was arrested, did he say anything? Yes, he said that he is a member of the union, and he wants to see the governor. Damn it, is it possible for one person to see the governor? But I'd better report to the governor to see if the governor is willing to see this person. If he is willing, let a team of people overwhelm him. If not, damn it, I don't have a place to take care of him, or I'll just kill him and fall down. Bradford, who was bound and followed behind, was frightened. The governor will definitely meet me. I know many things. I will be very useful to the governor. Bradford originally thought that his fate would not be revealed until the next day, but he didn't expect that even though it was already late at night, Guheng hadn't rested yet and met him in the early hours of the morning. That made Bradford heave a sigh of relief. The governor is willing to see himself. At least he won't be shot dead by the officer who caught him. But it is far from being able to relax now. Next is the moment of real destiny. Whether he can show his value depends on the next few words. If you want to live, you must show your value. He had to tell the governor that he was more useful alive than dead. However, the conversation with the governor this time was a bit beyond his expectations. He was dumbfounded by the first sentence. "Bradford, we met on my first day on the surface. I thought you were going to die in my hands that day because I hate the way you smile. Now it seems that I feel like yes. Bradford's silly. Why the fuck did I laugh that day? If this is the cause of death, it would be too unfair." Before he could speak, Guheng continued. "I know you want to convince me to let you live, and you want to show your value. I will give you this chance, but I can tell you the benefits of your death first. In this way, you can think about it in your own heart. What do you have to pay to replace these?" Bradford swallowed nervously, listening to Guheng speak slowly. "Next, I will conduct a major cleansing in Fuxing City. The performance of the entire organization of the alliance government has let me down in the past few months. How can I do well with politics when I am with you insects? So, I plan to arrest all coalition members, middle and upper-level government employees, have a public trial, and make your crimes known to the public." Bradford couldn't help trying to explain, but was interrupted by Guheng. "I don't care. You'll be guilty anyway. People in Fushing City can't live better. People in the outer city can't afford food and clothing, and the whole world is in chaos. These are your original sins, and they will be woven into a specific line, an outrageous crime, and you will pay the price for everything on the gallows in the end. The people will feel happy, vented, and possibly terrified, but in the end they will respect me more. You don't worry about being alone. There will be many people accompanying you on the road. After a comprehensive cleansing, the political situation in Fushing City will take on a new look. I will promote some new officials. They have no foundation and not too much entanglement. They will come from the bottom and will become a new interest class. All their honor and disgrace will be tied to me. They may not do well at the beginning due to inexperience and lack of ability, but they will do their best to implement my will. And I will completely and thoroughly control this city, to carry out my plan to revive the city and even the entire world. Okay, I'm done talking. Now it's your turn, Mr. Bradford. Can your brain be smart enough to come up with a reason why you are more valuable than dead? I'm quite looking forward to it. The idea of starting this book was actually quite impulsive. Many friends advised me not to write, saying that this stuff is niche, the market is small, it is relatively unpopular, and the results may not be guaranteed. When it comes to writing a book, what is the most important thing in choosing a subject? Is it market acceptance? Is it possible to write in the scope of one's own ability? These are important, but not the most important. In my opinion, the most important thing is, what exactly do I have the desire to create and express? What am I trying to write? Interstellar themes, space opera, www/www style warfare, cannon tanks, mechs, special forces, trench warfare, crowd charge. Then look for ideas to visualize those ideas. Total War plus stars plus Hearts of Iron plus Warhammer 40K. Putting these things together, I feel very excited when I think about it. Then I started writing, didn't listen to persuasion, and sent it after finishing writing. The start was not going well, and the results were not so good, so that the editor told me that there was San Jiang who could be admitted. I was really surprised and pleasantly surprised, thinking that there was no chance. Of course, the overall results are definitely still not good. I'm also prepared. Write what I want to write, and then hope to find readers who can match each other's brainwaves. This is my goal. That's about the origin of the book's creation. It will be on the shelves tonight, and I will tell you about the update plan. 4 long-term updates in the future. The daily limit is 4,000 words, which is about 2 chapters. Sometimes it may be combined into 1 chapter, and it can be published at noon as much as possible. Some comrades say less, and I have no choice. When a person reaches middle age, his energy is low, he has a job and a family, and it is difficult to make more commitments. But I will work hard to add more on the basis of Chapter 2, that I hope to be able to do 3 updates frequently. But this is not guaranteed. I can only say that Chapter 2 is the base. If there is any happy event, such as ordering a whole number, such as a large reward, 1 chapter for a single 10W coins, 2 chapters for the leader, such as my boss was hit by a car when he went out, not such things, I will work hard to add more on the basis of chapters. Let's talk about the update plan on the day of the launch. Today's 2 chapters were sent out at noon, free chapters. After midnight at night, I will post Chapter 5 directly. Then tomorrow at 11:2 noon, there will be dash chapters as usual. This is Chapter 7 on the day it was released. If you have subscribed 1,000 times, let's add a chapter. Only 2 chapters in 2,000. Anyway, it can't be higher. That's it. I hope everyone can join in. A lot of support. It allows me to write this book for a long time and stably, and at the same time, some income can subsidize my family. When Gu Hang spoke, his attitude was very sincere, as if he was not talking to a prisoner. However, what he said was so cold. More importantly, Bradford believed every word Gu Hang said. He deeply realized that the governor didn't bother to deceive him at all. His head was spinning rapidly. The pressure of death forced him. You can't make me wait too long. This night is very long, but I have more things to do. I don't have time to waste on you. Gu Hang's words sounded again. It was an out-and-out reminder. Bradford has never felt his head turn so fast in his life. His thoughts are not yet perfect. His thinking is not exhaustive, but he can only speak immediately. I did it in the position of a member of the coalition in the past 4 years. I've been familiar with many merchants in Fushing City and even outside of Fushing City, and I know a lot of information. Very good, this is one. Gu Hang said, but it's not enough. Your will is not firm enough to withstand torture. In the end, you will say anything. There is still a period of time before the public trial execution meeting is held. Enough for us to get rid of your mouth. Pry out everything you want to know, and it will not prevent you from being executed in the end, so that people can make the best use of it. The words spoken by the governor with a smile made Bradford tremble all over. Make the best use of people. Is that what you mean? Really use There were times when he really wished the governor hadn't been so honest. He wasn't used to having such frank conversations and was terribly frightened. But he could only bite the bullet and give another reason. After the big purge, it is difficult to guarantee the quality of the administrative staff you promote, and it will be very difficult for them to carry out their work. I can do it from scratch, and I am very capable. Yes, I will be loyal to you and do everything you want to do for you, without complaint or regret. Valuable proposal, but leaving an old member of parliament will make the deterrence of the purge and the public trial to expose the crime flawed. Your personal ability is not enough to make up for the loss. After a pause, Gu Hang continued, Bradford, I am a little disappointed by your performance. I thought you were a smart person, and you would think that you would not get your life back if you understood information and worked hard. You made those 2 reasons anyway, which makes me wonder if it was worth my time to listen to yours. My time is running out, and yours too. With the communication with Gu Hang, Bradford felt the sense of fear and despair accumulated in his heart deepened. The governor's words and the governor's attitude seemed to be a pair of big hands holding his heart. They kept tightening during the conversation. He felt like he was about to lose his breath, and his mind was about to be crushed under the horror of death. But at this time, he was finally able to risk everything. Gu Hang was always very frank. He spoke about the cleansing and the subsequent plan without reservation. As for myself, I may need to speak out all my thoughts frankly. I'm a channel businessman. My roots are not only in Fushing City, but all over the place. I have acquaintances in many city-states in the eastern provinces, each with a size of more than 20 people, the manor owners in the southern Chingu area, and I have a very good friendship. That guy Vaughn wants to engage in grain trade, and he also wants to connect with the manor owners through me. The Oasis Kingdom on the Great Western Wilderness and the Blackbird Heavy Industry Group further west are even more painstakingly built by me. The commercial route, that is the core of the heavy industry that is rarely seen in the entire Fury Star. My connections, the trade routes I have established, and the many people who have been planted on this route are my greatest wealth, but is intangible and will disappear with my death. Even if I want to give you, if I die, I can't hand it over. You can use torture to make me reveal all my contacts, contact methods, and even the character and experience of the other party. But their trust in me is not you anyone can be sent to replace me. After I die, they will be like raindrops falling into the sea, and they will never be found again. You will worry that I will not die and make the public trial conference flawed. But I am willing to be your tainted witness, according to your needs, to testify against the crimes of every congressman. There are many things that you don't even need to make up and list. I know a lot, really. Being a liaison officer, a diplomat, a trade representative, an intelligence officer, these are the irreplaceable values of my life. But you must still have doubts. I have so many contacts in the outside world. Once I am free, it is easy to escape. For this reason, I am willing to move all my family members outside to live in Fushing City. I am willing to bring your most loyal guards with me when I go out, so that I can monitor and execute me at any time. Or do you have any periodic attacks? Poison, antidote, I am also willing to accept. Of course, all of this may not be stable. I may abandon my family members heartlessly, my loyal guards may be murdered by me outside, and the poison may find an antidote outside. But this is the risk. At this point, Bradford gritted his teeth and said something that he thought was too bold in hindsight. You were testing me to see if I was smart enough and honest enough, and I answered. Now it's up to you now, Your Excellency Governor. Do you have enough courage to take the risk? Are you confident that the great cause you will do in the future will make me sincerely worship you from the bottom of my heart, so that I will not defect? Ha ha ha! Gu Hang laughed and patted Bradford on the shoulder, and did not take offense at the last words that were even slightly provocative. Now, I think you are indeed a smart person. It is obvious that I have great confidence in me. Just come on, as you say. I hope you don't let me down, and I hope you can see the day when great things come true and be a part of it instead of falling in the middle. Bradford knew that he had passed, but unexpectedly, he didn't feel much joy in his heart. His mood at the moment is very strange. Fortunately for the rest of his life, of course there is still a certain kind of special emotion towards Gu Hang. It was mixed with a little hatred, a lot of fear, a little admiration, a little respect, and a little hope that he couldn't even detect. He remembered Gu Hang's declaration on the first day after he came to the surface. He said that he wanted to rebuild the entire wasteland world so that everyone who surrendered to him could live a good life. Governor Gu seems to be different from every governor in the past. At first hearing his declaration, it sounds like a cliché, but after a closer look, is he really capable of doing it? If he does it, will his future prospects be worse than when he was a member of the Alliance and a channel businessman? Gu Hang was indeed dissatisfied with Bradford's previous answer, but the last words really changed his mind. That was exactly what he had expected. Originally, Gu Hang wanted old Hodgson to take on this job. That old man who has lived for a long time even experienced the process of establishing an alliance on the star fury of the first generation of governors in the earliest days. Although not a dedicated channel businessman, living a long time is often wealth. But now it seems that the old Hodgson is dead. Although he himself hadn't gone into town to investigate the situation, little Hodgson, that is, Lambert, couldn't wait any longer. After the affairs in the outer city were roughly over, he was impatient to enter the city. Gu Hang sent some of the elite Marines to him and asked him to go into the city first to investigate. No one has sealed off the Hodgson family's mansion, and there is no need for the dignitaries in the city to do so. However, Lambert, who returned home smoothly, failed to find anything of value. After catching Bradford, this guy told Gu Hang the news. Old Hodgson was indeed dead, and it was Mundock who killed him. During the negotiation process, Bradford participated, and both he and Nora Sr. tried to object, thinking it was too cool. But they did not object to success. At that time, Mundock had much more power than them, and the main reliance was, of course, the army. Of course, in the end, they were persuaded, acquiesced to the plan, allowed old Hodgson to be assassinated, helped with the aftermath, and participated in the division of the Hodgson family's wealth in Fushing City. In this matter, he is of course guilty, and he is Lambert's murderer, but strictly speaking, he is not the mastermind, but probably an accomplice. Of course he has to pay for what he did. Even if his previous answer made Gu Hang quite satisfied, it doesn't mean that Gu Hang will let him go. His life may be temporarily saved, but his status as a prisoner cannot be removed for the time being. Gu Hang will consider the issue of pardon only after he has committed a crime and performed meritorious service. Murdering the president of the Alliance Council is a serious crime. It is connected with the collusion with the cult that happened to Councilman Vaughn before, and then together with the crime of treason that Mundock blocked himself, the governor, outside the city. Gu Hang now has 10,000 arguments, and he can take Go Hang the rich and powerful of Fushing City. It's time to see which hat fits their heads. If this one doesn't fit, there's another one. There is no crime that cannot be found. Evidence is needed for investigation, and only a list is needed for counterinsurgency. Bradford's first crime and meritorious deed was to help Gu Hang complete this list, and his own name would also be on it. Joining him in this work would be Lambert, who could not find his grandfather and was about to hear the bad news. Under the hatred, Lambert is afraid that he will not be merciful to these former fellow villagers. At the same time, he will not let Bradford, an enemy, have a good life. But Gu Hang didn't pay much attention to these things for the time being. He believed that Lambert would do well. Tomorrow is the time to enter the city. And on the night before entering the city, Gu Heng finally got busy with various matters at hand, and finally had the time to look at the benefits obtained from the system level after the last battle. Epic victory. Get 133 gift points. Loss 13. Elimination 1097. Captive 7388. Governor's Infantry Regiment. 13 losses, 177 eliminated. Holy Mercy Lily Sisters. Allied Army loss 0. Elimination 169. Phoenix Battle Group. Allied Forces loss 0. Elimination 757. This battle can actually bring him hundreds of reward points. This is a higher profit than the previous ambush against the primordial Raging Owl sect, which incidentally wiped out most of the abscess monsters in the alien woodland. The point is, he didn't think of it beforehand. He even thought that this battle might not be regarded as a war in the judgment of the system, but more like an assassination of a special person or a surprise military operation. Moreover, even if it was judged to be a war, in fact, the main results of the battle were fought by space fighters. The Sisters of Battle were a little bit sloppy in the early stage, but when the cultists emerged later, they got serious about it. But no matter who they are, they're not Gu Heng's subordinates. Will the system give points for the results they typed? The actual result is that it will not be given, but the value is huge. Although the space fighters and battle nuns killed the enemy, Gu Heng got no points, but their actions undoubtedly defeated the Alliance Legion. Except for the fleeing enemies, most of the rest put down their weapons and surrendered, and a small number of resistors were killed. And those top fighters definitely don't have time to do the work of taking prisoners. This part of the work was done by Gu Heng's infantry regiment. The 13 casualties of the infantry regiment and the 177 kills occurred during this period, and the dash captives were also counted as capture by the infantry regiment. Then there is a point. Although, because the main battle was not fought by Gu Heng's subordinates, the coefficient of gaining gift points became very low, but due to the small loss and great results, it was evaluated as an epic victory, which added back a part of the coefficient. Moreover, being able to capture so many people, in addition to the invincible performance of the macho men and women, the influence of Gu Heng's status as the governor, and the morale blow to the soldiers caused by the volley execution of Mundok are also valuable. Under the influence of many aspects and factors, these 133 gifts were finally formed. The unexpected joy belongs to Yes. So far, he has 135 gift points, which is quite a lot. However, he has not yet thought of how to use it. In Soldier Card, how to transform more than 7,000 captured soldiers. But this has to wait until their loyalty can be ensured as much as possible, and when the political commissars installed can play a role. Otherwise, after the training is over, the strength has been strengthened, and the result is a defection, which will be difficult. Technology, the system also needs to be drawn. It is very important for the development of the territory to draw out a few more powerful gadgets, but there is no rush for now. How to use these gift points, Gu Heng still needs to think about it. It was dawn, and Gu Heng entered the city. There were no scenes of welcoming people and eating pots of pulp. The people in the inner city heard the sound of fighting outside in the early morning of the previous few days, and also learned from various rumors that the governor was coming, and the 4 gates of the city were closed. Blocked by the governor, even though it's only been a few days, the material reserves in the city are still sufficient, and for the time being, people will definitely not starve to death. However, these inner-city people have not heard much about the benevolence and good governance of the governor. On the contrary, they have more fresh memories of the fucking things that the past governors did. Regarding Gu Heng's arrival, they were hesitant, suspicious, and distrustful. At this moment, they're all hiding at home, closing the doors and windows, just watching the space soldiers, battle nuns, and passing troops passing through the avenue from the gaps. Gu Heng felt countless gazes from both sides of the street, but he didn't care. He took the people and headed straight for the Alliance Council Hall in the center of the city. Sitting in the hall of the Alliance Council, Gu Heng looked around. The construction here is quite like that. There are many complicated reliefs on the circular dome. The content is quite religious, and the image of the emperor can be seen everywhere. A grand story of an alliance built amidst the ruins. There's a small hole with a glass cover on the top, through which the skylight shines. Even if the light is not turned on sunny days, it will still be very bright. Under the dome is a long table where the members of the Alliance usually hold meetings. Going up the long table and stepping on a stage of 5 steps, there's a throne-like chair. According to the design concept, there should be a seat exclusively for the governor. Back then, when the Alliance was revived, a generation of governors should have sat in that high position, watching the congressmen discussing and solving various problems in the process of rebuilding the Star Fury. Proposals were proposed one by one, problems were solved one by one, and plans were implemented one by one. It was supposed to be a glory days. Until now, there are still many people on Fury All-Star who will miss that time, especially after experiencing the follow-up second-generation governor. Guheng doesn't know too much about the deeds of that generation of governor, and he doesn't think that he is the heir to the other's legacy, but this does not prevent him from doing similar things in the same place. Sitting up, Guheng's system has new information. You have occupied the city, Fuxing City. Fuxing City monthly fixed income, 68 gift points. Seeing the occupation and seeing Fuxing City included in the system statistics, Guheng was originally happy. He had been looking forward to this news when he first landed as the governor a few months ago, but he never saw it. Today, it finally came true. However, after seeing the number 68, Guheng frowned fiercely. This is too low, ridiculously low. The governor's camp he built from scratch, plus the waste cave society that was so rotten when he took it in, can add up to provide him with 61 gifts. When that number was reached, the combined population of the two camps was just over 1. How could Fuxing City, with a population of nearly 1 million, be so small? Then he saw a series of negative effects under Fuxing City in this integrated internal affairs interface. City shutdown greatly reduces city income. Anarchy significantly reduces city income. In addition to anarchy, there are several states that have significantly reduced urban income, including uneasy people, extremely low average living standards, hungry cities, low management level, poor infrastructure, low population quality, low public order, rebels. There are also several entries that reduce income at a moderate rate. Disorderly market, trade interruption, extensive development, post-war chaos, military control status, administrative chaos, grassroots out of control, cult heresy. I won't mention the small reduction in income. Anyway, it's not a lot. Guheng was speechless. This situation he did not expect at all. My previous thinking might be that even if I took down the city by military means, I still need to go through governance in the future so that the system can recognize that the city belongs to him. And right now, a lot of negative effects are stacked on him, which greatly reduces the income, which probably means the same thing. Similarly, this matter can also be thought about in a positive way. These clearly defined negative effects gave Guheng a clear indication of the problems that needed to be resolved. Attack one by one, probably enough. In his opinion, these debuffs in Fuxing City can be roughly divided into 2 categories: development issues and management issues. The former is not something that can be done immediately. Productivity needs to be increased and trade routes need to be restored so that people can have enough food and clothing, have the energy to renovate cities, and obtain a better standard of living. As for management issues, there are some deep-rooted ones that will also take time to deal with slowly, but at least individual problems can be solved immediately. For example, the biggest debuff, city shutdown. Factories were closed, shops were closed, and the residents of a city were afraid to go to the streets either because of military control or because of fear and anxiety. Unable to work, insufficient food stock. This is what Guheng is about to do. He needs to immediately establish an administrative system, no matter how rudimentary, but at least effective, to deal with the problem of city shutdown. That would be a whole new executive team. He had hesitated before whether to do this, but the death of old Hodgson made him completely extinguish that thought. If there is an old man who supports him wholeheartedly and has a reputation in the Alliance to assist him, he may take over the original administrative system of Fuxing City and slowly carry out reforms. But now, pull it down. Still using the past administrative system, there must be constraints. The battle has been won, so why mess with Fushing City and the original system of the alliance government? What's more, is there anything good about the original system of the coalition government? In the past, the governor had insufficient control and needed to coordinate all parties and factions to compromise with each other. However, Gu Heng doesn't need it. At least not for now. There is no need for him to come up with a parliamentary system where all factions, all walks of life, all kinds of people who hold power and speak are all gathered here so that things can be done well. He decided to abandon the original system, overthrow and completely rebuild a highly centralized regime and system, and implement his will with high efficiency. He will retain the title of Alliance, which is a necessary political title to subdue and rule settlements outside the Renaissance City. But other than that, he doesn't plan to leave much else behind. He would abolish Parliament entirely and replace it with a coalition government. The government has multiple departments under its jurisdiction, and the affairs officer will be the leader. In the future, political officials will be proposed to make decisions and guide urban development. The old system will be wiped out. Those in power and the rentier class who used to be high above will be liquidated. The entire class of factory owners will be wiped out in a wave and will be replaced by collective factories owned by the government. After the old interest groups that have been eliminated are gone, their vacated positions and interests will become the interests of newcomers. The new interest groups grew out of the new system and emerged only by relying on the governor. In turn, they will also be the governor's staunchest supporters. This process will be a revolution that may seem brutal to some. There were footsteps coming from the door. Gu Heng finished his contemplation, looked up, and saw a slightly thin girl in a gray-blue shirt walking in. Here comes Asuna. Recently, she had just stabilized the job at hand and established a government affairs team to manage the two camps. She was transferred to Fushing City with a government affairs team of about 10 people. Immediately afterwards, she received the appointment of the governor. She will be acting Minister of Production in the coalition government. The experience of the past few months has been too magical. A moment ago, he was a refugee with no food or clothing, and then somehow became the production manager of the governor's camp. He had to manage the production work of dash people in the two camps, arrange various production plans, and recruit personnel. And now, she has become a senior official of the alliance government. Nearly 1 million people in Fushing City want her to be in charge of production planning and consumption arrangements. At the beginning, she only managed 1 people, and she didn't know if she could do well, so she just bit the bullet. Fortunately, after that exchange with the governor, her head suddenly opened up for some reason. Although she is still a little unskilled in the following work, she can always quickly find solutions to various problems that arise. As the work became more and more handy, Asuna gradually felt relieved a lot and began to devote herself to her work gradually. She discovered that she loved the job. On the one hand, I can be considered to have no worries about food and clothing. On the other hand, watching those homeless people who used to have similar experiences to the governor's camp, with my help, their lives are not particularly good, but at least when she has a prosperous life, she will feel joy in her heart. She doesn't particularly understand the grand plans and great achievements of the governor. But in her opinion, those who can work hard, eat well, and live well are the cornerstones of great achievements. But now, the scale that needs to be managed has changed from 100 to -million. After the scale increases, there will definitely be countless problems that need to be solved. She didn't even know if she could do well. It's not that he's afraid that if he doesn't do well, he will lose the governor's trust. In this regard, Asuna's ambitions are not very great. What she's even more afraid of is that her own mistakes will affect the livelihood of millions of people. During the period of wandering and struggling outside Fushing City, she was very aware of how difficult the life of ordinary civilians was in this wasteland, especially those poor people outside the city who have no savings to speak of. Their ability to resist risks is extremely low. It is true that she was born in a family with good living conditions, but it is also because she has seen the light that the suffering of struggling in the dark is even more unforgettable. You have this heart, which is why I entrusted you with the task. Gu Hang encouraged her again. If you have the heart, I can hand over the livelihood of nearly 1 million people in Fuxing City to you. If you can't even do it well, how can I trust those who don't have a deep experience of suffering? Asana took a deep breath and strengthened her confidence. I understand. I will work hard. Next, Gu Hang talked with Asana for a long time. Gu Hang fully expressed his expectations to Asana. Of course, he wouldn't let this little girl, Asana, do it from scratch and out of thin air. Even if Asana did it, he was not at ease. Here, Gu Hang explained many things. He told Asana that the first thing that needed to be done was hunger. The city's granary has been brought under control, and she has to ensure that the poor outside the city will not riot because of starvation. It has reached a very endangered state. Those poor people really have no savings, and if they don't distribute food, they will starve to death. Secondly, she needs to resume production in Fuxing City as soon as possible. The small handicraft workshops in the outer city have been brought under control, and they can resume work in the first step. The large factories located in the inner city will be confiscated from the dignitaries and congressmen later, and they will also need to implement the resumption plan as soon as possible. This is the most urgent thing. The rest is to move the work point system to Fuxing City as the basis for distribution. Clarify the production capacity of various industries in Fuxing City, formulate production plans, and consider how to upgrade industries, expand the civil servant system, and improve administrative efficiency. In this way, each problem can be solved one by category. After Asana understood Gu Hang's meaning, she started to work. However, if her job is to be done well, it depends on how well the other person is doing. That person was Lambert Hodgson, who was in charge of the cleaning under Gu Hang's order. If you want to open a warehouse to release grain, you must have grain to store. If you want to resume production, you must also have shifts. The coalition government in the past was a typical small government. They don't pay much attention to the issue of food security. They don't even have official granaries for strategic reserves. The grain stored in the city is only stored in the canteens of grain merchants and some factories, and these things can only be obtained after the house is searched. Similarly, if you want to solve the problem of resuming production, you must also complete the confiscation of the means of production, that is, the major factories. At this moment, there was a fire in Lambert's eyes. Bradford was horrified by his stare. He said helplessly, "Don't look at me like that. The governor asked me to cooperate with you in your work. I came here for atonement. Your sin cannot be redeemed," Lambert said through gritted teeth. "But it's not up to you. It's up to the governor." Bradford said something stiff at first, but soon he felt that he should not offend Lambert too much. Although he killed his own grandfather, he was already deadly offended. But there is no need to provoke them anymore, and then this person who had already invested in the governor ran to the governor and strongly demanded that he pay for his life. That would be too difficult. Although the hope is slim, Bradford's best choice is to bridge the relationship as much as possible. He said, "You're angry, you want revenge, it's okay. I'll pay for what I did, and I'm already paying. You see, I wrote you so many words. If you follow the above list, you will be able to avenge the revenge of your father and grandfather. Mondak is the main attacker and the most hardline element. His family has a deep influence in the army. You can kill them all. I'm already doing that. There is also old Norris. He has gathered at least 5,000 people in his largest manufacturing plant and is waiting for it. It looks like he wants to build the factory into a tight fortress, but in fact he wants to surrender. So what? So, you don't have to attack hard, but you have to go to the governor to mobilize more troops and apply for support. You can act on behalf of the governor and agree to Norris surrender conditions, and I can even serve as an envoy to help you negotiate. The governor's order is to clean up all the old dignitaries." "I know, of course I know," Bradford said with a wry smile. "But as long as that old guy agrees and falls into your hands, don't you just do whatever you want?" Lambert was a little tempted by this proposal, but ultimately refused to do so. Indeed, as Bradford said, it would save a great deal of effort, at least not to fight. For heart attack, thousands of people, even ordinary workers, were armed, basically only equipped with light weapons, but after all, they were defending in the reinforced factory. If you want to conquer it, you need to work hard. Even need to bear a lot of casualties. but Lambert was going to do it anyway. The main reason is that he doesn't want Gu Hang to bear the name of a betrayer. In private, any method is acceptable, but on the surface, as a ruler, credit is very important, and even in a sense it represents credibility and whether the policy is easy to be trusted by the public. In this case, pretend to be upright. Being clever here may indeed save a lot of effort in solving Norris's problem, but the price of taking a shortcut at this moment may be doubled from other places. After making this decision, he also used it to mock Bradford, saying that he can only be a businessman in this life and will never understand the pattern of a politician who does great things. Bradford was speechless. Lambert's actions also received additional support. He mobilized 2 infantry battalions to enter the city with the governor, and also pulled out a dozen heavy artillery pieces from the captured military weapons, and made a strong attack posture. Norris sent envoys to discuss terms of surrender, but Lambert once again sternly refused. Lambert asked all those who were stubbornly fighting in the factory to surrender unconditionally, lay down their weapons, and wait for the governor's trial. It was an ultimatum, and Lambert would only give them an hour. The news was brought back to the factory by the messenger, and the people inside were silent. After an hour, when no one came out to surrender, Lambert ordered the battle to begin. Pulled by him to help Prabhav, he ordered his 2nd battalion and started fiddling with the big, newly acquired toy. Those were 5.5mm howitzers. The 155th Battalion, which was pulled to work together next door, also had 5 captured artillery pieces as battalion-own firepower. 10 heavy cannons fired in unison, and shells were fired into the factory. A round of volleys went down, and black smoke billowed from the factory. The governor's soldiers rushed inside, in no hurry. When the enemy is completely surrounded, it would be a fool not to make good use of the heavy artillery and use the lives of soldiers to pay for it. Anyway, there are a lot of shells in stock. 10 artillery pieces will fire 10 or 20 rounds of the motherfuckers first. In the process, Lambert also received additional assistance. Sister Garrett brought 6 nuns here. It was not the first time Lambert had met the nuns of the Lily of Mercy. To be honest, he prefers these battle nuns who always have a gentle smile on their faces compared to the phoenixes who have dark faces all day long and look like no strangers are allowed in. Although fighting, these nuns are equally ruthless. However, I have seen it before, but it is the first time to communicate, and Lambert seems a little cautious. Nice to meet you, senior sister. Thank you very much for coming to help us, Garrett said. You're welcome. We are all fighting for the Empire. Mr. Lambert, I have heard about what happened to your family. It's a pity that this happened to you. Thank you. However, I remember that you and your subordinates should be investigating the traces of the cult in the city. How can you have time to participate in the battle here in the factory? Garrett responded, There is evil hidden in this factory. Moreover, the activities of the cultists may be related to the catastrophe suffered by our Hodgson family. Lambert paid attention immediately. Can you tell me? It's not impossible. Then, the head nun told Lambert, a descendant of the victim, what she had discovered during this period in more detail. She went to investigate the death scene of the old Hodgson and found a remnant of heresy in the Hodgson family mansion. Therefore, she believed that heresy was involved in the assassination of old Hodgson. The other sisters went to investigate other clues, and she came here with 6 people. At the beginning, the mastermind who planned to assassinate Hodgson was Mondoc, but that person was dead. The remaining 2 participants were here, and she came to understand the situation. After learning of this, Lambert immediately dragged Bradford out. In the details about the old Hodgson's death that this guy revealed before, he didn't mention anything about the cult. Bradford was also stunned after hearing the head nun's question. He doesn't know. He didn't lie. He has reached the point where he is now, and he is working hard to survive and seek a possible commutation of sentence. About the cult, if he knew about it, how could he help those cult members to hide it? He wished he could sell all those brainless guys. But he really didn't know about it. The assassination was the mastermind of Mondoc, and Bradford only participated in the aftermath and carve-up. He didn't care how the assassination was done. In his opinion, it is not difficult for Mondoc, a guy who has mastered the military power of the Alliance, to do this. As it turned out, the Hodgsons disappeared from their own mansion one night. After confirming that Bradford was indeed not lying, and that there was indeed no aura related to occult in him, the head nun let him go. Then she set her sights on the factory area in front of her that was still being bombarded by artillery fire. There was the last plotter involved in Hodgson's assassination, that is, old Norris. In that factory, she could feel the fluctuations belonging to the evil energy of the storm. That is heresy, sorceress energy, the extraordinary power that does not believe in the God Emperor, but prays from elsewhere, is heresy in the eyes of the state religion. Even some radicals believe that spontaneously generated psychers are also heresy, and there should be no legal psychers in this world. And these extremists are usually accused of heresy by the Imperial Spiritual Society. It is common for the two sides to fight with each other, and even destroy each other physically. Mercy Lily is not that kind of extremist. Otherwise, the first thing they would be hostile to would be the governor himself. It's just that, from other extraordinary creatures, through the connection of faith, the extraordinary energy obtained through the prayer of heretical rituals, no matter what faction the members of the state religion will hate it. He intended to surrender to the governor. In his opinion, although the resistance formed by the coalition members has been disintegrated, the future of the city is destined to be decided by the governor. However, if the governor wants to rule, he cannot rely on himself alone. A certain class, a certain group of people must be needed to implement his will and implement his policies. Norris did lose before, but he conceded the bet that he is willing to pay the price, willing to help the governor rule the city, and in the process of ruling, regain his part. In his opinion, this is a matter of course, and the governor will definitely agree. The only thing to consider is how much authority the governor is willing to give him. It was this consideration that led him to gather and arm the workers. This is a move to increase the weight of one's own surrender to in this way. He is announcing to others how much control he has over the important physical industries in Fushing City, so that he can get more attention from the governor. However, after the governor entered the city, the envoys he sent out did not even meet the governor, let alone discuss any conditions. Immediately afterwards, Lambert led the army to surround his fortified factory and demanded his unconditional surrender. By this time, he felt a little bad. The choice of Lambert to bring someone in charge of besieging his factory was a strong signal in itself. He can be regarded as Lambert's murderous enemy. If the governor intends to accept his surrender, it stands to reason that Lambert should not be sent here. Wouldn't that intensify the conflict? But he still held a glimmer of hope and tried to negotiate, but Lambert was completely resolute and issued an ultimatum. When he heard the ultimatum, Norris couldn't believe it. The governor really doesn't want me? I am the biggest industrial tycoon in Fushing City. The resumption of work and production in the whole city is inseparable from me, and the livelihood of countless workers depends on me. With me like this, how dare you want me to die? Then, when the time for the ultimatum came, 10 heavy artillery pieces fired at the factory. A round of shells fell, and black smoke rose from all over the factory. A 155 mm caliber cannon is enough to penetrate the factory building and cause terrible damage inside. There was wailing throughout the factory. Among them, Norris's office on the top floor of the factory's main building was also hit. If he hadn't been dragged into the basement by the bodyguards when the ultimatum was issued, I'm afraid there would be no bones left by now. He was at a loss for what to do, and his head was completely filled with fear. And it wasn't just him who was in deep fear. After a round of shelling, the armed workers who were not well prepared suffered very heavy casualties. If it weren't for a group of people in dark blue robes shouting everywhere to stabilize the order, the morale inside would have completely collapsed after a few rounds of shelling. They called on armed workers to hide in solid factory buildings, using various sundries, building materials, and scrap machines to build fortifications that could withstand shell fragments and shock waves, or hide in the basement, ready to face the shells then when the governor's lackeys attack. Give them some color. Encouraged by the blue robes, the morale of the armed workers has stabilized somewhat. In the basement, watching the blue robes keep coming in and out, busy to and fro, His sluggish face suddenly became lively. Yes, yes, yes. I'm not finished yet. You. Stop. Norris grabbed a blue robe. I am your most important collaborator. You must protect me. I want to leave here. I want to. Before he could finish speaking, he was pushed away by a gust of air current. The blue-robed man stared at him and said, Coward, if you want to escape, go by yourself. We must fight here. There was madness in his eyes. Norris yelled, You're going to die. The blue-robe's gaze became even more contemptuous. True God believers are not afraid of death. We have to teach those governor's lackeys a profound lesson. You are crazy. The blue robe ignored him and ran up. In the busy factory, planning to resist to the end, the desperate Norris is like an old dog that has been abandoned. In another basement of the factory, Trikeo, the original high priest, is also here. Beside him were two men in gray and white robes. Their outfits are very similar to the howling angels that Gu Hang met in the alien woodland. They are indeed the two envoys of the original Angry Owl sect. Their identities are equal to that of Howling Foam, who died at the hands of Gu Hang, and they're the other two of the 12 envoys. The Shadow Wind God envoy is a fat woman, and her fat body cannot be concealed even by a wide robe. The Gale Wind God envoy is a very strong man. The gift of the storm has already been planted. Chui Cao asked. The two envoys bowed together. I would like to follow the decree, and they have all been planted. Chui Cao's expression was filled with compassion. God's people will return to the kingdom of God, so we should go too. There are even greater plans waiting for us to contribute. The faces of the two divine envoys were filled with excitement. The voice of the Shadow Wind God envoy even trembled a little due to excessive intoxication. I can't wait to see the storm come. The Gale God envoy next to him calmed down a lot. Don't indulge. The plan has to be launched in advance because of the governor. We don't have that much confidence. It's just too cautious. The Shadow Wind God envoy was very dissatisfied when her climax was interrupted, and her sharp voice sounded, We could have dedicated this city to the storm a long time ago, but it's just 4. Having said that, she suddenly stopped talking. She saw Trikeo's gaze and looked towards her. This is the will of the storm. Trikeo said with a smile on his lips, Shadow Wind, you don't understand the will of the Lord enough. You stay. Ingfeng's eyes, which were originally squeezed into the fat, suddenly widened. No, no, no. I don't mean to be dissatisfied. This is not a punishment for you. Chui Cao's smile became more benevolent. This is a test for you. Those humble servants of the false emperor, who came from outside the sky, will affect the cause of the Lord. This time, we not only to create chaos in the city and attract the governor's attention, we have to eliminate those false emperors and lowly servants as much as possible. It's a pity that only 7 of them came this time. However, you still have to do your best. Why? Do you understand? The Shadow Wind God envoy really wanted to refuse, but in the end, she could only bow her head obediently. Chui Cao nodded in satisfaction and said, Then I will leave it to you, Shadow Wind. I hope I can hear good news from you later. Yu Hang suddenly felt a palpitation. He got up from his seat and went to the window to look out. From here, the specific situation of the battlefield could not be seen, but the sound of the heavy artillery firing could be heard halfway across the city. He already knew that Garrett had already rushed over there with the extremely combative nun. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. However, Gu Hang couldn't ignore his previous restlessness. He is a psychic, and intuition is a thing that most of the time actually foretells that something is about to happen. Hearing the sound of cannons continued, Gu Hang was still not at ease. Instead of entangled here, it is better to go there in person and find out. Gu Hang left. Before leaving, he also sent a message, hoping that the Phoenix Battle Group, who had just found a place to rest in the city, would rush over as soon as possible. This was still a quest request, and according to him, Sister Garrett might be in trouble. I believe that he had an affair with the head nun in the past. Oh no, it was the commander of the Martins who had fought side by side, so he shouldn't just sit idly by. They are idle anyway. The speed of Gu Hang rushing over was very fast. As soon as he thought about it, he flew into the air. That's the benefit of psychers. By the time he arrived at the scene, Lambert, Probov, Jarrett, and others had already started their ground attack for a while. In the previous multiple rounds of artillery fire, more than 100 heavy artillery pieces were smashed in. Not to mention that the entire factory area is in ruins, it's not too bad. According to their assessment, under such circumstances, the non-professional soldiers inside and the temporarily armed workers not only suffered heavy casualties, but their morale should almost collapse. The next thing is that the infantry, under the leadership of the battle nuns, enters and cleans the battlefield. Those who are dead are ignored, and those who are alive are pulled out and captured and thrown into a prisoner of war camp. It is not a matter of the army to see how the follow-up arrangements are made. According to Probov's thinking, this should be an easy operation. Sure enough, all the fear comes from the lack of firepower. There is no such heavy artillery that can directly damage concrete and cement structures. Only relying on the previous 60mm mortars, grenades, and rifles. If you want to take down the current factory area, even if the opponent is only some armed workers, I am afraid it will be impossible. Many lives have to be paid. But now, just using the 10 captured 155mm heavy guns, the battle is much more comfortable to fight. If you can use big bombs to bombard his mother for a dozen rounds first, and then the infantry will go up to clean up the battlefield, then who is willing to spend their lives filling trenches? Or say that artillery is the god of war? However, before entering, Garrett issued a warning to him and the commander of the 6th Battalion. Don't let your guard down. There are powerful enemies inside. There are still strong enemies. At that time, Probov was a little unconvinced. What strong enemy could be stronger than the 155mm howitzer? Afterwards, he thought of the heroic appearances of the Phoenix and the Mercy Lilies on the battlefield. If there are enemies of this level, it seems that it is really not good. If someone else said it, he still wouldn't believe it, but it was this gentle and powerful nun who spoke. Then believe it. Probov discussed with the battalion commander of the 6th Battalion and decided not to throw all his troops into it. Although they only have 600 people in total, which is not enough for this fairly large factory area, but they would rather proceed slowly and be more cautious. They each sent out a company and entered first. When the company enters, it is also based on the team as a unit, and each is responsible for advancing. The distance between the teams is relatively wide, and each team will be divided into 3 or 3 teams to sweep the semi-ruined factory area. At the request of the officers, the soldiers bowed their backs and leaned against the ruins as a cover, a little slow and cumbersome, but they walked forward very solidly. It is not easy to move forward without thoroughly confirming the safety of an area. As a result, there are really enemies. Moreover, these enemies will resist very strongly. Those guys in work clothes and armed with weapons that are not much better than iron pipe rifles emerge from the ruins. When they emerge, they're usually only 50 meters away from the soldiers who are advancing to search, which is not too far away. After coming out, they use the weapons in their hands to shoot a bunch of bullets towards a group of infantry. The soldiers reacted very quickly. They quickly lay down and looked for cover. The marksmanship of those armed workers was not very good, and most of them drifted away. They were really shot, and the plastic steel armor on their bodies could save their lives. While a group of soldiers was suppressed, the other 3 groups, not far away, would immediately launch a counterattack. Relatively speaking, the marksmanship of the soldiers under Gu Hang's command is much better than that of the armed workers. The performance of the G9 assault rifle is also far more reliable than the weapons in the hands of armed workers. The trio could kill all the armed workers who came out in one burst of fire. After finishing the kill, instead of putting down their guns, they continued to point their guns at the spot and made tactical gestures to the group of soldiers who had been pinned down earlier. The 3 people got up quickly and went to the location of the shot target. They are going to confirm the results of the battle and see if there are any remaining enemies. If any enemies are not dead, they will make up the guns by the way, and the 3 who completed the kill provided them with fire cover that if an enemy emerges, they will fire immediately. Not far away, Garrett, who was just about to shoot, lowered her gun. Her eyes were even a little surprised. The performance of these soldiers somewhat exceeded her expectations. Before, she didn't pay much attention to the combat status of these ordinary infantrymen under the governor, although the individual equipment on their bodies looks very similar to the regular army of the Empire G-type rifles and plastic steel vests. But this can only be regarded as the most basic cannon fodder equipment. It stands to reason that not only mortars are required in the team, but also a few LR laser guns and HS electromagnetic rifles may be needed. Simple fragmentation grenades may not be enough. Even if you can't get out hot melt bombs and compressed energy bombs, at least get more bazookas too. Even if it is pure light infantry, the equipment of these infantry under Governor Gu is still far behind. But this is understandable, forgivable, and even admirable at least. Your Excellency, the governor has been working hard to get his armaments closer to the Astral Army. What else can he force? However, when it comes to fighting, the combat quality and combat performance of these soldiers are impressive. Although the equipment is not enough, but this level of training, it is the appearance of a regular unit of the Star Militia Army. Such a team, even Garrett, cannot be underestimated. With the help of these people, she felt that she and her sisters could relax a little bit. But just when she thought so, a sudden change occurred, judging from Garrett's sharp eyes. The governor's soldiers who just killed those enemies have done a very good job. The bullets were accurately and meticulously fed into the heads and chests of the armed workers, each hitting twice. An enemy with almost no protection. If the vital part is shot by the G9's gun, it will undoubtedly die. Confirming the results of the battle is a necessary tactical action, and Garrett will not interfere. In fact, her gaze was already looking elsewhere. Although the resistors who emerged at this moment were scattered, there were indeed quite a few. The armed workers who survived the bombardment used the half-collapsed factory ruins as bunkers and positions one after another. After the governor's soldiers who came to sweep them approached, they all took the initiative to fight back. The soldiers' progress was blocked, and they had to find cover to fight back. But just like the scene that Garrett just saw, in most cases, the governor's soldiers won overwhelming victories by virtue of their stronger soldiers' quality and equipment advantages. Of course, there were some losses, but not large. On the contrary, the armed workers who took the lead suffered more casualties. But if there's a certain place where there are more armed workers gathered and they fight more cautiously, they only stick out their guns to stop them. Then Garrett does not intend to waste time. She and her sisters will go directly. These armed workers mixed with heresy are all hateful traitors in her eyes. However, just when she focused on a place where she was stubbornly resisting, the place where she thought the problem had been solved and she could rest assured, suddenly changed. In Garrett's perception, there was a very strong storm and evil energy in an instant. Her face changed, and she immediately warned, "Dangerous! Get out of there!" But it's too late now. The bodies of the dead armed workers exploded like corpse bombs. Their flesh and blood flew all over the place, as if a compressed air bomb had been buried in their bodies. The soldiers who heard the warning but didn't understand the danger were blown several meters away by the sudden burst of compressed air. When they landed, their limbs twisted, and the strong shock wave damaged their internal organs. The sharp air knife cut through the body without the protection of the plastic steel vest and helmet, and the face, limbs, and throat were completely torn, bloody. Grattle immediately started yelling again. "Don't get close to the enemy's corpse. It will explode." This accurate information, together with the picture of what happened just now, was seen by other soldiers around, and then quickly spread to the outside world. The actions of the governor's soldiers became much more cautious. The tragic death of the comrades in the corpse storm bomb taught them a profound lesson. They changed the conventional tactical requirements, instead of going to close-range confirmation after killing, but changing to make up the gun from a long distance if it is convenient, and pull it down if it is not convenient. In this way, you don't have to worry that approaching the corpse is as dangerous as approaching the landmines. But the enemy quickly came up with new tricks. Beside the armed workers, some people in blue robes emerged. The power of storm magic surged from their bodies. These people, in the eyes of Garrett, are not very powerful magicians, but there are quite a few of them, and they are shy. What they did was not to directly use magic to attack the governor's soldiers and the battle sisters, but to blow up the wind and blow the bodies of the armed workers who were shot to the governor's soldiers. On their ground, these corpses, like compressed air cannonballs one after another, caused a lot of trouble to the soldiers. These shells sent by the wind are not as powerful as the 155 caliber howitzers, but the key is accuracy. There are places where soldiers hid behind slopes made of collapsed walls and small recesses. As a result, a gust of wind swirled and sent a corpse in. The soldiers had already seen it in advance, and it was useless to open fire to smash the corpse, so they could only run out quickly. The body bomb exploded, killing 3 people. This bunker position, which seemed to be quite good at first, seemed unsafe. In fact, nowhere is safe right now. The actions of the soldiers were hindered by corpse bombs. Even with the support of the Battle Sisters during this period, the problem was only alleviated. It's okay for the Battle Sisters to kill those blue robes from a distance, but they have to show their faces, hiding behind construction debris, shell craters that may be several meters thick. The bolter can't hit it hard. Anyway, they sent the corpse over by wind, so they didn't need to show their heads. Under such circumstances, Garrett made up her mind. Sisters, for the Emperor, charge with me. She jumped out, and her sister jumped out with her. The holy golden halberd in her hand is an extraordinary weapon blessed by divine magic. Other nuns don't have such powerful things, but it's not necessary. Whether it's an ordinary sword or a bolter, it's enough that instead, it was the holy golden halberd of the head nun, which caused serious damage. Compared with the weapons in their hands, their defense capabilities are equally hopeless. After they started to charge, their bodies were completely exposed, and they deserved to be shot intensively by the armed workers. However, the ability level of the armed workers is not very good, and the nuns of the Holy Lily of Mercy are fast and flexible in their actions. When the two are superimposed, the hit rate plummets. If they hit, the power armor on them is useless. The Mercy Lilies were in full swing. As they charged, the bolters in their hands also fired. At the same time, the governor's soldiers behind them also stepped up their firepower projection, used as a cover, suppressed each other, and caused casualties by the way. The nuns rushed into the enemy formation smoothly and began to eliminate those enemies at close range. Their targets, of course, are not the ordinary armed workers, but the blue-robed cultists who act as cannons and project the entities of the armed workers as cannonballs. Their appearance brought a devastating blow to the enemy. Whenever a battle sister approaches a position, the cover loses its usefulness, and the bolter can mow down a handful of enemies entrenched there. Even close enough, the blade in the hand becomes a more effective weapon than a bullet. Killing those enemies, however, has never been the biggest problem facing the nuns. Exploding corpses are. Even the nuns in power armor don't want to eat a magic bomb at close range. The nuns have the ability to counteract spell casting, but firstly, they have to be relatively close to the caster. Secondly, the explosion of corpses does not seem to be a process of casting spells in other words, the process of casting the spell has already been completed, and only a means of detonation is missing. It was a very weak movement, not easy to suppress. The nuns can only countercast spells, not disable all supernatural powers in a certain area. There's an essential difference between the two. If the blast wave of the magic bomb explodes, if the distance is too close, the power armor will be damaged. If you eat it twice, cracks may appear, resulting in a decrease in defense performance and casualties. Therefore, after they killed someone at close range, they would quickly distance themselves to avoid being bombed. As long as the distance is longer and the power of the shock wave is weakened, the damage will be within the acceptable range. Even for this reason, they may only get close to slaughter the blue-robed cultists, and then those armed workers who will be used as corpse bombs, they just leave them alone or wait for a little distance before dealing with them. Just armed workers who explode when they die aren't a problem. Those blue-robed cultists are. The Battle Sisters were right. A factory that has been bombed into ruins is of little value to bombard it with artillery. The semi-ruins that were blown up became shelters for survivors, and they were stronger than normal factory buildings. If you want to gnaw it down, you still have to rely on infantry to fight. With only armed workers as opponents, 2 infantry battalions are enough to gnaw it down. The number of armed workers who are still alive will not be too many, and they lack heavy weapons and lack military skills. Even if it seems that they're not afraid of death, it is only a matter of time before they are all killed. With the quality of the governor's soldiers, even the most costly and bloody hand-to-hand combat, the losses will actually be very limited. As long as those blue robes are killed. That's what the nuns are doing. They also did a good job leading the soldiers to start again with heroic actions. At the same time, after finding out the situation on the battlefield, the commanders of the 2nd Battalion and 6th Battalion who participated in this battle also made plans to increase frontline soldiers that so far. For infantry companies have been engaged in frontline battles, including the only company with a special designation in the entire army, the Waste Hole Company. When the blue robes were attacked and wiped out in large numbers by the combat nuns, without the artillery, it became extremely difficult for the remaining armed workers to hold back. The situation turned back to the side of the governor's soldiers. According to this situation, the battle should have come to an end. After Gu Hang arrived at the scene and met Prabhav, Lambert, and others who were commanding the battle, he used his thoughts to control his body, and when he looked down from a high place, he saw the battle situation like this. It stands to reason that such a situation should reassure him a lot. The nuns of Holy Mercy Lily worked very hard when facing heresy and cults. The soldiers accompanied the battle with high morale. Although there were some casualties, they were completely within acceptable limits. Although a factory was smashed, this should be the only place in Fuxing City where armed resistance can be carried out on a large scale. When you're done, you should call it a day. With this killing of chickens and monkeys, the remaining Alliance dignitaries have no ability to resist and can only tremble under the butcher knife wielded by Lambert. However, the throbbing feeling in Gu Hang's heart suddenly came again at this moment. It was as if some huge disaster was about to take shape before his eyes. He directly activated his spiritual vision to view the entire battlefield. Gu Hang saw a lot of reactions from the storm energy. Those armed workers were all implanted with some kind of evil energy in advance, which could be detonated after death or even while alive. The specks of storm energy that Gu Hang saw should be these, which are normal. As for the others who are strong and weak, they should be the blue-robed cultists who popped up. They're suffering from the full force of the sacred lily and are dying very quickly. According to this posture, in a few hours at most before the sun sets, the entire factory area can be completely cleared. In short, at a glance, Gu Hang didn't see any problems. Then what was the reason for his previous palpitations? Isn't this some kind of spiritual warning? Is it just that I'm too tired recently and my brain is twitching? Thinking of this, Gu Hang felt a little more relaxed. This is of course the best. Otherwise, if there is any crisis, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, Gu Hang glanced at the battlefield again. Still no problem. Wait a minute. Gu Hang frowned deeply. It wasn't that he saw anything new, but that he found that he seemed to have overlooked it. Those dots of light, symbolizing the storm magic, seem a bit too much. According to what Prabhav reported to him in the previous battle situation, even if armed workers died, the corpses would be shot out as landmines and shells. Of course, there would be no light spots for the spent body bombs. And when the nuns of the Holy Lily of Mercy began to show their power against the blue-robed cultists, the soldiers followed them and dealt with the remaining armed workers. Without the control of the warlock, the corpse will not explode by itself after death. But even so, the soldiers also tried their best to stay away from the corpses that hadn't exploded, so as to ensure that there would be no consequences of walking around and being manipulated by a magician who hadn't had time to be eliminated. How to deal with these remaining corpses afterwards is a troublesome issue, but at least for now, it is unlikely to become a threat to this battle. However, the number of light spots that Gu Hang saw did not match the number of armed workers killed by the soldiers and still stubbornly fighting in the central area of the ruins. Moreover, there are quite a few light spots of storm evil energy which coincide with the positions of the soldiers. He thought before that it might be that a soldier approached by accident. But on closer inspection, it can be found that the soldiers did not know that there were armed workers' bodies next to them. It may be normal for 1 or 2 people to be careless. It is not normal for so many people to overlap. Do you want to die? Impossible. Reminiscent of the previous situation, Gu Heng thought in amazement. Those are the workers who were buried under the ruins of the factory and died in the previous shelling caused by hundreds of shells? They are also implanted with the energy of storm magic, and they can also be used as corpse bombs. It was only because of the previous bombardment that a large area of the factory area collapsed, and many corpses or living people were buried under the ruins. However, being buried does not mean that there is no threat. What if thousands of them exploded under the ruins at the same time? It is equivalent to thousands of compressed air bombs, which explode below, and the shock waves and air pressure released instantly will blow up the semi-ruined site that looks solid and stable into the sky. For those already deeply involved, the consequences are devastating. The 4 infantry companies of the 2nd Battalion, 6th Battalion that went into battle might all be wiped out, and even the 6 Holy Lily Sisters brought in by Garrett might suffer heavy losses in this wave. After understanding the risk, Gu Heng didn't even have time to communicate with Prabhav, Lambert, and others. His order transmitted through the entire battlefield through the shock of spiritual means. I am Gu Heng, and I order everyone stop fighting and withdraw from the factory area. Repeat, evacuate the factory area immediately. In order to prevent Garrett, who is not his subordinate, from understanding his order, he specially pulled a psychic communication line and sent the voice into her ears. This is probably a trap. Get out first. Let's take a long-term plan. But she couldn't continue to attack alone with the 6 nuns. When she saw the governor's soldiers retreating, no matter how unwilling she could only retreat. The angry head nun, after preparing to withdraw, questioned Governor Gu Xingshi. However, Gu Heng's judgment that this place is a trap that was sent to her ears immediately made her vigilant. She didn't see anything, but it didn't prevent her from taking the warning seriously. Governor Gu is a psychic. Maybe he can see things that she can't see? She beckoned, motioning for the sisters to follow along. However, the enemy also sensed the intention of the governor's troops and the sisters of the Lily of Mercy to retreat. Those armed workers who were still alive jumped out of the bunker like crazy and started a fierce pursuit. They kept firing with the weapons in their hands and even more so with their feet. Looking at their appearance, it seems that they are not expecting to cause much damage with the light weapons in their hands, but more like sending their bodies closer to the nuns and soldiers even if they die. This is by no means the organization and morale that ordinary workers can have. Their eyes are full of madness, and they can no longer see the brilliance of reason. They really can't live for long. Even if they are retreating, the fighting nuns and the soldiers of the governor still maintain a good degree of organization. Kill it. However, behind those armed workers, a fat figure in a gray robe quietly appeared from the ruins. She didn't move forward, and she didn't expose her body to the shooting range. She opened her hands, palms facing the sky, and the power of the storm began to spread out from her center. It was as if there was a pervasive breeze blowing in. The corpses of those workers blown by the breeze, even those buried under the ruins, all underwent some changes. In Garrett's perception, the violent storm energy was activated on the originally silent corpses under her feet and around her. The bombs hadn't exploded, they had just been activated. And then, all you need to do is ignite, and these corpse bombs will explode naturally. Garrett knew she couldn't run away. Before the opponent detonated the trap, it was impossible for everyone to withdraw from the area covered by the trap. But when the opponent activated these corpse bombs, their location was also revealed. She stopped, exerted all her strength, and charged towards the source of the storm's evil energy. She jumped into the air, and the power pack behind her spewed out flames, causing her to burst into extremely fast speed suddenly. Halfway through, she kept holding the bolter in her hand, but the target of the strong storm fell energy she sensed never appeared within her field of vision. She could only grit her teeth and continue to sprint. In this very short time, a little emotion appeared in her mind. Most of the sisters who followed her had just retired from the last arduous war. The congregation sent them to the Starship Quintet as members of the state church accompanying the ship, with the intention of allowing them to go to a quiet place and rest for 2 years. Obviously, the quintet is staying in the orbit of Star Fury, and nothing should happen. They can spend 2 years of peaceful life in the chapel on the ship to soothe their tired hearts from years of fighting. This is kindness, but Garrett does not appreciate it very much. She was on the starship, she was very calm, but her heart was hard to calm down. She has long been used to the environment of the battlefield, but after she settled down, she was very uncomfortable. When she heard that there was a cult raging on Fu Xiaoxing, she couldn't wait to bring her sisters to the surface and participated in the battle. In her opinion, it was a waste to wear the armor blessed by the Emperor and wield great power, not to destroy the enemies of the Emperor, but to cultivate one's morality in the Starship Church. But what I didn't expect was that it was my own decision that brought the sisters who could have rested peacefully into a desperate situation. She herself may be able to survive the ensuing explosion because she is strong enough, but her sisters, there will definitely be casualties, and even the entire army will be wiped out. They have experienced countless times more difficult and terrifying battles than those on Fury Owl, and survived, but at this moment, because of their own command, they will step into a trap and die here. It's ridiculous to say that the ship capsized in the gutter, but it has to pay the price of blood. If she couldn't stop the explosion, she might have to live in regret for a long time. But no matter how hard she rushed, it seemed like it was too late. She could already feel that the spreading storm force activated more and more corpse bombs. I'm afraid the explosion will happen in the next moment. However, at this moment, everything came to an abrupt end. Those corpse bombs were not further activated, let alone exploded. Immediately afterwards, she heard a sharp, exasperated voice coming from the center of the evil storm energy. Damn you! A wind bomb flew out from there and hit the air. Garrett followed the wind bomb and looked up and saw a man wearing a golden nobleman's long robe floating there. When the wind bomb was about to hit, it dissipated suddenly, leaving only a scattered wind, blowing his long clothes and black hair violently. The man's eyes were shining with blue psychic light, and his target was the leader of the cult. Grattle realized that just now, the governor had used some kind of psychic means to cut off the cult leader's control over the corpse bomb and prevent the impending explosion. At this moment, Gu Hang's voice rang in her ears. Master Nun, please destroy that heresy as soon as possible. It is good. Garrett was not swayed by the change in the situation, but now she was even more excited when she heard Gu Hang's words. She maintained the flame's spurt acceleration given by the power pack, and rushed towards the cult leader at the fastest speed she could achieve. The few armed workers who were still alive tried to stop her. The guns in their hands will not pose a threat to the head nun, so they just want to be able to get close as soon as possible, and then the magician will detonate the storm bomb in their body to stop them in this way. Don't worry. Charge with all your strength. Gu Hang's voice sounded again. Garrett now has complete trust in the governor. She ignored the armed workers, executing them with bolters only when it was convenient. And those armed workers did not explode. All the detonation signals sent by the magician were intercepted by Gu Hang. Chapter 94, I underestimated you. Seeing that none of the armed workers who fell beside him, who were supposed to be bombs to stop him from moving, failed to explode, Garrett was full of gratitude to Gu Hang. It's not that she hasn't seen more powerful psychers. On the contrary, she has seen many. In her opinion, Governor Gu's psychic strength is excellent, but it is only worthy of this evaluation, not at the level of a master. But today, the psychic manipulation ability he displayed is enough to make people astonished. The method that can cut off the connotation of the magician's psychic power is very wonderful. This kind of psychic ability was indeed the first time Garrett had seen it. She doesn't have a deep understanding of psychic powers, but in her opinion, the role played by the governor is decisive. And she, of course, will not let down the opportunities created by the governor. She had sprinted far enough to see the cult leader. The extremely obese goddess envoy in gray robes made Garrett feel sick. She sent 2 rounds from her bolter, barely parrying the storm shield. Gu Hang had the ability to weaken the storm shield and help Garrett's 2 shots directly try to kill the cult angel, but he didn't overdo it. His most important task now is to intercept the detonation signal of the magicians for the corpse bomb so that none of them can be leaked. Interfering with the storm shield or something is an extra problem, so there's no need to do it. Anyway, it was nothing more than letting the fat woman envoy live for 2 more seconds. The furious head nun has come to her body, and the holy golden halberd is raised high. The shadow Fengshen made a frightened expression on his face. She tried to burst out a hurricane energy in front of her to blow the battle nun away, but after the power of the sorcery took shape, there was only a breeze. At such a close distance, the head nun's ability to suppress spiritual energy was fully displayed. The spell that was actively released was blocked by her and failed to exert its due effect. Immediately afterwards, the holy golden halberd was cut off. The storm shield dissipated like real air. Immediately after, the sinister and ugly body of the shadow wind god was cut into 2 vertically by the halberd from head to toe. The biggest threat is dead, but that doesn't mean things are completely over. In theory, as long as there is a warlock alive nearby, the danger remains. The superior sister understood this too. After hacking to death the leader of the strongest gray-robed cultist, she didn't stop for a moment and immediately set her target on those ordinary blue-robed people around. A bolter shot is a life. At the same time, the soldiers who were evacuating, as well as 6 other nuns, turned back and participated in the battle together. During this process, Gu Hang's figure has been floating in midair. Soldiers in battle occasionally raise their heads to look at their governor in awe. They don't really understand what the governor-general has done. However, through the news conveyed by the officers and the words shouted by the battle nuns when they encouraged them, they always knew that the situation was very critical just now, and the governor saved everyone's life. And the battle sisters also raised their heads frequently. They knew better about what had just happened, and their eyes were brighter at this moment. Gu Hang, who is flying in the sky, can feel the gaze from the bottom up, but he didn't pay much attention. Half of his energy is now on the battlefield, and he is on the lookout for signs of detonating corpses in the field. Even though the fat envoy was dead, no one could launch all the storm bombs in one go. However, even if those blue robes can only detonate a few sporadically, since Gu Hang is already here, he will try not to let them succeed. As for the other half of the energy, it is thinking about this whole thing. The original Angry Owl sect had eroded Fuxing City more seriously than he had imagined. After taking Fuxing City, a lot of debuffs that the city is currently facing popped up in the system interface. There is a cult raging, but this one is classified into the category of moderate reduction in gift income, which is nothing compared to the pile of extremely large and substantially above. Big problem. It was precisely because of this that Gu Hang slightly ignored this issue. Even before the alliance government accepted his pressure to thoroughly investigate the situation of the cult, forcing the gang for the original Angry Owl sect to ambush and assassinate him. From this point, Gu Hang even made a misjudgment. These people, the forces in Fuxing City, are not very good, and they have been suffocated, so they made such a bad move. Gu Hang knew that they must still have influence in Fuxing City, but it should not be a big deal, just a disease of scabies. In the end, the good guy actually did such a big job for me here. Even the battle sisters, who are experts in anti-heretical cults, almost capsized in the gutter here. I underestimated you. Gu Hang thought so in his heart. This is not a small problem, but a serious problem. Especially the storm bomb implanted in the human body. This technology is simply the most suitable means for terrorist attacks. The cultists still gather people in the factory area, preparing for a big wave. In the future, if they know that this cannot be done, and let the brainwashed ordinary people go to densely populated places, factories, or on the way to the army to carry out such human bombs, it will be a real headache. Gu Hang realized that if he didn't clean up this group of people thoroughly, he wouldn't be able to survive. The two sides forged a dead beam. As for how to catch it, first, finding clues and tracing. This is the conventional method. During the battle, the nuns intentionally spared the lives of several blue-robed wizards. It is not easy for these fanatical cult members to speak up, and they are probably not too afraid of death. However, Garrett also said that they have some special methods in this regard. Gu Heng chose to believe it. Secondly, there are some unconventional methods, the city-wide screening. In this regard, Asana just needs to cooperate. The outer city is the big head, but the residents of the outer city are poor and have no savings. After Lambert completed the control of the grain warehouses in the city, Asana will go outside the city immediately to distribute the grain to avoid chaos caused by the hungry poor. Where to work. First, restore production. Now, it is nothing more than asking Asana to do an extra job of cult screening during the process of distributing food. But there are also troubles with this matter. Ji Yuheng doesn't have the technology to know if someone is a cult by poking his throat, so how to screen cult members is really troublesome. After the battle was completely over and it was determined that there were no enemies here, the soldiers withdrew from the area. As long as no one interferes anymore, the storm energy contained in the corpses of the armed workers who died in the ruins will gradually dissipate by themselves, and it won't last long. Of course, these activated storm bombs are very unstable. Before the energy is completely dissipated, it is not ruled out that there will be an explosion for some reason. At the same time, Gu Heng also had to prevent the cultists from going back and forth and get the corpses out for use again. As a result, a company of soldiers will be stationed nearby, cordoned off, and the surrounding area will be completely under martial law until the problem here is resolved. In fact, the best way to deal with it is to have professional personnel to safely dispose of the energy in these corpses. Ji Yuheng has this ability, and so do the nuns. That is just that there are too many things to deal with in Fuxing City now, and there's really no time to spend here to deal with the aftermath of the corpse. Needless to say, Gu Heng himself is so busy that he has to worry about everything from people's livelihood to economic production to military affairs. The nuns of Holy Mercy Lily will go further to track down the traces of those cults, and they are definitely not limited to the Norris factory. If something is done here, there must be a conspiracy elsewhere. Then it can only be placed here. The factory building had already been blasted to pieces by the previous heavy artillery baptism. As long as there was no one inside, even if all the storm bombs were blown up, it would not matter much if the entire ruins were blown up to the sky again. Next, Gu Heng will go to talk to Garrett again, and then follow up with the problem of cult members. However, before Gu Heng could find him, Garrett came to him first. Your Excellency, the head nun, you came just in time. Gu Heng's words were suppressed by a hug. Garrett hugged him tightly and whispered in his ear, "Thank you, Governor Gu. Without your help, my sisters don't know how much loss I would have to bear, and I might have to blame myself, and sinking in remorse for a long time." Gu Heng didn't even know where to put his hands at this moment. It's tough everywhere. He could only say, we are allies, this is what I should do. We will continue to work together in the future to eliminate the group of traitors who betrayed the Emperor. Yes, Garrett let go of her hand, but I still want to thank you. This is a blessing from the Emperor. After saying that, she kissed Gu Heng lightly on the forehead, then turned and left. Watching Garrett gradually go away, Gu Heng suddenly had a thought in his heart. Blessings are blessings. Why do you want to take advantage of me? Hearty victory. Get 221 gift points. Loss 154. Elimination 5073. Captive 9. Governor's Infantry Regiment. 154 losses, 4,488 eliminated. Holy Mercy Lily Sisters, Allied Army loss 0, elimination 585. After the battle, Gu Heng saw the settlement information in the system interface, as usual. The gift point harvest is not bad, even more than the previous gift point harvest for solving the Outer City battle. Almost captured the gift points of the entire Alliance Legion. Only 133. But now, with 5,000 people eliminated, the points are over 200. The main difference may be that the action of capturing the Alliance Legion is basically picking a peach, and the main problems have been solved by the Allies, resulting in a relatively low harvest coefficient of gift points. As for the current battle, although the Battle Sisters helped a lot, the main problem was solved by Gu Heng's subordinates themselves. The bombardment of heavy artillery is the main source of damage in this battle. Without the hundreds of shells fired by these 10 heavy guns, even if 2 infantry battalions were tossed in, they would not be able to hit the factory. The attacking side is at a disadvantage against the defensive side, let alone 600 versus 5,000 troops. The difference is almost 10 times. But the firepower gap brought by the heavy artillery made up for this problem. In the back, the battle nuns were of great help. But despite this, during the offensive, the 2nd Battalion and 6th Battalion also suffered relatively large casualties. The companies they each sent to play the vanguard were basically wiped out. Coupled with the subsequent investment of troops, a total of 154 people were lost. This casualty is still quite heartbreaking. From when Gu Heng pulled out his troops all the way to the present, this was the single battle with the largest casualties. However, if you think about it cold-bloodedly, the benefit ratio is still acceptable. After obtaining the entire Fuxing city, Gu Heng will be able to easily replenish manpower from the outer city of Fuxing City with proper treatment. More than 100 soldiers, training to T5 level is nothing more than 1 point of gift, which is equivalent to free. Some weapons and equipment can be supplemented by the current military production capacity of the waste whole society. So far, the gift points in Gu Heng's hands have reached 356 points. Rich, satisfied, he closed the battle settlement page, and Gu Heng noticed a new change in his personal information in the hero interface. There is one more thing in it. Blessing of the Holy Lily. 15 days slightly increased the spiritual and physical attributes, which decay over time. After receiving the Emperor's blessing, Gu Heng felt his body was hot. He was a little strange, but it wasn't an uncomfortable feeling. But after seeing it now, there is actually such a benefit in kissing him. Gu Heng has already started to think about how he can be kissed every 15 days. There is no other meaning. It is purely for buff bonus. After the episode, each of them will continue to busy with their own affairs. The nuns are going to continue to track down the cult. Old Norris was caught out, and the guy didn't die. The cultists didn't silence him, probably because they didn't think it was necessary. If the storm trap in the factory area is activated, even the nun in the power armor may not survive, let alone this old Norris. He has been hiding in a basement. In the final stage of the artillery bombardment, the entrance to the basement was buried by the ruins, and he couldn't get out. It was not until the soldiers cleared the field that people heard his wailing and dug him out. However, his subsequent end may be quite bad. The nuns would catch him and ask him about his ties to the cult. The interrogation process of the Sacred Mercy Lily for the traitors of the cult might not be as gentle as the smiles on their faces. Some special means can ensure that they get the answers they want, but it is estimated that they are not very friendly to the brains of the interrogated. And after the nuns finished asking, Norris would hand it over to Lambert, the head of the Alliance Prudence Committee. At that time, Lambert will be able to take revenge. In addition to Norris, who was an important source of information, the nuns of the Holy Lily also captured several blue-robed wizards alive this time. These people are also sources of information, hoping to get some information from them. Not professional either. In fact, Gu Heng hopes that she can do this while distributing food throughout the city and ensuring people's livelihood. But Gu Heng didn't have any particularly high hopes for this citywide siege. He just did it by the way. The main reason is that there is no particularly useful screening method. A cultist won't let you ask him if he is, so he will directly admit it. He also told Asuna that this matter was done conveniently, and the main task was to ensure people's livelihood. The army that followed Gu Heng into the city has already taken control of several grain warehouses. But at this time, a bad news came first. The city's food reserves are not enough. According to the regular consumption of the city's million population, there is only about days of stock. This level of grain reserves is too dangerous for a city that mainly relies on foreign trade grain imports. It seems that the previous coalition government did not understand the importance of food security at all. But looking at it from another angle, it seems to make sense. After Asuna took over the granary, the poor in the outer city were also counted and consumed according to the per capita standard of the governor's camp and the abandoned cave society. But before that, the Alliance authorities may have never calculated it that way. They may only regard the 10 people in the inner city as serious people, but the poor in the outer city. Figure it out for yourself. Of course, in fact, the food supply for the residents of the outer city must come from these grain storages, Otherwise, how would the residents of the outer city live? If you really gnaw the bark, you won't be able to survive 90 to dash people. It's just that the residents of the outer city don't eat as much as the standard population consumption calculated by Asana. With a population of 90 to 30 people, they may only consume 50 to dash people /day/ food consumption a day. On average, you can only eat 1/3 to 1/2 of your food every day, and malnutrition is normal. And here is the average, which means that some people from outside the city can eat and drink enough, and some may not be able to eat for 2 days in a row. This situation is also in line with the actual situation in the city outside Fuxing City. After several months of survival in the outer city, Asana clearly understood that the life of the residents in the outer city was really like this. According to this standard, dash days of food can be turned into a reserve of dash to dash days. But Asana decided that wasn't the case. She will provide standard portions of food to the population outside Fuxing City. Otherwise, before the governor comes, we will not have enough to eat. When the governor comes, we will still not have enough to eat. Then the governor came in vain? At the current stage, it is an important step to establish prestige for the Governor General to ensure that the rations are fully rationed to ensure that everyone has enough to eat. The inner city people are indifferent to the coming governor? Then go indifferent. Is it really the era of the previous alliance? Only inner city people count as people? During the long communication between Gu Heng and Asana, they both made it clear that the greatest wealth of Fuxing City lies in the outer city with a population of almost 10 to s long, as they support the governor wholeheartedly. Everything else is a paper tiger. The rich and powerful can be overthrown and all means of production confiscated. Gu Heng does not need their support to complete his rule. Residents in the inner city who live relatively well don't care if you feel resentful or not. Just do things honestly and have your own way to manage things if you dare to mess around. In the outer city, a large number of impoverished people will have improved living conditions. They will live a better life under the governor's benevolence, and then quickly return to the factory and work to shine for the governor's cause. Of course, it's not enough to just send out food in other words, distributing food is the basis of solidifying the governor's rule, and it is the price paid. On top of the price, how to get the harvest stably is the more challenging part for Osina. Asana clearly knew that just opening a warehouse to release food was not considered her own ability. It's like no one can do it. While paying for the food, she had to make it clear to the residents that this was a favor from the governor. Only in this way can the value of releasing grain be brought into play. At the same time, she had to anchor on a principle from the very beginning. She couldn't support people for nothing. She didn't intend to define this batch of food as simple relief and welfare. Whether Fuxing City is poor or rich depends on how one judges it. Say that they are rich is to only treat the inner city people as human beings, and they are indeed quite rich, at least by the standards of this wasteland. Their wealth is based on the inappropriate exploitation of the 10 people in the outer city. But now, Asana wants to see all the 90 million people in the outer city as human beings, so it adds such a huge burden all at once. Judging by such standards, it is impossible to be considered rich. Fuxing City's current reserves cannot support high welfare. Asana will give the residents of the outer city a normal life, but all she can give is opportunities and platforms. If they really want to live a decent life, they still have to rely on the hard work of their own hands. This is certainly not as beneficial as directly distributing food, but Asana would rather lose a little of the benefits of being kind to others, but also ensure that the finances of the revival city are on a relatively healthy road. Moreover, the residents of the outer city must not lack the willingness to work hard. Asana, who had lived in the outer city, fully believed in this. In this regard, Asana roughly worked out a kind of temporary system. She will distribute food to residents outside the city without distinction, but only for a few days and only 1/3 of the rations, which can ensure that people will not starve to death. Want more or need to buy? The government grain sales window open will sell grain at a fair price and buy in limited quantities according to the head ratio system. Severely crack down on the behavior of gangs buying and hoarding food through other people's quotas. For a long time to come, The grain industry will become a government-run industry, and the governor's government will do its best to ensure the stability of grain prices. Private individuals are not allowed to intervene in this industry for the time being, as long as they can get cheap and stable food purchase channels. The basic life of residents in the outer cities can be guaranteed. Of course, there are also a considerable number of outer city residents who have no savings. Recently, because of the war, I couldn't get a job, and my hand stopped talking. Asana also has supporting means. Next, all factories, handicraft factories, and shops that have been recontrolled will absorb the employed population after reopening. Daily settlement of food stamps can be directly exchanged for food. Asana thought about the workpoint system and decided not to promote it in Fushing City for the time being. The administrative team she has now, just a dozen or so clerks, really can't promote the implementation of work points and replace the existing currency system. The turbulence will be great, and stronger administrative capabilities and grassroots control are needed to do this well. In fact, she and the dozen or so people under her can't handle even the tasks of distributing food and promoting the resumption of work and production. But fortunately, the army will come to help her. It's only been a few days, and of course the more than 7,000 prisoners can't be reorganized so quickly. Of course, their training level is adequate. Although it can't reach the level of T5 produced by the system, it can still be regarded as a regular army of the former alliance. The question is mainly one of reliability. However, it is not impossible to have to transfer manpower. Yin Fangxiu selected 7 companies that performed best so far. Among the 7 companies, the political commissars stationed there have all successfully established soldiers' committee branches in the companies, and their ideological work has been done very well. And those who put themselves into practical actions immediately faced their first test. Asana was quite devastated. The government affairs team she leads basically has no grassroots control over the outer cities of Fushing City. Everything is from scratch. It's also hard to set up quickly. Then how would Asana spread the news about the regular distribution of food? Indigenous method. I built a lot of sandbangzi, installed big speakers, recorded the words of the food release, and ran around the city to make sure that I could hear it everywhere. As for the work of cult review ordered by the governor, in Asana's understanding, it is to be done, but the priority is relatively not that high. Of course, she knew that if those cult members were not caught, they would cause trouble. But relatively speaking, it is not so easy for the residents of the outer city to feed their stomachs, and those cult members want to toss, and the difficulty will become higher. There is hope in the days to come. Who would follow a cult? Of course, screening work still needs to be done. There are 3 nuns assigned by Garrett to help with the final processing of the screening work. But obviously, relying on 3 nuns, it is impossible to screen out tens of thousands of people. Asana took time out of her busy schedule to make a set of registration forms. When receiving food, people need to register their personal status and need to verify each other with the information provided by others. I hope that through this method, I can find out whether someone has behaved abnormally recently, whether they live in a relatively close place, but the people around them are not familiar with it, and even more directly, they can directly report suspected cultist people. The found abnormal personnel will be further examined, and even to the last level, the nuns will directly participate. This is the best way Asana can come up with in a short period of time and under limited conditions. Her core focus is still on food distribution. However, just as Sambangzi carried a loudspeaker to publicize everywhere, grain distribution points scattered in various places in the outer city and guarded by teams of soldiers were also established, and all the work could be carried out smoothly, just waiting for the food to be in place. But at this moment, news came that the team transporting food from the inner city was ambushed. When Asana heard the news, she felt like a thunderbolt. If there's a problem with the transported grain, it will cause a big mess. The public's sense of anticipation has been aroused by the uninterrupted mobile speaker publicity before. According to the news report ahead, there are already quite a few people at the food distribution point, starting to line up to wait for the arrival of food. At this time, there's a problem with the food halfway. What should I do? Do you want to tell the hungry people who are waiting in line for this meal that the food is gone? Isn't that bullshit? I'm afraid there will be a riot on the spot. Asuna panicked. Her experience is not rich enough. In the past management work, she did a good job, but most of them were discovering problems, thinking about solutions, and finding ways to complete them. Often, things can be resolved by advancing according to one's own plan. Like this time, Asuna has never encountered such a big emergency, a situation that will collapse if it is not handled properly, and it is natural to panic. But she quickly forced herself to calm down. Asuna, don't panic, find a way, just like before. Rest assured, she began to think. For a population of hundreds of thousands outside the city, food distribution is actually a very cumbersome process. First of all, she selected 6 places in the outer city as warehouses, as distribution centers for grain. The grain transported from the main warehouse in the inner city will be put into the distribution center first. Immediately afterwards, each distribution center corresponds to about 10 specific food distribution points. The food transported to the distribution center will be distributed to 10 distribution points. People can receive food directly after registering their identities here. The security issue is quite difficult. The teams that Asuna can mobilize, including the 7 companies given by Yin Fangxiu and the 3rd Battalion sent by the governor, add up to 10 companies in total. There will be a company in charge of each distribution center. They must be stationed at the distribution center to ensure the safety of the food after it arrives. They must take care of each food distribution point and provide immediate support in case of emergency. There are also 2 other companies, which are mainly responsible for food escort. Each of the 6 routes must have a platoon responsible for following the convoy. The last 2 companies were pulled out as clerks. They will be scattered at all the food distribution points, acting as guards, and at the same time doing the specific work of personnel registration and food distribution. There are not enough clerks, so the soldiers come to fill in. But now, the problem is the grain transportation route. At present, Asuna has received news that a group of mobs, armed with weapons, appeared when the team passed by the complex slums and attacked the team. The result of the battle is temporarily unknown. The 6 food transportation routes were attacked almost simultaneously. After sorting out the current situation, she was not in an orderly manner, but she still issued one order after another in a down-to-earth manner. Immediately send a telegram to the governor, reporting the situation we encountered here and requesting support. We need a loyal and reliable team to help. Immediately issue an order to all the companies stationed at the food distribution center, requiring them all to dispatch to support the food convoys they are in charge of and eliminate all armed elements. The teams at the food distribution points we set up are not allowed to move, and we are fully concerned about the situation of the people queuing up. All of them put appeasement as the highest priority, and we must not use force unless it is absolutely necessary. Contact Captain Yin Fangxiu. I need him to prepare the military rations for the prisoner camp. Of course, I know that those rations are very important and determine the safety of the prisoners. I also hope that they will not be needed, but if there is really a problem with the food transportation route. We need the food temporarily for emergency use. Let him not worry. I have mobilized supplies from the starch block production factory in the governor's camp. A convoy with tons of food is coming on the way. It can supplement the needs of the military camp. Our synthetic starch factory is also operating at full capacity. The clerks who received her order went to work separately. Asuna looked out the window while thinking about whether there were any problems with the order she gave and whether there was anything to add. It's windy outside. The houses in the slums were built very casually, creaking in the wind. Looking at the wind, Asuna's worries deepened. Chapter 98. Comrades, charge with me. Hurry up, hurry up. Cody shouted loudly. Beside him, 2 infantry platoons moved quickly. These soldiers who still wore the uniform of the Union Legion are now a reliable unit. Although not as reliable as Cody's old army, he believed that with his hard work these days, they should be willing to fight for the governor. What's more, today's mission is to revive the city. Cody, from the Waste Hole Society, was one of the first soldiers to be conscripted into the governor's command, and Prabhav was his old chief. When Prabhav was ordered to form the 2nd Battalion, Cody was also promoted and became squad leader. After the battle to conquer Fushing City, he was elected as a political commissar. He put on a black overcoat, a red military cap, and epaulets, looking handsome and domineering, completely different from ordinary soldiers' attire. It's hard to say how much the clothes played a role in Cody's willingness to do the commissar's job. Of course, he understands his responsibilities better. To be honest, even after half a day of lessons about being loyal to the Empire and the Emperor told by the nuns of the Holy Lily, and then the Governor-General gave them a half-day lesson from the bottom of his heart, he is still not very clear about the responsibility of the political commissar. How to do it? The so-called rushing ducks to the shelves is exactly that. When he first joined the company, Cody was nervous in the face of more than 100 unfamiliar faces. But his own straight clothes, bright red military cap, and epaulets forced him to straighten his chest and force himself to quickly enter the role. These days, he had contact with every soldier. He now knew everyone's name, their past, and why they were in the army. In his opinion, he also has no special method. Chat with people, understand for yourself what they are thinking, and then tell them what you think. Why do you want to be a soldier? For changing the world. And no one wants to live in this chaotic wasteland world full of death and hunger. Now, there is a savior, that is the Governor-General. We must seize this opportunity. This is to change our own destiny and change the whole world along the way. Fate's only chance. Why do you say that? Cordy gave an example from his hometown, the Wasted Village. The people of the former abandoned Tunch lived a much worse life than the residents of the outer city of Fushing City, and the Union soldiers. But in the current waste whole society, it goes without saying that we have enough food and clothing. Everyone lives in a solid house made of cement, has jobs and industries, and the rumbling heavy industrial machines are mass-produced with hope. Those plastic steel alloys, those machines, engines, car shells. When there are more and more of these things, it means that people's lives are getting better and better. Waste Dongshi has undergone earth-shaking changes. And why did they come to Fushing City? That's because they want to help the governor to bring these earth-shattering changes to Fushing City. These words, Cody said to almost every soldier in the company these days. He was tireless, and his words were sincere. Then, he set up a soldier committee to allow everyone to express their own ideas. He either organized discussions or gave answers, and then selected the most suitable dozen or so soldiers with the most progressive and firmest thinking. They assist the squad leader in various squads. So, there was a special harvest at that time. A soldier said that where he lived before he became a soldier, there was an underground passage from the inner city to the outer city. He discovered it by accident, and someone was using it for smuggling. He didn't dare to reveal more before because the person who discovered this with him disappeared within 2 days because of his big mouth. And now he dared to say it. Then Cody told the news to his old boss. Prabhav really made some gains there, and it is said that he captured a senior official of the Alliance. Of course, this was just a small episode, and Cody didn't take it too seriously, but continued to focus on the constant conversation and communication with the soldiers. He didn't feel that he was doing any ideological work. He just conveyed his thoughts to every soldier sincerely and earnestly through various methods. Then, out of nowhere, he was commended by Captain Yin Fengshu, saying that he and his company were the best company in ideological work, and a pennant was also distributed. When he brought the pennant back, the whole company cheered. This may be the sense of team honor that the governor told them during the training. When Captain Yin Fengshu said that he would pick out the company to be responsible for the food distribution task, he immediately communicated with the company commander and actively signed up to participate in this operation. During mobilization, he made it clear to all soldiers. Just a great thing, giving food to the whole city. It's so that everyone doesn't go hungry. There are rebels in the city. There are cultists. They are very bad. They are likely to cause chaos. And the purpose is to use nothing the starvation and death of countless innocent civilians against the governor's rule. What we have to do is to defend the food, defend the achievements, and smash the plots of those traitors and cultists. The soldiers fully understood the goal of this battle, and their morale was high. This made Cody feel something. The governor said that the soldiers should know what they are fighting for. And just now, they got a new order. The convoy responsible for transporting grain was attacked when it was transporting grain to the number 2 distribution point they were in charge of, and they needed their support. He didn't say a word. After communicating with the company commander led a platoon to continue to carry out the security work of the distribution points where people had already lined up, and he, with 2 platoons and about 60 soldiers, went to support the transport convoy. When he arrived at the scene, he found that there was still a firefight ahead. The people who ambushed the convoy haven't succeeded yet. The soldiers stationed at the grain carts had different uniforms from them, so this should be a platoon of the 3rd Battalion of the Infantry Regiment. They fought the enemy with vehicles and with the 2 houses that they captured outside as bunkers. They're a little under pressure now, and there are many mobs in various clothes, armed with various simple or sophisticated weapons, besieging them. The number is at least hundreds. Seeing such a scene, Cody was relieved a lot. Fortunately, things didn't get out of hand. He could see that although the comrades of the 3rd Battalion lacked heavy firepower and had to worry about the safety of the grain trucks, they couldn't open the gap to rush out, but at least they didn't have a big problem sticking to their positions. Those mobs couldn't get through either. But when he got closer, he found that there seemed to be something wrong with his previous judgment. Comrades of the 3rd Battalion, the casualties are a bit unusually large. At this time, he saw that among the mob, there were a few guys who were obviously different from the others. They didn't hold weapons in their hands, but white wind and mist condensed in their hands. After the white wind mist is thrown out, it will trigger a compressed air explosion, and the impact force is almost equivalent to the explosion of a grenade. The scattered wind blades are also like fragments. That should be the so-called heretics. Without hesitation, Cody shouted, "Support our comrades! Comrades, charge with me!" In the middle of a fight, the consequences of getting your ass slapped can be disastrous. Behind those mobs, after being attacked from 2 directions by the 2 infantry platoons led by Cody, there was basically no effective resistance. If it weren't for the people from the 3rd Battalion in the front, who were not sure what was going on behind them, and who had focused on guarding against grain trucks and didn't have time to cooperate if they also launched an attack from the front at the same time, those thugs would collapse even faster some. But even if it doesn't, it's not a big problem. Objectively speaking, Cody feels that the military skill level of the team he leads now is still far behind that of his old army, but better than that mob and better equipped with weapons. After all, it's not an iron barrel rifle. At the same time, after realizing that among the enemies, cultists who could release storm bombs were the biggest threat, he focused on those 2 enemies. He found out the soldiers with the most advanced thinking and the ability to fight tough battles under his command, and then led him personally to pick out those cultists to fight. This method must be used to fight tough battles. And when he led people to kill the 2 magicians, there was no suspense in the battle. The rest of the thugs were either killed or fled. Cody didn't lead anyone to chase, but led the team and approached the grain transportation team. The soldiers in charge of the escort were still very cautious and did not let them approach. It wasn't until Cody showed his head that the soldiers on the opposite side found someone they knew, so they let down their vigilance. After exchanging the secret words, Cody left a platoon behind, took the 17 people who were still alive in the original escort team, and took the wounded and headed for the no-dash distribution center they were in charge of. To ensure that the food can be delivered first, it can also ensure the normal operation of the dozen or so food distribution points corresponding to the number 2 distribution center. Then, there are 2 platoons over there, as well as the escort team, which can also ensure safety as much as possible. As for Cody himself, he pulled the brim of his hat, listening to the intense gunshots from afar. His battle is not over. We continue to set off. There are more comrades who need our support. Yes, the soldiers had just won a victory, and their morale was high. Cody quickly led the troops to a new battlefield. The battle situation here is much more problematic than the one he just solved. Here, it should be on the number 3 distribution center transportation route. A group of thugs have already occupied the convoy. The number of this group of thugs was more than the ones we encountered before, probably as many as 200 people, and the proportion of cultists among them was also more. Cody saw 5 at a cursory glance. He knows how troublesome it is to deal with such a guy who can release magic. The bullets hit their storm shields, It took at least 3 magazines to be emptied before they could penetrate, and a winged bullet from the opponent hit them like a grenade. But what's more, there are a considerable number of armed mobs beside him to provide protection. Looking at it this way, the infantry platoon responsible for escorting the food is probably finished, regardless of whether it was the complete annihilation or someone who was defeated and became a deserter. In short, we can't count on it. And there are also 2 infantry platoons supported from the number 3 distribution center. The person who led the team, whom Cody still knew, was also a red hat political commissar. But the enemy they faced was too strong, and they couldn't get in at all. All they can do is to maintain the front line and ensure that the enemy cannot break out. But the number is not dominant, and the opponent has the help of a magician, and their own side is wary. Even if they have a few mortars in their hands, they don't dare to shoot for fear of destroying the food. In this case, their front is a bit precarious. Cody immediately led the troops and went up. He and the new force of dozens of people he brought to the scene eased the situation to a great extent. In the midst of the fight, Cody finds another red hat. Thaddeus! Cody! The red hat turned his head, a little surprised. Cody didn't have time to talk about the past. He immediately said the reason. This way of fighting is not good. Our guns need to be used. But those grain carts, don't worry so much. Win first, and then talk about the food. Cody said, pointing out, look there. Someone is pouring fuel, and they want to burn the food. Don't let them succeed. After all, he fired a swarm of bullets in that direction, killing the fuel thrower, and then quickly retracted. Okay. The political commissar, named Thaddeus, also made up his mind. He bowed his back, retreated, and began to give orders. Soon, the mortar teams belonging to the 3 platoons were all in place. The firepower suddenly increased a lot. After Thaddeus came back, Cody continued to say, "It's not enough. We have to find a way to deal with those magicians." "Do you have a way?" Cody grinned. "It's not particularly good. It's just desperate, dare you?" Thaddeus froze for a moment. Cody patted his red armband and asked, "What's the matter? You're a political commissar. Why are you still hesitating?" "Damn!" Thaddeus gritted his teeth. "This is what it looks like." The 2 quickly formed a small team. A total of 17 people formed 2 leading squads. They each led a team, divided into 2 ends, and began to weave through from the periphery. 10 minutes later, Cody led the team and was already in place. He estimated that there were still 2 minutes before the agreed time to launch the attack together. He strictly ordered the soldiers not to show their heads and waited patiently. Those enemies seemed to feel that the frontal firepower seemed to have weakened, and they were a little ready to move, so they sent out their men and tried to launch a counterattack. Seeing this scene, Cody was a little worried that there would be problems if the frontal defense was reduced by about 1/5 of its manpower. But fortunately, the time of 2 minutes is still withstood. When the time came, the multiple mortars fired at the same time. The squad machine guns, which had changed positions and remained silent for a while, also fired vigorously at the same time. The soldiers also raised their heads vigorously and began to suppress the shooting with all their strength. At this moment, the firepower projection of the entire army increased several times. The armed thugs who occupied the convoy were suppressed for a moment. Even those sorcerers didn't dare to show their heads casually. Otherwise, even if they were supported by storm shields, they were just some blue robes, and their level could not reach the level of gray robes or even angels. Broken shield. And at this moment, Cody shouted, "Go up, go up. It's our turn. Don't waste the opportunities created by other comrades." After all, he was the first to rush out. But the previous detours allowed him to occupy a favorable terrain. When he rushed out, many enemies had their backs facing him, and there was no bunker protection in the middle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Cody and his subordinates killed many enemies with fierce firepower. It even included 2 sorcerers. One was killed by several bullets because he didn't have time to react, and the direction of the storm shield was not adjusted. The other one reacted, but was shot by several people. In a few seconds, several soldiers emptied a magazine, smashed its storm shield, and killed the people inside. A low-level magician is not strong enough, and ordinary bullets can break the shield and kill them. But then, when the enemy reacted, life was hard for them, especially in this wave of charging around the back. While killing many enemies, the weapons in their hands also emptied of bullets. Soldiers are arranged to ensure that there is still firepower in the magazines, but when others change magazines, a firepower vacuum will inevitably occur. Not to mention the bullets, there was also a wind bullet from the magician blasting at them. A soldier was shot in the leg and fell to the ground, and was hit by multiple bullets one after another, killing him. The wind bomb hit a little crookedly and exploded at the edge of the team, but it still took the lives of 2 soldiers. Although Cody tried his best to lead the team and seize a cover, in the process he was only surrounded by 4 people. That was to be expected. Cody remained calm. Suppressing frontal firepower attracts attention, leading a team to attack from the side, creating as much results as possible while still attracting attention. Next, it's up to Thaddeus. He brought another team, and it was time to launch an attack. There are only 3 magicians left among the enemies. If Thaddeus can achieve results similar to his own, then this battle will not be a big problem. It is best to ensure survival as much as possible and retain combat power. At that time, if the 2 of them can take another 8 or 9 people and insert them into the enemy's rear like steel nails, and the frontal troops will attack under the cover of firepower. Even if they fight more with less in this wave, they will still be able to do so. The weak defeat the strong. Snatch the food truck back from those cultists and thugs. Just thinking like this, he heard gunshots and screams from not far away. Thaddeus launched the attack as agreed. But the next moment, Cody frowned tightly again. It sounded a little off, somewhat far. He couldn't hold back and glanced sideways. The situation was not optimistic. Thaddeus seemed to be exposed before he was about to launch an attack, and he was attacked by the enemy, and he was in a hurry right now. Cody realized he couldn't wait for the results. He looked to the 4 soldiers on the left and right. They looked a little flustered. Although they were already the best and most determined soldiers selected, they were trapped in the enemy's formation at this moment, surrounded by enemies, and less than half of the troops had died just now, so their morale would still inevitably be shaken. Cody knew what he had to say. We've come to this place, and we're going to put our lives on the line. Is there any room for us to back down now? The only way is to win. Let's go. Destroy the remaining magicians. Victory belongs to us. After saying that, he rushed out of the bunker. The remaining 4 soldiers didn't know whether they were really moved by his words or subconscious instincts, but they all followed closely. A soldier was behind, providing fire cover and attacking the enemy who was trying to attack his comrades. The other 3, led by Cody, attacked the magician who was attacking Thaddeus with their backs. The magician fell into a desperate situation in an instant. He had enemies in front of him and enemies behind him, and he couldn't hide to the side because he would be directly exposed to frontal firepower. He was at a loss and was shot dead. But only the remaining 2 magicians are difficult to deal with. The 2 of them, back to back, were behind a pile of ruined houses that had been blown up. The dilapidated construction waste can be used as a cover to resist the frontal firepower, and whether it is Thaddeus or Cody, they can only attack the enemy who is facing him directly and the opponent's storm shield, also open towards them. What's more difficult is that there is still a large number of armed thugs guarding these 2 magicians. Their firepower was mainly directed at Thaddeus, suppressing the political commissar. Quickly sorting out the situation before him, Cody did 2 things. A grenade. He pulled the tab and threw it at the enemy. The exploding grenade killed several armed thugs and also made the storm shields of the 2 wizards tremble. Immediately afterwards, he predicted the enemy's counterattack, dodged from the side, and indeed escaped a wind bomb. The wind bomb blasted the 2 soldiers beside him into the air. Cody half crawled and half squatted on the ground, enduring the pain of the wind blade blowing off his face, and in an awkward posture, he fired fiercely at the magician who was facing him. The storm shield, which had already been shaken by the grenade, flickered under the fierce shooting of the G9 rifle, and it was obviously in danger. The magician, as well as several living armed thugs, were completely attracted by the man in the black coat and red hat. The bullet hit suddenly, forcing Cody to dodge, that he was shot several times in the torso, but fortunately the plastic steel vest he was wearing under the coat blocked the vital points. He was shot in the shoulder, shot in the leg, and one ear was blown away. These can only be regarded as minor problems. The fire he drew away created opportunities for the two soldiers who were still alive. The two of them fired all the bullets in the new magazine at the magician. Even if only half of the bullets hit the target, it would be enough to destroy its storm shield. The man a little further away emptied the magazine and wanted to retract to reload, but was hit in the head by a bullet and died immediately. The nearby and last soldier dropped his rifle and threw a grenade. But the grenade failed and was blown away by an evil wind. The magician whose shield was broken was also frightened at this moment. Just when he was attracted by the red hat, he was almost taken away by this wave. It will take time for his storm shield to restart. If the grenade is thrown over, he may be finished. In a fit of rage, he even called out another wind bomb, which hit the soldier who was about to switch bombs to attack him, and his body was blown away like a rag before he could relieve his anger. After getting this done, he can finally shift his target and deal with the dying red hat. Okay, what about the red hat? Looking up again, he saw that the red hat with one injured leg had climbed up to the ruins of the house next to it as a shelter and was jumping off. On his body, 2 grenades had pulled the tabs. The magician's eyes widened, but it was too late to do anything at this moment. Under the sudden explosion, the shock waves and shrapnel from the 2 grenades took away the life of the wizard whose storm shield was broken. And by the way, the wizard behind him who had his back to Cody and was facing the Thaddeus team life. It also took Cody's life.